Good evening. Thank you. Welcome to our Township Council regular meeting of June 3rd, 2025. This is a regular meeting of the council and is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. This meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the Montclair schedule as set forth in Resolution R-25-038, adopted by the Mayor and Council at its regular meeting on February 25th, 2025, advertised in the official newspaper on March 6, 2025, transmitted to the official newspaper on May 23, 2025, noting the change in start time. It's been posted on the bulletin boards outside of the municipal building and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of our township clerk. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm sorry. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please do the roll call?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Here.
Counselor Birmingham?
Here.
Counselor D'Amato?
Here.
Counselor Lockman? Here. Counselor Toller?
Good evening, President.
Good evening. Counselor Williams?
Here.
Mayor Baskerville?
Present. At this time, the council is going to adjourn for an executive session. The discussion of the executive session is anticipated legal action. Should we go upstairs and leave them here? Okay. We're going to allow you to stay here, and we will remove ourselves and go to the second floor conference room, and after that time, we will return. I'd like to make a motion.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Abstained. It was posted. I guess you didn't see where it said executive session on the. Oh, I would anticipate what, Attorney? Perhaps a half an hour. We're not certain, but perhaps a half an hour. Thank you. Okay, we appreciate your patience, and now we will resume the regularly scheduled meeting. First up, we've been presented with the minutes of the regular meeting and executive session held on May 20th, 25. Are there any corrections, additions? I'd like a motion to adopt, please.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Okay, at this point in time, Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to do what is required by me. Thank you, Councilor Toller. If there's been a request to remove some items, I am supposed to do that at this time. Under the new business resolutions, it's been requested that resolution number 5, R-25-161, a resolution endorsing the fourth round housing element, be removed. It's been requested that number 9, Resolution R-25-165, resolution authorizing a grant application submission and execution of grant contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation for the Harrison Avenue roadway be removed, as well as number 10, Resolution R-25-166, Resolution 14, authorizing a fair and open contract, and Resolution 17 and 19. I'm going to ask, please, that the individual that has requested that these be removed until a later date, please share with the council the purpose of removing them.
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. Resolution number 5, there's some units that are counted that I believe should not be counted or can't be counted because construction hasn't happened, so I'm not sure where our planner got those numbers from.
Sorry, can you say that again? There's some units, what?
Units, affordable housing units,
Yeah.
the numbers are very off in what's being presented versus what's on the books. Resolution
But
9.
how do you know that?
You can look for yourself and see what department, which buildings have X number of units. For example, she has 53 New Street in the plan,
Right?
okay? There was never any discussion about putting housing there, so how are we counting that as housing?
53 New Street
Right.
Is that the empty lots or
Correct.
those? I'm sorry, all right, whatever.
Sure. I have more, but I won't, when we get to it, we can discuss it.
So I'm just sorry, are we going to discuss these or are we going to she's just going to remove them?
Well, at this point in time, if we're going to withdraw, I believe we have to vote on whether we're going to withdraw them, because it's not a simple withdrawal, because if we were going to withdraw and then vote on them as one thing, I believe, Madam Clerk, can you help me here, please?
Yes, Mayor. Was your intention to vote on all of the new business resolutions as a consent agenda,
No, the intention was to,
one by one?
because an individual requested to have these at the beginning of the meeting removed.
Okay, so then I would need a motion and a second to remove them or postpone them, and then if you could make clear if you want to postpone them to a date certain, or if you want to postpone them indefinitely. That's what I would need to be made clear in the motion.
Yeah, we have a deadline to file the plan.
We need to.
Okay, and because they are fairly different, we would have to do that for each 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, each one of the 6, right?
I agree with you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm sorry, Counselor Toller?
Sure, just resolution 9 and 10.
No, I'm sorry, number 5, did you talk to Janice Talley about?
No, I have not spoken to her. No, I have not.
So she
Not yet.
gave, comprehensive fair
I watched
housing
her
plan
housing Zoom,
and a
right. Mm-hmm.
spending plan, and it's been out there for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
The EDC looked at it, the planning board looked at it,
Well, when you
and
say
no one else.
EDC looked at it, I'm an EDC member.
Yep.
And my understanding is you and Counselor Anderson made a decision and made some corrections. I was not involved in that conversation.
You were in the meeting.
Yeah, I was there. I was in the meeting, but what Ms. Talley has presented here, some of these units should either not be included, and our number may need to change. It's a simple conversation.
Okay, Counselor Toller, is it your request that we postpone until a certain date, or is it
Yeah,
your?
we can postpone it to the next meeting. That's fair.
Okay, all right,
There-
so,
There's
a
abandoned
deadline
construction on
on
here.
being
Units-
able to
There's a
do
lot of
this.
stuff that needs to be verified. We can't just assume that empty units or construction units are coming to us. So I don't understand how these numbers are working. There's some other issues too.
Maybe we can have a
Sure.
discussion about it when we get to
Sure.
it on here, because I'm not really clear what section Counselor Toller is referring to, so maybe it's actually not what is being claimed. So
okay, so we'll have discussion when we get to number 5. If we're going to vote on each one of them individually, Madam Clerk, there's no reason why I can't just leave them all on to them, right? And then when we get to them, pull it
Discuss
out.
those specific items. I
And then
understand
that
your
way we can
intention.
move on to the public comments, allow people to do that. Then we can do the proclamations for those, and then we can get to these things that may require a little bit more time and attention.
I noted that, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Counselor Toller, out of respect to
Sure.
you, when you asked me to remove them, is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to answer your other questions for Resolution 9 and 10. It just doesn't have any amounts on here, so I'm not sure, how much we're supposed to be approving or authorizing in the language on this resolution. So if someone's here that can clarify that, then we can go ahead. It doesn't have any dollar amount. It just says the work to be done. It said location. There's no backup. We don't know. I don't see any amounts.
Okay, thank you. Now, at this point in time, then, we're going to go to public comment. Hopefully, I'm just reading it in the order that it's here. If it's the will of the body to do the
The minutes,
proclamations
oh no, you did the minutes.
first,
The
and then,
proclamations, okay.
okay. So we're going to change the order of the agenda because it's been brought to our attention that well, I certainly know that the African American Heritage Foundation group is here. So at this point in time, will you please come forward for that proclamation? Then we are going to do our proclamations first, and then we will go back to the order of the agenda that says public comment. If any council members wish to stand with us for the presentation of this, please join us down at the podium. This is very exciting, historic moment. Huddle in. Huddle in.
Yeah, you guys can
Everybody,
spread out,
huddle
spread
in.
out, spread out, spread out. Is that everybody? Oh. Over. All tall people in the back, all right?
Here, jump in front of me.
So what?
Happy birthday. You ready?
So this is truly an honor to be able to present this proclamation to the members. Are there any founders with us today? Yes. One founder? Oh, hey, Miss Nick. All right. This is quite a lengthy proclamation, so I'm not going to read the entire thing, so just in an effort of time. But we would like to present this proclamation to the Montclair African American Heritage Foundation, which was established many years ago in response to the enthusiastic participation of residents from all over Montclair during the July 4th parade. With their festive spirits and small expressions of patriotism, they felt a joyful atmosphere for everyone to enjoy, except for much of the 4th Ward. And whereas, year after year, the area was noticeably absent for much of the parade route, highlighting a larger issue within the town. Black culture in Montclair needed to be brought into the limelight. The town's history is deeply enriched by which contributions of the black community, yet it was frequently overlooked and allowed to stagnate. While woven into the broader narrative of Montclair, these contributions were not recognized for their unique strengths and significance. The community deserved to be honored and celebrated, and the Montclair African American Heritage Foundation aimed to make that vision a reality. And whereas the Montclair African American Heritage Foundation was about the pride in sharing black culture for others to experience and learn from, not only from those outside our community, but also within the black community itself. And the foundation believed that this was a meaningful way to celebrate African American heritage. The Montclair African American Heritage Foundation has been a staple in the Montclair community and has enjoyed a sterling reputation as a nonprofit devoted to building on the rich African American culture legacy by supporting local programs through grassroots organizations and events. I'd like to thank the founding members who started this organization, Ms. Audrey Fletcher, Lonnie Brandon, Dr. Alfred Davis, may he rest in peace, Mr. Jimmy Eason, may he rest in peace, Ms. Catherine Curry, Ms. Catherine Nichols, and a host of other members.
All of y'all.
So now we'll get to the last paragraph. And whereas the Montclair African American Heritage Foundation is proudly commemorating 35 years of vibrant parades, festivals, fellowships, and cultural activities, the first Saturday of June is a day dedicated to the Heritage Foundation Parade and Festival, a special day featuring traditional African huts showcased at the festival, captivating storytellers who engage audience with insights into African American heritage and its importance. Attendees can enjoy delicious food, vibrant music, diverse vendors, and much more. Each of these elements play a crucial role in fulfilling the festival's main purpose and mission, to educate others about the rich culture of African Americans, both in Montclair and beyond. And this Saturday, June 7th, will be the 35th Parade and Festival. So everybody's welcome to attend. I hope to see many, many, many faces on the streets for the parade route, and join us in Nishawane Park. It's open to any and everybody. Tell a friend, bring a neighbor, and let's just have a good time. So with that said, I'm going to present this to the founding mayor member here, Ms. Catherine Nickus, and if you want to say a few words, you're welcome to.
I am so short.
I'll get behind you.
Thank you.
A little short.
On behalf of our organization, we would like to say thank you so very much. We are so proud of the work that we do, have done, and are still doing. And to my fellow sisters and brothers, I thank you for the work, the continued work that you are doing.
All right. Since our inception in 1990, we have hosted 34 festivals, paid over $40,000 in scholarships, and honored over 70 unsung heroes on the streets of Montclair and on our stage, from educators to historians to domestic violence warriors to councilwomen to dedicated committee members, to councilwomen turned mayors, to concerned community members, to political activists whose contributions to Montclair have proven to be invaluable, not only to the African American community, but to Montclair as a whole. And so I think I speak for every member in our committee when I say we are beyond honored to represent this organization and to continue to hold space for African American community and legacy here in Montclair, and to serve alongside a group of such dedicated individuals. Thank you to our community, those 5 founders who had the courage to bring their own chair and table, and eventually their float in 1990, when the town's only parade didn't flow through the 4th Ward. And so thank you to Alfred Davis, Audrey Fletcher, Miss Nick, Lonnie Brandon, Jimmy Eason, and Miss Catherine Curry. I also want to say thank you to Albert Pelham and Bonnie Taylor, who served as chairs on this committee for many, many years, and whose shoulders we stand on. And thank you to the mayor and Councilwoman Toller for your endless support, not just with MHF, but with all of the history preserved here in Montclair. We are deeply honored and grateful.
Okay. Thank you.
Council members, I'm sure you may wish to stand here with me. Next, please, we're going to honor the members of our Montclair Fire Department. I saw quite a few here. Yeah. Yeah. You all don't want to stand with the fire? Nobody wants to stand with the fire department? Wow. Wow, look at this, look at this. Man, still coming, look at this. Dedication. I'm gonna go here, what? Why are they not coming on down here? We good? Okay, all righty. Well, okay. Today, we're honoring members of the Montclair Fire Department. On August 24th, 2024, a woman tragically fell from a cliff in Mills Reservation in Montclair, landing on a narrow, rocky ledge approximately 7.5 feet above the ground. 75 feet, I'm sorry. 75 feet above the ground level, facing grave danger. And whereas upon receiving this emergency call at approximately 8:30 p.m., the Montclair Fire Department, the members that are standing here, Chief, immediately took action, and they used all of the training that they have ongoing for things such as this. Not every fire department provides the type of training that would allow them the precision to execute the life-saving maneuvers that they were able to execute at that time. Through their swift and decisive actions, the Montclair Fire Department ensured the safety and well-being of the victim, exemplifying the highest standards of public service and heroism. And whereas the successful outcome of this rescue operation stands as a testament to the advanced training, bravery, technical expertise, and selflessness of the men and women of the Montclair Fire Department. Now, therefore, the Mayor and the Township Council salute the following individuals and present this proclamation to serve as a symbol of our profound appreciation for your unwavering commitment to safeguarding our lives and our property. Thank you. Thank them all. Thank you, Chief. All right, this is you.
All right, thank you. I'll keep this nice and short because I know we have a long evening ahead of us. I just want to thank the mayor and council for, recognizing the members for a job well done. We don't always get that. And I'd like to thank our members for performing their jobs admirably that evening. Not everyone could have done what you guys accomplished that evening. I would like to now introduce Battalion Chief Joe Bates. He was in command of the incident that evening.
Yes.
I have to say, as the tour commander of the shift that night, the conditions we faced were less than ideal. The cliff was steep and treacherous. The lighting was extremely dim. I believe that the success of that operation was a direct result of all 5 fire companies and their crews working in unison to effect a technical rope rescue and safely lower the victim to the EMS personnel awaiting at the bottom of the cliff. I am proud of the brave actions that all crew members took that day and believe it exemplifies the never quit and can-do attitude that every member of our department shares as we do our job. I think another round of applause is well warranted for the actions taken by the crew members that day.
Yes. Thank you so much. And I'd also just like to give a round of applause for all of the firefighters. Look at the team. They showed up. They could have been at home, feet up, having dinner. But this is a teamwork, the family, and I love to see this. Thank you all. We appreciate you. Thank you. Yes.
just to add the cherry onto the top of this tour 4 here, I was able to speak to the young lady that you rescued, and she's grateful. She's well, she's grateful, and hopefully she will come by and see you guys and tell you thank you in person. I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
I am going to do a few of these, but I will very briefly read parts of this proclamation for declaring June 21st Montclair Make Music Day. Is there anybody here to accept this?
Montclair Make Music, yes, in the back.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody want to stand with Montclair Make Music? Thank you.
Hi there. Good to see you. Hi. Thank you. So, whereas Make Music Day is an annual event held on the first day of summer, inspired by France's Fête de la Musique, or Make Music Festival, it is now an international celebration that takes place in more than 2,000 cities and communities across dozens of countries. And whereas Montclair will be holding its 12th Make Music Day on June 21st, and will be one of 2,000 cities and towns in the U.S. that will be part of that day. Whereas Montclair Make Music Day is a volunteer-driven community event with musicians, small businesses, community organizations, students, and residents working through the local arts organizations Indie Arts Montclair, and invites all residents and visitors to perform and support. Now, therefore, the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair do hereby declare June 21st to be Montclair Make Music Day, and encourages people of all ages and abilities to responsibly gather to celebrate in parks, storefronts, and public spaces to celebrate the ability to make music. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. I say responsibly or not, irresponsibly too.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I added that responsibly. For 12 June 21st, we have been doing Make Music Day. We're lucky this year it's on a Saturday again. We always do it the first day of summer, so sometimes we get a Tuesday. We have over 90 performances at 30 venues, and these are retail shops and coffee shops and some parks. And I also want to mention, although they're not able to join us, that this year, Terry's Serendipity Cafe will be celebrating their 30th anniversary as part of Make Music Day. So we encourage you all to come out and make music, Montclair. Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else? Same thing, you're good? Thank you, appreciate it. Okay.
You have one more? I have 4 that'll be in one, which is, I'm very pleased to say that we have 4 new Eagle Scouts in our town.
Right.
So, from our 2 troops, and one of them I see right there, Mr. Owen Hayes. Come on up. Do we have any of the others here tonight? Okay. I'm not going to read his great list of accomplishments exactly. I will just say that I've known this young man for a very long time. Since the Cub Scouts. My son did not when he crossed the bridge, he went in another direction with me. But everybody should know what they do. And it is the best of the old-fashioned virtues that we have, which is being prepared, helping people, being true to yourself, being faithful to your friends and to your community. And there is nothing better that we can ask of our young ones to do this. And I'm just so pleased that I know all of these boys and have seen them rise up, and I look forward to more Eagle Scouts coming, more boys and more girls now. And so it's a wonderful thing, and thank you so much. Owen, you want to take this? I guess I'll take the others.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, Next up, we have a proclamation. Know that our stand here, many of us were fortunate enough to stand in a flag raising today here in Montclair. I see Madeline, Gail, and Rubina, and some of the other members of Out Montclair and other organizations here. So please, anyone that wishes to stand with us for the proclamation of Pride Month, please come forward. Council members, if any of you wish to stand with us. Happy Pride Month, everyone. I stand here unapologetically and very proud to be here to present this proclamation. Our nation was founded on the principles of equal rights for all people, but the fulfillment of this promise has been long in coming for many Americans. Some of the most inspiring moments in our history have arisen from the various civil rights movements that have brought one group after another from the margins to the mainstreams of American society. Whereas in the movement forward, equal rights for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer identifying people, a historic turning point that occurred in New York City on June 28, 1969, was the onset of Stonewall riots. During these riots, LGBTQ+ citizens rose up and resisted police enforcement that arose out of discriminatory criminal laws that have since been declared unconstitutional. In the 5 decades since, civil rights for LGBTQ+ people have progressed substantially, and LGBTQ+ pride celebrations have taken place around the country every June 10th to commemorate the beginning of the Stonewall riots. But these are not just celebrations, these are we honor those who have fought to perfect our union, and we continue our work to build a society where every child growing up knows that their country supports them, that their country is proud of them and has a place for them and loves them exactly who and where they are. Now, therefore, the mayor and the council of the great Township of Montclair do hereby dedicate and proclaim June as LGBTQ+ Pride Month and celebrates the great diversity of our residents and direct the inclusive pride flag to be flown at the Township of Montclair on Church Street and Bloomfield Avenue, and it will be there for the month of June. And this afternoon we had such a heartwarming raising of the flag, and I just stand here to say thank you to all the people that were responsible and for all of us that continue to support and uplift justice despite a lot of things that are happening nationwide in Montclair. We will not be turned around. We will continue to move forward in our efforts for justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I wanted to I'm the president and a co-founder for Out Montclair. The seed of this Out Montclair was the seed or brainchild of my wife, Madeline. We love Montclair. Montclair is unique. Montclair was a place that I knew felt comfortable when we came here, and that it was also a place where I felt that I could be free, where I was not free living in another part of New Jersey. So when we got here 20 years ago, and I thank her brother for actually introducing us closer to Montclair because he moved here first, I said, this is the place we need to be, because I am not afraid to be who I am anymore. I was afraid to walk as a gay person down the street where I live, so it was fearful. I was closeted in my job because I had fear of losing my job. I had fear of rejection from friends and family, which I got rejected anyway, but because of the surrounding people in the community, you live through that. With rejection, I can tell you, I was one of those people that contemplated possibly like ending it all. That's how painful it is. So when people come to our community in Out Montclair events and they share their stories and they cry with me, I feel their pain because I was there. It is real. It's like having your first heartbreak that you feel like you're going to die. That kind of pain, if you can remember that. So it's important. It's allies. We need allies. We need the people in our community to continue the spirit past. It's not just 1 month. It is forever. We will have a lot of great times in June because we have a lot of great events. And everyone who was at Pride last year knows we had 30,000 people there. And that's everybody, not just gay people. Everybody enjoyed that Pride. We're going to have a fantastic Pride again on June the 14th. So, I'm sorry. Did I step on what you wanted to say? I just wanted to finish that up. Thank you for your support, Montclair. And I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. And we have a mayor who actually, oh, I'm sorry. Okay. We have a mayor who actually embraced us many years ago and said, hey, listen, you know what? This is the diverse community here in Montclair. Let's really make it diverse. She knew that we were a couple and LGBTQ plus and said, hey, let's make our community what we say we are to other people. That's what's really important. You say it, but you've got to do it. And she helped make that happen. We sit on the Civil Rights Commission for that purpose, to represent, so everyone can be represented in our community. That's right. Everyone, not just LGBTQ, but everyone.
That's very
I did also want to thank Mayor Baskerville for her steadfast support. Let you all know that this Thursday we're having a reception and we will be honoring her for all the support she's given to the LGBTQIA+ community. So if you're available, please go to outmontclair.org and events and see all of our 2 weeks of events leading up to Pride. And maybe you'll all want to come to some. There's a lot of free events that bring the community together, and it's a lot of fun. I also just wanted to thank the council for doing the proclamation and the flag raising. I also wanted to thank Diane from the NAACP, who always offers her support to the LGBTQIA community. It's really important. And we also have two Kathys here, Kathy Ahern O'Brien and Kathy Renna, and maybe one or both would like to speak. They have a lot of important things to say that matter as well.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, you were really, okay, yeah. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you guys coming. Thank you. Next up. Okay. Thank you so much. Today, I appreciate it. Girl, you know it. Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, you're up. Oh, yeah. Is anyone here from Blue Lotus? Oh, good. Come on down. Blue Lotus. Anyone here wish to stand with our Blue Lotus while we celebrate them? Thank you for being in our community so much. Thank you. Yeah, it's been a good haul, right? We appreciate you. Well, good to see you. Yeah, yeah. Everybody, Blue Lotus.
Okay, so I don't know if any of you have been to this store, but it's a really special store, Blue Lotus on Church Street. It's within walking distance of my where I live, and I been there a lot. It's a very precious place to me. I'm just going to sort of give the highlights. So Blue Lotus has been in Montclair for 30 years. And I think that's incredible. It is known as a cornerstone of wellness, beauty, and community spirit. Founded in June of 1995, this beautiful little shop has provided exceptional service in holistic wellness, personal care, and spiritual healing to generations of both residents and visitors, and is committed to empowering individuals through mindful self-care practices, community workshops, and the creation of a safe, inclusive space for all who enter its doors. This is a store that plays a really important role in contributing to the economic vitality and cultural richness of our business district, and obviously a model of excellence, longevity, and dedication. And it's, this 30th anniversary is a symbol of the lasting relationships of the shop and what it's built and the positive impact it's made. So we want to congratulate Blue Lotus on its 30th anniversary. And if I may, I have a personal anecdote because, this shop is one of the most beautiful. You always have such gorgeous displays inside and outside. And for me, it was one of my daughter's favorite stores. And and she loved going to that store. I don't know why, she was so young. And so when she passed, there was this angel stone that she picked out, and you probably know what I'm talking about, and she wanted to get one for each of her parents. And so I kept that in my pocket the whole time, like every debate that we had, everything where I just needed a little bit more like support. So this, I just love your shop, and I wish you many, many more years of success and community. So, thank you.
Thank you so very much. Absolutely. Thank you.
Olmsted bench. Anyone here for the Olmsted bench? Friends of Anderson Park. I see some of the friends. Good to see you all. Anyone else like to join and stand with our friends of Anderson Park? It's for the Olmsted bench. Has everybody had an opportunity to go see this bench? Isn't it fabulous? Okay. All right.
Okay, everybody here? Great. So if anybody has had an opportunity to go to Anderson Park, you'll see that there's a huge bench there, and it was actually crafted from a falling tree that fell down in a storm about in 2024. So the Friends of Anderson Park, they commissioned this bench with Bob Silver, so that you have a beautiful place to sit when you're in the park enjoying nature. And I happened to see it this past Sunday while we were running through the park with the YMCA 10K. So very beautiful bench here. So I'm just going to read a portion of this because I believe we have some other proclamations here. So whereas on September 27th, 1904, the landscape architect named John Charles Olmsted designed Anderson Park, photographed the tree while the park was under construction. Because of this, the tree later became known as Olmsted Oak, and it grew into a prominent elder statesman of Anderson Park. I'm going to skip to the end. Okay. Whereas the Olmsted Oak bench was installed in the park on May 9th, 2025, and Friends of Anderson Park will hold a dedication ceremony there on June 7th at 2 p.m., rain date June 8th, same time. The community is invited to join in celebrating the return of the Olmsted Oak in its new form to Anderson Park. Now, therefore, the mayor and council and the Township of Montclair do hereby join Friends of Anderson Park in recognizing this day and historic celebration of the Olmsted Oak Bench installment in Anderson Park.
Woo!
I'm Charlie Spademan. I'd like to thank Mayor Baskerville and the council for the proclamations. Certainly didn't expect this. Yeah. This really, the genesis of this was Rhonda and Bob Silver, who live on the park, remembered fondly, as do anybody who's lived here for any length of time, the Olmsted oak, and how many hours, people love the tree. He commissioned me to make something out of it. He didn't say what, which, as an artist, that's the artist's dream. I generally don't like commissions unless I can do what I want. And so came up with the bench, but putting a bench in a county park is not as straightforward as you would think. You can't just plant it there, and that's where the Friends of Anderson Park came in. Lisa Ann Renner and Scott Kevelson. I don't know if I may be missing somebody. Put a lot of work into liaising with Essex County officials, and also on a pretty short deadline. Bob had wanted this in on a particular date. It was had importance to him, but it has been one of the most gratifying things that I've ever done, in that once it was in place and people recognized what it was, it's like every person who went by when I'm there stopped to say something about it, and there are always people sitting on it, and how great is that? So, yeah, thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we're all going to come forward. Next up is the proclamation for violence awareness. Gun violence awareness. I saw you up here, so how are you? Anyone else wish to stand with us against gun violence? Please feel free to come and stand. You don't have to have a t-shirt, just have it in your heart to come stand.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And come get a ribbon. There you go.
There you go. Now folks are coming. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So we're going to present this proclamation. And whereas every day more than 125 Americans are likely killed by gun violence, and more than 260 Americans are shot and wounded, with an average of more than 1,900 gun homicides every year. 60% of gun deaths in the United States are suicide. Guns are the leading cause of death for United States children. Cities across the nation, including Montclair, are working to end the senseless violence with evidence-based solutions. And whereas protecting the public and the communities they serve is the Township Council's highest responsibility. Support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens go hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories. The Township Council and law enforcement officers know their communities best. They are the most familiar with the local criminal activity and how to address it.
Whereas the continued impact the pandemic has caused on communities and individuals across America has resulted in situations where access to firearms increase the risk of domestic partner violence, gun deaths, suicide by gun, and unintentional shootings. In January 2013, Hadia Pendleton, a teenager who marched in the presidential inaugural parade, was tragically shot and killed just weeks later. And to help honor Hadia and the more than 125 Americans whose lives are cut short every day, and the countless survivors who are injured by shootings every day, a national coalition of organizations has designated the first Friday in June as National Gun Violence Awareness Day. The idea was inspired by a group of Hadia's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. They chose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves to other hunters when out in the woods. It's also a color that symbolizes the value of human life. Anyone can join this campaign by pledging to wear orange on the first Friday in June, modeled here, okay? And to help raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. We renew our commitment to reduce gun violence, pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands, and encourage responsible gun ownership to keep our children safe. And so therefore, the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair, we declare the first Friday, this Friday in June, to be Gun Violence Awareness Day. And we collectively support the efforts of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. We encourage all citizens to support their local community's efforts to prevent the tragic effects of gun violence and to honor and value human lives.
Thank you. Thank you so much. On behalf of, my name's Melissa, and hello, Montclair. On behalf of Every Town for Gun Safety in Essex County Moms Demand Action, I want to thank you, Mayor Baskerville and Montclair Council members, for issuing this proclamation again, and to the Montclair Police Department support for gun violence prevention in our town. Makes their jobs much harder when people have guns. Each year you support us, but each year we hope that it's the last time that we will need to be here to fight for gun safety in our state and our country. 3 new developments are buried in the onslaught of news, everyday news. 1, there are many more guns on the streets than ever before. New Jersey has always had strict gun laws and correspondingly low levels of gun violence, but since the Supreme Court's Bruin decision in 2022, just about anyone can obtain a concealed carry gun permit. 2, over the past few months, New Jersey has lost $35 million in federal funding for critically important community violence intervention programs, including some wonderful ones that we work closely with in Newark. These on-the-ground programs are crucial in combating gun violence and deaths, and these cuts are stopping the programs cold. This equals, more people using guns and more people dying. 3, there is a push in Congress to establish a national reciprocity policy requiring every state to respect the concealed carry eligibility standards of all other states. So, residents of the 29 states that have abolished licensing and training requirements would be allowed to carry concealed weapons in New Jersey. For example, West Virginia passed permitless carry in 2016. By 2020, gun homicides had increased by 48%, and suicides increased by 22%. On a personal note, I'm a teaching artist for N.J.S.A, and I teach in schools from Newark to Princeton. Last month, 25 3-year-olds and I were reading a book and transforming into monkeys and snakes and kittens when a jarring knock on the door announced a lockdown. 25 3-year-olds and 4 adults crammed into a 4-foot by 3-foot preschool teeny tiny bathroom with a teeny tiny toilet for 7 minutes. And there was not a peep from 3-year-olds. And I stood there wondering. In fact, I said to them, "You're all doing so well." They didn't say a word. How do they prepare 3-year-olds for that? They, you, and we should not have to live like this. And that's why we educate and advocate for gun safety through programs like Wear Orange and our safe storage program. Very cheap and easy to buy a little case on Amazon that will store your gun safely so no one can get their hands on it except for you. We deeply appreciate your support, and we thank you so much for issuing tonight's proclamation for gun safety awareness and hope that we won't have to come back next year.
Hello there. My name is Lorraine Lombardi. I'm with Moms Demand Action, and I also coordinate a program called Be Smart, which is all about secure storage.
She's from Massachusetts. It means be smart.
I speak proper English. I'm sorry. I had a manager once who said, I have a bilingual assistant. She speaks English and Bostonian. But putting all that aside, every single day in this country, every single day, a child, more than likely under 10, and a boy, will access an unsecured gun and shoot themselves or someone else. It's usually a sibling, a friend, a cousin, or a parent. The only reason that a child can access a loaded, unsecured gun is if the adult owner has left it where that child can access it. What we ask is, we support the Second Amendment. If you want a gun, you can have a gun, but please store it. By storing a gun, you can save a child's life. By not storing a gun, you could cause the death of a child. And 75% of school shooters obtained their guns from their home or the home of a friend or relative, and 85% of those guns were unsecured. And another statistic that I never knew, 700 children every year die by firearm suicide. I had no idea that children die by suicide. And children between the ages of 10 and 15 have the fastest growing suicide rate over the past decade. So the more you know, the more you realize that securing a gun is the simplest, most effective thing that everyone can do right now to prevent all kinds of gun violence. So the word SMART is an acronym. Secure your gun, model responsible behavior around guns. A, if you have children, ask when they go to another home. Ask, not if the people have a gun, but how do you store your gun? Yeah. It's important. If your child was allergic to peanut butter, you would ask if there was peanut butter in that house. We want parents to become just as comfortable asking if there's an unsecured gun in the house. And people will say to us, oh, that's too difficult. And what we always say to them is, what is more difficult? Learning how to ask that question, or getting a phone call or a visit from a policeman saying, I have some really bad news. All right? And then the R in SMART is recognize the role of guns in suicide. And the last one, what we're doing here now, is to tell everybody you know to be smart. So please tell everybody who you know what you learned tonight. And we can't thank the mayor and the council enough for having us. I think this is our 8th year here, I think. Yes. So thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to...
Okay.
Okay, so next up will be public comment. please, everyone who may not have, sign up front. You'll have a number, and when it's your turn, please come forward. The council is asking that you try to take 2 minutes, if at all possible. We will allow up to 3. We are trying to make sure that everyone that wants to be heard has an opportunity to do so. So when you get up, please, if you'd give us your first and last name, we'd very much appreciate that, and we welcome you here. We're happy to hear and listen. So who's first, please? First guest.
We start with number 2.
We're starting with number 2.
Can you hear me? There we go. Good evening. I wish
Good
this thing
evening.
wish this was a little taller. Darren Siddons, 75 Montclair Avenue.
I can't hear.
I'm here on behalf of...
I can't hear that well. It's green? Your
Yeah, it's
light is
green, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I got to shrink. I think it's happening as I get older. Anyway, I just wanted to, I'm here for the Clary Anderson Ice Association. And we've been here, many meetings. This is Scott Gibson, who's also a trustee at the Clary Anderson Ice Association. We wanted to, first of all, thank the town council for the efforts that they've been making over the last little while to try to keep the arena open. So thank you very much. I know that you've been working hard at selecting a new arena manager, and that selection's happened. I'm not sure when that contract would go through. Obviously, we all know that there's timing issues with regards to the clubs that are going to be issuing ice time for next year. So we're hoping that happens rather quickly, so people can be secure and know that they're going to have a place for their children to play next year. And secondly, I want to also thank you for trying to create an innovative solution for the management of the oversight of the arena itself by proposing a first reading for an ordinance to create a utility. This is obviously the first thing we've all heard about it. We saw the ordinance and have read the ordinance. Obviously, there's some questions with regards to that and how that would be executed, what the oversight would be, how Clary Anderson Ice Association can donate to that utility, et cetera. So we're looking forward to continuing conversations and a bright future for the arena. So I think that we've got a chance to keep this thing alive, and it's going to make a lot of people happy. So I wanted to thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Your number.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Joe Borak, 10 Valley Place. Reason I'm up here is there's a little bit of history in the request for weekend service from New Jersey Transit. A couple of things quickly to touch upon. Right, their budgetary constraints are real. They need rolling stock, train crews, tunnel slots, which is very important, which is a current problem. The reason for the weekend service that we have now every 2 hours is because there used to be a committee in town for transportation. Through some manipulations, we were able to find, particularly this one gentleman, Jack May, that train that was on a layover was able to come up to Montclair, make its return trip without missing its connections or tunnel slots. That's the reason you have it now. It is important that you keep a committee involved in transportation. We had one, it was very good. It was morphed into other things, and eventually I don't know what happened to it. The other thing I want to talk about is how is additional trains on the weekend going to impact our quiet zone risk threshold? Now, some of you may have never heard this, but this is the whole basis for the quiet zone. You need to get a committee to keep up with this before we get blindsided and risk losing that. All right, the other things are basically to keep involved. If you want weekend service, you better start talking to your ambulance, your fire, and your police services, which can get caught up in traffic jams. You've seen these traffic jams during the weekday when 2 blocks around a particular station, let's take Bellevue, are blocked by the train. And all the ensuing traffic beyond that, and the fire engine cannot get out of the firehouse. Right? As far as bus service, we lost the camp. That was a private service. It was vital to this township. We've lost that. Don't look to New Jersey to replace bus service to something that's going to compete with their rail service and siphon off probable passengers. You need to get a committee to start looking at all these things before you go running to New Jersey Transit saying, hey, we want weekend service. The other thing I'll leave you with is tunnel slots. Until the Gateway project is completed, where there's another tunnel aperture into Manhattan, you will not get any other township to give up its slots on weekends. And when the Gateway project does start to come to fruition, you need a committee that is ready to deal with New Jersey Transit over all the other towns that are going to compete for those extra slots.
Good, thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi, my name is Marilee Irvin. I live at 318 Park Street. My husband and I live at 318 Park Street. We recently received a violation warning that our sidewalk is out of code.
Mm-hmm.
The town caused the problem because we are out of code because the township planted a tree between our sidewalk and the road. And the roots have caused 2 slabs of the sidewalk to raise up. Therefore, we feel that since the township caused the problem, the township should fix the problem. Mm-hmm. I have contacted several of you, and I am optimistic that an amendment will be made that will address this problem. However, this is going to take time, and there is a deadline approaching on our violation warning that says that we have been threatened with a summons for a mandatory court appearance and possible penalty assessment. Please tell me what I should do. Can somebody tell me what I should do? Because the deadline's coming.
Council Williams? Manager Marks?
I could talk to you offline about your option. I could talk to you offline about your options.
What should I do?
I could talk to you offline about your options.
Offline? How do I meet with you offline?
I'll give you my card. Call me. I'll call you.
There is a committee that is looking into that, just so you guys understand. Her particular incident is time sensitive, and we ask our manager to help us since this is something very time sensitive. That does not mean that nothing else is going to be going on to try to help us resolve this matter. We recognize that there's an issue, and we are in the process of trying to figure out what we're going to do. Next guest, please.
Hello, and I'm Ricky Beal from Hawthorne
Good evening.
Place. And first I will tell the council thank you for all the work you're doing, all the service you're doing to the town. Thank you for that. I am a senior, obviously, and I'm in touch with all the seniors in town through the various organizations, the Mill, Lifelong Montclair, AIM, MGAP, Wally Choice. I go there often, I meet all the people, and I'm aware of what's going on in the senior community. we discovered that there is many seniors in town who are very lonely and who need to pull themselves together to do something to be more active in their lives. So a few of us started a music group, and we invited seniors who can play or sing or appreciate music to get in touch. And maybe we could start working together and getting small jam sessions or chorus and so forth. And there was a lot of interest. So now we have started, we have about 13, 14 members who are ready to play and sing right now. But we don't have any place to practice. And we were hoping that our senior center would have a couple of rooms available by now. And this is why I'm here, because it's budget time, and I'm hoping that you will pay attention to this senior center on South Fullerton and provide some facilities for us that we can use, because there's a lot of need for this. And seniors are becoming very frustrated that we cannot use that premises which has been promised to us a year or more ago. So that's bottom line. I'm appealing to you to pay some attention to that and try to get at least some of that center up working so we can use it. People are out there really needing it. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming. Next guest, please.
My name is Claire Ciliata. I live at 279 Park Street. I also got one of these notices. So I'm going to say this very quickly. First of all, there was no prior notice. Most people getting this notice were scared out of their pants. Mm-hmm. You all could have sent everyone in this town a notice saying that this program, which has been in effect since 1994, I think, was going to be reactivated since nothing was done during COVID, as I understand it. That didn't happen. Secondly, there seems to be no plan in how you are doing this. I have sent in pictures. My egregious thing is 1/5 of an inch instead of 1/4 of an inch. Okay? And I'm being told that I have to replace the whole thing, that there's no alternative. I am the daughter of a mason. I've been around cement my whole life. You can grind that down, not smooth it down, grind it down, make it level, and it'll cost you maybe $100. The woman up the block just spent $2,500 for pretty much the same thing. Yep. Number 3, where did the 1/4 of an inch come from? Give me statistics of how many people have broken their leg, killed themselves, fallen, and hurt themselves in this city. I understand it's a federal rule, but I have the same question for the feds. Where did you get a 1/4 of an inch? I don't know. The third is that there's no mention of aid. You're asking people to do this in 8 weeks. There's not a scintilla coming from all of you about how to help seniors and the poorest among us. Nothing. Where do you think people come up with $2,500? And as I said, there's no alternative choice except replace. Then you have one person, I understand, one person going through the town. Pick the most egregious problems first. Get them fixed, the ones that can really hurt people. Not a 1/4 of an inch, a 1/2 an inch, the ones that are like this and cracked and broken. But that doesn't seem to be happening. And the last thing I have to say is that this town chose to put curbs in that can kill people because they look pretty. What about the ADA for those curbs? Those are Belgian blocks. They have gaps between them. They're rough to stand on. And if you're old and elderly and you get out of your car or someone's helping you out on that side, you can injure yourself. So should we hold the city accountable for that? Mm-hmm. Should you be responsible for fixing every one of those. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hello. I'm Gerald Fierce, 259 Park. I actually was coming to this to help support aging in Montclair, and I've lived in Montclair for 55 years. And I came to Montclair when my theater company was invited to move to Montclair by a group of citizens, a mixture of young professionals, Bob Alcorn, Warren Ross, Hal Rabner, and individuals from families whom I've always affectionately called Old Montclair: Carolyn Schumann, Connie Sayer, Barbara Malcolm, Janet Gary, and others. They saw a growing tide of empty storefronts and white flight threatening the stability of this town, and they believed that a community of artists settling in Montclair and working on Bloomfield Avenue would become an anchor, not only for the business district, but for the identity and future of the town. And when I see Warren Ross, who is now on the board of Montclair Film, we always give ourselves credit for how our work did become the foundation for today's Montclair. We understood that community and diversity was and should be the identity of this town. And in those days, I was able to buy a house for $35,000. And my mortgage was $160 a month. And today I'm nearly 80. And during COVID, I lost both my wife and son. And I'm often asked, why don't you sell your house? I mean, you can make $1 million. But where am I to go? Staying in Montclair is worth more than $1 million. I may have lost my family, but my community is my family. My neighbor who says it's my birthday, come and have dinner with my family. My neighbor who calls and asks, do you have plans for Easter dinner? My neighbor who comes to walk dogs with me every day at 5 p.m. Danny, the dry cleaner across the street who has a photo of me and my granddaughter on his shelf. Kevin and Suzanne and Cheryl and Mary Ann, the plaza merchants who keep dog biscuits for me when we stop in to chat on our strolls. They aren't acquaintances. They are the constants who share and witness the ups and downs and days of our life. And they wonder if they haven't seen me, and they come into my living room for a Christmas celebration, and they held me when I cried for loss. And I hope I also add to their lives. Community is the foundation of Montclair. And I've been told that 25% of the population in town are people like me who want to age in place. But I have to say, and we've heard this already, it's difficult to understand the council's actions when we receive a letter telling us to repair a sidewalk within 45 days. And I don't know how rich you are, but coming up with $5,000 in 45 days is not an easy task for me. That's right. Nor is the lack of communication, which doesn't give clear explanation of what has to be repaired, or easy access to inspection when the inspector is out of the office the week the letters arrive, or how to get a contractor when more than 170 other houses are calling the same reliable companies, or how to get an extension, or how long an extension can be. And omissions and actions like these are callous and unthinking fallbacks to a rule book formula without thought of community and inclusion. Now, there are trees in Westfield and Ridgewood, and there are lovely houses at Summit and Madison, and there are restaurants in Rutherford, and they all have better bus and train service. No, Montclair is community, a diversity of people of all ages and incomes, and your actions were damaging. People, not high-rises, on Bloomfield Avenue are the identity of this community.
Thank you
And
very
I'm
much
asking
for
you
coming.
to support the future of the town.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Tell
it.
that
The buzzer
story.
went off quite a
Not a
bit
letter-
ago, but
a
I was
letter
kind enough
without
to let you go
explanation.
beyond
Thank
the
you.
time.
Next guest, please.
William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue. I'm also a member of the Montclair Housing Commission. I'm also a member and chair of the Montclair NAACP, and also a, let me see what else I want to throw out there, a resident, and I can relate to what the gentleman just said. I've been in this town all my life, 75 years. Living in Montclair, to me, is irreplaceable. I would not even consider moving somewhere else. And I get the same offers. Do you want to sell your house for $1 million, this, that, and the other? I've got my children, my grandchildren here, so I'm committed. Hopefully I can squeeze out a few more years. Okay. But my purpose, and I don't want to cut myself short, I support the housing element and fair share plan for the Township of Montclair for 2025 to 2035. Quickly, the inclusionary zoning ordinance, I think it should be amended to increase the affordable housing set aside to 25% for any development application requiring a use variance, which is a D variance, which is a major variance in their development. I also think we should amend that ordinance to set aside 15% of the newly developed housing for people with special needs. Okay.
That's in there also.
I also support the requirement for houses of worship to be, the ordinance to be revised to support houses of houses of worship as a permitted use, conditional use in all districts. That's all residential zones in the Township of Montclair. Okay. And that is very important because from a Fourth Ward standpoint, where I've lived all my life, we have supported supportive housing, senior housing, veterans housing, people with disabilities, and the Fourth Ward. We have set an example, so there's no reason why every single zone in the Township of Montclair, from ROA and RO, and all the residential zones should have the same requirements to support all supportive housing, special needs housing in their wards. Anything short of that would be considered as, if you want to maintain the character of your neighborhood, it should be inclusive, not exclusive.
That's right.
Okay. One additional item in the plan was a chart which absolutely points out all the permitted uses that are in all zones, residential zones in the Township of Montclair. That clarification should have taken place many, many years ago. There was an assumption that certain types of housing was not allowed in certain zones in the Township of Montclair. This chart on page 49 clearly states every permitted use in every residential zone for every type of housing, and that will be a very good direction for people who want to do development in the Township of Montclair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Number 9.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Reverend John Rogers, and I'm here to speak in support of Yes in God's Backyard, Affordable Housing Resolution Number 5. I'm one of the pastors of First Congregational Church of Montclair, and I'm also a lifelong resident of this town and a product of our public schools, Nishawane, Hillside, Glenfield, and MHS class of 2007. When my classmates visit our community, they tell me that our town has changed. They do not see the same economic and ethnic diversity that has made our town so special. Having dedicated my life to this community, my first instinct is to defend Montclair. However, over the last decade or so, that is getting more and more difficult.
That's right.
Not only do my friends, many of whom are in the helping professions, not have the resources to return to their hometown, but I've witnessed an exodus from Montclair from within our church and our church youth group. Most recently, one family who lived and served in Montclair for 3 generations had to move out because they didn't have an affordable place to live. We need to prioritize people. We need to prioritize what once made Montclair such a special town. We have decades of the trend moving in the wrong direction, and I challenge this town to help put us back on track. I am here tonight to call on Montclair to live into the values that have bound us together for generations. In March, my wife and I welcomed our first child, Lily, into the world.
Amen.
I ask as a resident of Montclair so that my daughter can be shaped and blessed by the diversity of this community. And I ask as a pastor so that our communities of faith can live into our calling to care for the most vulnerable amongst us. When the planning board voted unanimously for yes in God's backyard, it was a sign that we are moving in the right direction. Let's stay the course.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Number 10.
How are you? Good to see you. My name's Beth Albert, and I live at 219 Montclair Avenue. And I'm piggybacking on what the previous speaker spoke so eloquently about the sidewalk issue. I just needed clarity. I live on a street where we had some major trees come down in this last storm and did major damage. I've been calling the town since the microburst to have a town tree looked at, and it hasn't happened. So you know how long ago that has.
Wow.
After Sandy, after windstorms, huge branches have come down. The tree somehow has survived, even though if you look at it, it has a hole going through the bottom, so I know it's going to come down at some point, and it has caused damage to the sidewalk. So I'd like to know, will the tree be taken care of first by the town through my numerous calls, photos, trying to get this addressed? Because it makes no sense for me to fix the sidewalk when the tree is still there, which will continue to cause damage. So I know you can't answer that question here, but before this tree does damage to property, and we have little children on the street, I'm really, really scared that something's going to happen. And I'm sure you have many trees that you need to look at, but I don't know if there's a list that we should be on, whether trees will be considered before we get summonses. So it's just something for you to think about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Beth, your contact information is on the page, yes?
Yeah, thank you.
Next guest, please.
Hi, my name is Willie Walker.
Willie.
And I'm here on the behalf of the seniors at South End Gardens, 340 Orange Road, Montclair. Okay, you have a senior bus. The senior bus new thing is that we as seniors, we go to the grocery store, but we can't get water. We can't put water on the bus. So how are we supposed to bring the water back home? Okay, that is unheard of. Essex County has new people have this company now. Okay, they're making rules that hurt the seniors. Okay, we can't put our groceries on the floor in the van anymore. We have to put them on the chair. But if the bus is full of people on the chair, where are we gonna put our groceries? Okay, some of us go shopping when they get their food stamps. By the time they get their food stamps, they're totally out of food. So they need to go and get a lot of groceries. And some of that is water. So can you find out for us, why can't we bring water on the van anymore? Thank you.
May I?
I will. Willie, I'll take care of that for you, Willie, and get back to you. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
may I?
Oh.
Address her? Yeah, sure. Ms. Walker?
Number 12.
Ms. Walker, Ms. Walker, I'll email you tomorrow. I've been in conversations with Judy Hurley. She's back there. We've been talking about trying to get some more services for the seniors in the 4th Ward, so I'm aware. And thank you.
And by the way, she said fourth ward, we kind of would like a supermarket market.
Yeah.
Second and third ward has a supermarket.
Thank you, Willie.
Third ward, we need a supermarket.
Thank
you,
you,
Ms.
Willie.
Walker.
Next guest, please.
Hello, Mayor, Council.
Good
My name's
evening.
Ken Lillian. I've been here 3 or 4 times in support of Clary Anderson Arena.
Yep.
Actually, I just wanted to come tonight. My club youth hockey program has over 160 families, many of them from Montclair, as I've told you before, and have been part of Clary Anderson for 13 years. Really, I just stopped by that they've been aware of the news of the work that you guys have done in support of the arena. I know it's been controversial, and I know it's not an easy fix, but that you guys have supported it and taken the first steps forward to getting it back running for next season is huge. I know that it's very important to the high schools as well, as I also coach a high school program. We are definitely getting close to the deadline of scheduling for next year for the high schools and for everybody else. But I do really just want to thank you for your support and your hard work on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Number 13.
How are you, Reb?
Okay. Good evening, councils, members, and neighbors. My name is Reverend Kay Dubuisson, and I serve at St. Mark's United Methodist Church, now called The Mark, in Montclair. Though I've lived here in Montclair for 3 years, this town has become home for me. In that short time, I've come to love its rich diversity, culture, and most of all, the people. In my brief tenure, I've had the privilege of walking alongside families, youth, and seniors through life's most vulnerable and joyful moments. Mm-hmm. And I've seen firsthand the beauty of this community and the barriers that still exist. One of those barriers is access to affordable housing. Mm-hmm. At The Mark, we partner with MESH to provide shelter at the church fellowship hall for our houseless neighbors during the coldest winter months. I wish I could tell you those nights are rare, but they're not. Every time we open our doors, we are reminded that housing and security isn't an abstract issue. It's a Montclair issue. It's affecting people who live, work, serve, and attend school in this town. I remember a man who came in to attend Sunday service, quiet, tired, and unsure. After the service in the fellowship hall, when we had some food, he shared to me that he had been ill and recently lost his job, his housing, and was sleeping in the street. All he wanted was a place to warm up and be treated like a human being. That night, we gave him warmth, a meal, and a listening ear, but he truly needed a home. That's why I'm here tonight, to urge you to expand affordable housing in Montclair, because what we do for the least of these reflects who we are as people.
Amen, sis.
Housing is not a privilege. It's a basic human right.
Yes.
And for a town that prides itself I lost my way, but I'm getting there. That prides itself in diversity, of inclusion and progress and compassion, this is now the moment to live into those values. I know 3 years might not sound like a long time, but sometimes it takes fresh eyes to see what longtime residents have grown used to. And what I've seen is this: Montclair is a town with hearts, I know that you care. I know you can act. And I believe we have what it takes to create real lasting change. The Mark and other housing of worships are ready for this task. Let us be kind of town that leads, not just with our words, but with our will. Let us say yes to housing solutions that affirm the dignity of every neighbors.
Amen.
Thank you for
Yes,
your time.
sister. Next guest, please. Next guest, please.
Let me put my glasses on.
Hey, Ricky.
Hi there, Madam Mayor and
Hi there.
Council.
Ricky.
The last time I was here was after a newspaper notice was put out about
Your house.
the funeral home, which I own and has been established here in this town for 75 years. We are the last African-American funeral home left in the town. I wrote a letter. I have CC'd the mayor as well as my 4th Ward councilwoman, Ms. Toller, to Ms. Janice Talley. I see that the funeral home has not been taken out of the 66-page affordable housing. I didn't know, as I said before, that death could be obsolete. So, my name is Rochelle B. Williams. I'm the owner of Martin's Home for Service, the funeral home located at 48 Elm Street. And at your last planning board, I addressed Ms. Talley publicly regarding my property listed in the Montclair Local as one of the properties addressed in the written presentation for the part of the 66-page affordable housing proposition. When I addressed Ms. Talley in the public meeting and asked where she got this information, she told me it was from me. I never have ever met Mrs. Talley or Ms. Talley. But I did not want to make any issue out of this. So therefore, I sat down, I addressed my attorney about this. He told me to write a letter, which is what I have done to copy the 2 folks that I have already mentioned. The property, I asked a realtor that I was dealing with to find out what could be done. I don't only own the funeral home, I own my perimeter. So therefore, it had nothing to do with the funeral home that she took upon herself. So the realtor asked what the property was worth, and he's going to be reaching out to her, but I'm still in this paperwork. I would like to be removed. The funeral home is not for sale. He did this in confidentiality with her, and it seemed as though I was just a sidebar and wasn't given the respect to be contacted. There are many people on this dais right here that I have buried in their family. I don't take this as a joke, and I'll be right off too soon. So I'm asking for your help to be removed from this 66-page presentation that she's making on the behalf of the town to make the funeral home affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please. This is
Good evening. Suzanne Atman, Chair of the Montclair Environmental Commission. I want to first welcome the manager. Haven't been able to connect with you. It's wonderful to have you. Thank you to council. I see firsthand how hard you all work and how deeply you care about this town. So thank you. On behalf of the Environmental Commission and our precious environment, I want to thank you for considering the ordinance to formally prohibit the use of toxic synthetic pesticides on township-owned land and reinforcing our commitment to organic land care management and protecting our human health. Special thank you to Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Birmingham for your leadership and great input on this. This ordinance is a codification of the pesticide-free practices that Director Ashley and the Department of Community Services already engages in. We should recognize and thank them for these excellent practices, protecting our environment and public health. They have proven that we can have aesthetically pleasing lush fields, lawns, and open spaces without the use of synthetic chemicals. Just go look at Yantica, Edgemont, etc. I don't know if I thought Mr. Ashley was here, so thank you. We should recognize, at the same time, we learned that a formal policy and process was needed to ensure there was no room for misinterpretation around Montclair's pesticide-free intentions. With something so important, toxins and poisons that are negatively impacting our ecosystems, public health, and pet health, we should be crystal clear as to our policy and practices. Luckily for Montclair, it is easy since this aligns with our values and practices. Staff members, council members, internal stakeholders, and external experts were part of the ordinance drafting, and we reviewed other environmentally responsible town policies as well. While the goal of this ordinance is to keep poisons out of our public outdoor spaces altogether, a rigorous exception and objective review process is included in the rare case that pesticides are requested to solve an ecological problem that could not be otherwise resolved. If passed, you can also be proud that Montclair is again leading the way in the environment. There are only a handful of towns, and I believe only one in New Jersey with such a strong ordinance. We're hopeful that others will follow suit for the health of our broader community and ecosystem. This ordinance and our town's practices are also a role model, or can be a role model for community members who are still not sure that the use of pesticides in their yards could be hazardous to birds, bees, and other beneficial insects, not to mention their dogs and family. Those who still use these chemicals may not realize that they can have an aesthetically beautiful yard without them. They may not realize the negative ecological and public health impact that chemical mosquito spraying can have on pollinators and wildlife, and that there are safer alternatives. We plan to do some follow-up education outreach after this. Thanks again. This is a win-win for the environment and for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Number 16.
This would be number 17. Oh, number 16 again.
Hello, my name is Edward Peralta. I own Powerhouse Tattoo, 545 Bloomfield Avenue. I started working here in Montclair in 2002. I went on to buy the shop from my old boss in 2010. So I've been part of this community for a long time. My shop has been here since 1991. Recently, we've been having some issues. Usually, I'm a little quiet about things that happen in the town, being that we're a tattoo shop. Sometimes people don't like that. I've been here before to warn about the town growing and there being limited services. The last time I was here, I was vilified as wanting to have a monopoly. I'm here with for a different situation, and that being the homeless situation that's happening in town. And I'm talking about directly what's affecting us as the merchants on Bloomfield Avenue on the block between Park and Midland. Now, since I've been here, there's been many places that feed the homeless, and we're all for it. We're not against it. Tony's Kitchen has been here for a long time. The Salvation Army has been helping people for a long time. A lot of the churches in town feed the homeless. A couple of years ago, MESH started a program. They started working out of the old office on Bloomfield Avenue, just a block up from us. And we never had any issues until recently, It's come to my attention that people have been bussed in from other towns to be fed by mesh. And this comes back to what I brought up before, is that the town is growing. There's more people. There's more things going on. But the services are limited. So there is no one taking care of people that need mental health that are on my block, that on a busy weekend are harassing people that could be customers, you know? So I wanted to address these issues. My first question is, I'm aware that Mesh has a certificate of occupancy, but do they have a certificate of appropriateness? When I first bought the shop, when I wanted to put up a sign in my window, I had to come to the town, wait for the town to approve it. I had to wait 6 months in order for me to do this. Things go on I remember one of my neighbors in 2018 had a business called Derriere. He went through that entire process. And after he was approved, then he spent tons of money on putting up his branding. He had to take it all down because one of the members of this town opposed to it after it had been approved by the city. My question is, why wasn't this brought up to us who are the neighbors of Mesh? Like, hey, this is going on right where you guys make your money, right where you guys go to work. This is going on. We're doing this. We're bringing in homeless people. We're bringing in people with mental issues. And we're in a situation where there's nobody taking care of it. Just recently, we went to 2 meetings, one for the bid, one with the police department, and we were told that there's going to be more of a presence. But this presence is only during the week.
Thank you very much.
Not on the weekends.
I appreciate you coming. Your time has been up for a couple of minutes now.
Okay. Well,
Thank you. We hear you.
all right. Can I just kind of just go through a few points real quick?
No, if you have a few points, we'd be
Yeah.
happy to hear. I'll be in the
Okay.
office tomorrow, or you can email us, or if you'd like to come
Can
by.
I just say them real quick?
No, thank you, though. I appreciate you for coming. I gave you a little bit of time. Other people are signed up to speak, and we'd like to hear from everyone. Thank you. Next person, please.
Good evening, Sarah Avery. I'm a Montclair resident.
Good evening.
I read through the 4th round housing element report, and as Councilor Toller noted, there are misstatements and factually incorrect data and information. For example, on page 17, table 14, the unit detail of 11 does not agree with the total of 16. On page 18, redevelopments to date have never included more than 10% affordable. Including a range up to 20% is misleading. Table 15, the unit detail of 90, does not agree with the total of 95. The Alistair is listed with 17 affordable units, but the detail only includes 12 units. 59 Church Street is an abandoned project under foreclosure. The 8 units should not be counted. Page 19, the township is not invoicing Home Corps for real estate taxes on a portion of 1 Woodland, 55 Glenridge Avenue, or 18 Miller. See page 54 reference. The properties are not exempt. Page 21, table 21, lists the Muse with 20 affordable units, but a search of the county website reveals only 4 units with deed restrictions. See also page 41, table 29, listing the units as having extension of controls. If this is correct, why aren't the deeds restricted? Page 32 lists 14 Miller Street as acquired by the town to sell or lease to a nonprofit. The report fails to disclose that the property was acquired from Home Corps. The town has done nothing with the property in the past year and a half. Also see page 53, where 14 Miller is now being counted as new units. Page 39, table 27, lists single and multifamily properties that were beneficiaries of the failed and short-lived home renovation program. As previously reported, the trust funds paid for ineligible repairs and repairs on a commercial property that is not eligible. No efforts have been made to claw back these funds. On top of that, the program administrator engages in price gouging. Page 40, Table 28, lists 53 Mission Street, which was sold in December 2024 and per the county website has no deed restriction. Page 54 states the township paid Home Corps $410,000 from the trust fund when they were actually paid, according to the township's own reports, over $1 million, including the purchase of 14 Miller. I have observed that the affordable housing program is rife with errors, indicating lack of oversight and monitoring. It has been proven time and again that oversight failures often result in fraud and corruption, which fosters inequity and sustainability. I urge you to correct the plan before voting to approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, yes.
Hey, Mayor, Council, Scott Gibson, Clary Anderson Arena Association. How are you?
Good evening.
I just wanted to thank you, first of all, for everybody kind of coming together and getting ready to save Clary and improve it. When you're going to speak on the utility tonight, if you could give a little explanation as to how it's going to be funded and how it's going to be populated in terms of, the governance of it, who's going to be in the utility would just be up. And also the other thing is that, you can take advantage of us because we've got, people willing to help get things done. So you don't have to have the onus on yourself to organize the utility or get a whole bunch of stuff done for Clary. Call on us. We're there. We got a lot of volunteers, a lot of people who've experienced with building rinks, experience managing rinks. And Ken Lillian's here. He's the coach of the Wolves, and Coach Smith is here, the high school coach. And it's very important that we get this stuff moving quickly because they do have the scheduled ice time. If they can't schedule the ice, then the whole hockey seasons are gone for all these teams. And so, ask us, and we'll help you and we'll get the stuff done. And one thing, everybody's had these problems here, the very common problems, affordable housing, trains, stuff like that. There's an organization in the United States called Strong Towns. I don't know if anybody's heard of that. Now that's, we can call on those people. They come in, they give lectures on how to organize things and how to do proper management of cities and infrastructure. They go for affordable housing, all kinds of stuff like that. We leverage that knowledge. We can get a lot of stuff done with those guys. Okay? Thank you again for your help.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville and council members.
Good evening.
I'm Jeffrey Robert Grayson, and I'm a lifelong resident of Montclair. Whenever you attend a large gathering in Montclair, whether it's Memorial Day, 4th of July Parade, the African American Heritage Festival, the Pride Festival, the Jazz Festival, or the Montclair Film Festival, whenever someone has a microphone in their hand, the words Montclair and diversity will be heard in the same sentence. These words probably resonate more deeply to those of us born and raised here because our character and personality were shaped by the atmosphere that it helped us to form friendships and cross cultural and racial barriers. Mm-hmm. It helped us to recognize the moral and ethical value of building bridges and tearing down walls while still maintaining pride in our individual heritage. This is not to suggest that Montclair was immune to societal problems, but they paled in comparison to what we witnessed in other parts of the country. America in 2025 is changing. The current administration seems determined to force some kind of psychological segregation and authoritarian rule. Civil rights and human rights are being violated. Freedom of speech and the right to protest are being restricted. Minority communities are being marginalized. School districts are being threatened if they teach Black history and critical race theory. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are seen as reverse discrimination against white people. Mm-hmm. This past week, Montclair was identified as a sanctuary jurisdiction by the Department of Homeland Security. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem stated that These sanctuary city politicians are endangering America's laws and law enforcement in order to protect violent, illegal aliens. These words make you wonder how Montclair ended up on this list. The diversity, equity, and inclusion that Montclair prides itself on and promotes to get people to move here is seen as an affront to the Trump administration, even as gentrification diminishes the diversity that gave Montclair the reputation in the first place. All of this brings to mind the question of how many of Montclair's elected officials actually support the vision of the Trump administration while shielding themselves behind Montclair's banner of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Does that support determine the projects that you vote for and against? Does that support create a conflict of interest when it comes to the concerns of Montclair's African American community, and should you recuse yourself from such matters? If ICE were to roll up in here tonight, would you be a unified council, or would the cracks that have been visible since day one grow even wider? This is a defining moment for this council, and whether you decide to stand united or remain divided. As for me and my house, I put my faith in the Lord, for he will not forsake the prayers of the righteous, and he will carry us through this current storm. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name's Helen Lippman. I live at 61 South Fullerton Avenue. So as my shirt indicates, I'm here to talk about YIGB, yes, in God's backyard. I guess my comments are going to apply to affordable housing on all levels, but I'm going to talk specifically about this. So I've lived here almost 30 years, and a big part of the reason I wanted to move to Montclair was it's known for its diversity, both racial and economic diversity. And it was such a kind of unique place, and I've loved it. I've lived other places, but I grew up in Newark, and I love that. But I love living here. I don't want to move. But the changes I've seen threaten, I feel like it, first of all, I just want to say we were very excited that the planning board unanimously approved this resolution to allow housing in congregation space. But I just want to promote this, and part of the reason I feel like I've seen changes in town. I mean, everybody's been saying that in a way, but in recent years, so I retired like more than 10 years ago, and I walk around town a lot, and in recent years particularly, there's always somebody seeking food, seeking money, I live in downtown Montclair, and I love living there, but I feel like unless we can promote, again, people are saying the same thing, I'm just going to repeat it though, if we fail to consider that and allow various means of affordable housing, starting with, I guess, the congregation space, we're going to become one of these gentrified kind of run-of-the-mill suburbs. We're not going to be a place where people are seek to move because of its differences, because of its not just caring for people, but the diverse, yes, and it hasn't been perfect, and people have been making these comments, but I just want to say, in order to preserve one of Montclair's big strengths, I feel like we have to move forward with finding ways to house people who can't afford or having trouble affording to live here. We want to keep our diversity, to keep our town, our suburb, city, whatever, what it's been great for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council people. My name is Bill Barron. I live at 98 Gordonhurst Avenue. I wanted to address the budget today. In previous life, when I used to work, I managed a unit that oversaw an $800 million budget for the MTA for the Department of Buses there. And the budget process that I've seen here, speak up, is this better? Yeah. The budget process that I've seen here has a couple of holes that may be governed or required by the state forms that I see you use. But I just want to point them out and see if maybe in the future we can improve that. The first thing that I noticed is that the only information presented on the budget is last year's budget and this year's budget. There's no information at all provided as to what the actual expenditures were for each category in the previous year. How can you determine what your budget should be if you don't know what you spent on that particular item in the previous year? It should be obvious. People are shaking their heads. Yes, I'm sure all of you have done budgets before, and this should be standard procedure. The other thing that I found missing was the lack of any key performance indicators for the departments that indicated what their, how to measure their efficiency, how to measure their performance, what are the key indicators that say that they're doing their job. At the previous hearing that the police and the fire came, Eileen had to ask questions. How many incidents did you report on, or did you cover? All that should be part of the budget process, should be part of the information that's given to you as council people and to us as the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
23.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Marks. We haven't met before. Good evening. I'm Kathleen Bennett, and I'm the chairperson of the Montclair Historic Preservation Commission. And tonight I'm here to respectfully request that you stop the work at Watchung Plaza Park. The park is located in a historic district. It was designated in 2012. And just to pull out a bit of what is listed in this report, the Watchung Plaza Historic Business District includes the Watchung Avenue Station, the Watchung Plaza Park, and Watchung Park, and commercial properties on Watchung Avenue, Watchung Plaza, and Fairfield Street. The district is historically significant as an early 20th century neighborhood, shopping area, and transportation center, and for the notable role that local citizens organized as the Watchung Improvement Association assumed in its planning and development. The district has additional significance in the area of architecture for its English cottage-style commercial buildings and for association with architects Clifford C. Wenhack and Arthur Ramhurst, which were both local architects and practiced many buildings in town. The district's two major landscape features, Watchung Plaza Park and Watchung Park, are significant elements of the district, establishing entry points into Watchung Avenue Station. The parks are as integral to the overall design, feeling, and association of the district as the commercial architecture that lines its streets. In summary, the Watchung Plaza Historic Business District's integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association remains high. As a group, the district's buildings and landscape features convey the significance historical associations of the district as a planned neighborhood shopping center serving commuters on the Erie Railroad and the surrounding area from the early 20th century to the present. Now, I wasn't aware that the renovations going on at the park included what was going on in the park, because when you approved the budget item in February, I believe, I knew that there was, there's been a long problem with the lighting and the traffic circulation at the head of the park. I assumed that was what this money was going towards. However, when the Montclair local article came out last week, it really raised alarms. And so I'd like to know, looking at this new plan, which is posted on the fence and also in this Montclair local article, one can see that there are no particulars to the furniture, the type of pavers, the new benches, the type of gazebo, and very important, the landscape. That's who knows what's going to go in there. So I'd like to know who actually looked at this plan and who approved it. I've been trying to get in touch with Mr. Austin. He hasn't gotten back to me. I know it came from Community Services. So I ask you again respectfully to let us review what is going on in the park and give you our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ray Riga, and I'm a local entrepreneur. And I live in the 1st Ward, and I'm starting a business in the 4th Ward. And my company is the fully licensed cannabis manufacturer called Tlehl, T-L-E-H-L. And we have a triple bottom line mission, which means that we have a focus on people, planet, and profit. And the vision there is to have renewable energy and climate resilience being both keystones of our operation. We're just about to start our build out, and at this time I don't have the budget to go full blast on all this. For example, a perfect example is heat pumps for HVAC versus a natural gas powered units on my commercial light industrial facility. So I'm planning to come back and retrofit that. And that's why I want to talk today about a program called Garden State CPACE. CPACE stands for Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy. And it's a program that was approved by the N.J.S.A at the end of 2024. It's financing for renewable energy, energy efficiency, water conservation, and certain resiliency improvements in commercial and industrial properties. And it's repaid via special assessment, like a sewer charge. And it can cover up to 100% of project costs on a repayment term of 30 years. So this is a much more attractive financing option, especially for my company in the cannabis industry, where many other financing options are not available. But it is available to us. But municipalities must opt in. All that we have to do in Montclair is to opt in and then collect and remit those payments. There's never any money outlay from the municipality. And in fact, the town can recoup up to $1,250 per project per year for administrative costs. This is new to New Jersey, but it's been around for over a decade, and it's active in over 30 states. And almost $10 billion have been invested through this program on over 3,600 commercial projects, making more than 120,000 job hours created. And Montclair has a climate action plan, and Garden State CPACE will be an economic development tool for the municipalities because energy upgrades create a more competitive environment for retaining and attracting new businesses, lowering energy costs, reducing greenhouse gases and other pollutants, creating construction jobs, and possibly also creating permanent jobs. Specifically, this is for energy efficiency, renewable energy systems, EV charging infrastructure, energy storage, water conservation, hurricane resistance construction, flood resistant construction, etc. So please consider opting in. The opt-in ordinance and program agreement are already available from the EDA. So it's a very light lift that I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please. Application available.
Hi there, my name is Ann LaPelle. I live at 10 Crestmont Road, and I've been here before. I am a founding member of the Montclair Gateway to Aging in Place and a founding member of the Montclair Collective for Modern Aging, Lifelong Montclair Collective for Modern Aging. I'm here because you've heard about the word that is resonating, diversity. We are priding ourselves on economic diversity, racial diversity, and I'm advocating for age diversity. For that reason, we support the Fair Share Housing Plan for 2025. We are very happy that the people from the Clary Anderson Arena have been able to come to resolution on their advocacy. I want to understand from you guys how fast this came about compared to the senior center. We've been trying to get a senior center since 2008. We realize that you have to do due diligence. We celebrated in March of 2024 a resolution, an ordinance establishing a senior center. But here we are in May 2025, and there's been a pause in the construction of the senior center. We've been given no information and no timetable. We're not demanding, but we really want to be part of the conversation. In fact, we formed an organization, a nonprofit organization, called The Collective, in which the township and the seniors of Montclair are supposed to sit down at the table together. The Collective is there to help solve problems and leverage the energy of the seniors of Montclair to get something done. So I am urging you, age diversity means that you understand we pay taxes, we vote in municipal elections way more than anybody else, and we need to be part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
27.
Hi, Shirley Grill, 11 Prescott Avenue, 40 years plus in Montclair. I guess that makes me a senior too. I actually came, I'm also president of the board of HomeCorps. And I came here to encourage you to pass the housing element and fair share plan. Because we know from our experience with people who live in our apartments how much Montclair needs more affordable housing. What worries me about the plan is actually that it's not binding. That you can pass the plan and the planning board pass the plan, but the well-kept secret, and I don't know if everyone here knows this, is that because Montclair has ostensibly met its obligation for affordable housing, this well-done plan doesn't hold you accountable, doesn't hold all of us accountable. So my request is that we hold ourselves accountable to these high principles that everybody's been espousing here. But then, I thought I was just going to sit here and knit. I'm working on something for my grandbaby. But then I heard HomeCorps mentioned. I said, wait a minute. I want you to understand, HomeCorps, founded 35 years ago, like many of the other important town organizations, represents diversity. Over 60% of HomeCorps residents are Black American, Black African Americans, people of color. Over 8%, 10% are senior citizens. We have age diversity. We have racial diversity. And we have the housing that houses the poorest people in Montclair. We provide housing for the lowest income. It is not workforce housing. It is not that moderate affordable housing. So if you want to talk about economic diversity, come visit our neighborhoods. They're wonderful, they're beautiful, and it does provide housing for people who are financially strapped. And I want to clear something up. We actually sold 14 Miller, so the town paid us for that, but the town got a house. So the town didn't, quote, give us money. The town has given us mortgage property money to acquire properties. Those are mortgages that the town holds. The town has not given HomeCorps millions. If you'd like to, we'd be happy to take you. Thank you.
Next guest, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Gary Smith, Wellesley Road, longtime resident. I'm here to thank you for your efforts on the Clary Anderson Arena and to urge you to keep pressing on it. It's an important facility in town. I'm impressed with the creative utility concept you've raised, and I'm curious how it's going to work. So I just want to urge you to keep pressing. Thanks.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, everyone. My
Good
name
evening.
is Deirdre Malloy. I live at 38 Lexington Avenue, and I had no intention on speaking this evening. But I am going to speak about the plan and make a recommendation that whatever the errors are be amended before it's fully passed. I think it's serious enough that it bears making sure that it's accurate. And I have to say that as it relates to the municipality meeting its obligation, any housing that's done, whether it's rehab or what have you, the municipality, if it creates an ordinance, it will be accountable. That's the other thing I wanted to say. Now, I want to also speak about HomeCore. And for years, HomeCore has been a place that everyone has adored. And I provided documentation that some of you have that was pretty thorough to just review some of the concerns that many had had regarding some of the challenges that HomeCore has faced over the years and recently, of which I will not mention because I'm not that person. The other thing I will say is, whenever anyone else comes up here to the podium with any finding or concern they have, it is not information that I have provided to them. I think the people who have spoken about HomeCore, the budget, or whatever else it is, are quite capable as either professionals, auditors, or wherever their background is, to provide their own opinions. I was just approached recently in this chamber asking whether or not I provided information to someone who spoke at this podium. No. But had I done so, it would have been much more thorough. I want to make that very clear. But I am staying out of the situation, and I don't need to provide it because this council knows what needs to be done. And I want to thank you for your work and your time. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Mayor, there's no more speaker.
There's the last guest. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
We're going to move on to the public hearing on the 2025 municipal budget. The 2025 municipal budget of the Township of Montclair. This is a municipal budget of the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, for the fiscal year 2025. I have a resolution regarding the reading of the budget by title only. I will read that resolution. Whereas N.J.S.A. 40A:4-8 was amended, provides that the budget shall be read in full at the public hearing, or that it may be read by title only if A, at least 1 week prior to the date of the hearing, and at the hearing, a complete copy of the approved budget shall be made available for public inspection, and B, is made available to each person requesting same during said week and during the public hearing. Now, therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township, Montclair, that it is hereby declared that the conditions of N.J.S.A. 40A:4-8 was amended, set forth in subsection 1A and 1B, and have been met. Therefore, the budget for 2025 shall be read by title only.
Mayor, I certify that those requirements have been met.
I offer the foregoing resolution and move its adoption.
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
A resolution to read the budget by title is adopted.
I will entertain a motion to open the hearing on the budget.
I move that the, that the budget hearing be opened.
I second the motion.
This may be done by voice vote.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Mayor, this is the time fixed for the public hearing on the municipal budget and tax resolution for 2025. The budget was introduced by the governing body on May 6, 2025, was advertised as required by law on May 22, 2025, together with notice of hearing for this time. A copy of the budget has been made available to the public during the past week for anyone desiring to view it.
Anyone who has not seen a copy of the budget may view it now. There are copies in the room, and it can be viewed on this evening's agenda online on the council meeting agenda. It's on that page in the township website. Any introductory remarks? No? I wish to outline the procedure. Those who wish to participate now during public comment should approach the podium, and please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. We welcome you to come forward to the podium, address all comments to the chair where necessary. Speakers must confine themselves solely to the municipal budget before us. School or county matters are not proper subjects of this hearing and cannot be discussed or answered here tonight. I now declare opening the public hearing on the municipal budget and tax resolution for 2025. You may come forward.
Hi, I'm Mariana Horta. I live on Gordon.
I'm sorry, you can't hear you. Hi.
Good evening. I'm Mariana Horta. I live on Gordonhurst Avenue in Montclair. And I brought some printouts of data I have been analyzing. But basically, I'd like to ask you, what has changed in this budget? Because I think many of you have spoken about the need to move the township towards a more fiscally sustainable path. And I spent quite a lot of time with the budget, and I really don't see substantive change. And I see a path that's going to lead to disaster at the next budget. And I also see a pattern where Montclair has many more employees than would have been expected, given the size of our municipality, that we spend a lot more on personnel costs than would have been expected, given the size of municipality, when compared to other New Jersey municipalities. So I'd like to hear from you, if you could, today, some comments on, explaining what's going to happen next year when our health insurance goes up by 26% again, and pension costs continue to go up, because you are funding the same number of employees that you funded last year and the year before, and one more this year. And how does that shift us towards a path of sustainability? And Susan Sheen Anderson, I would like to ask you directly, because during the campaign, you said that you'd ask the manager to outline a organizational chart that explains what every employee in the municipality does, and you'd want to review that and understand what opportunities there was for change. And I wonder if you had that opportunity, and I wonder if you could share with the public what you learned and how that has informed this budget, because we can't see it yet, and it would be really lovely to see it. So I'd like to, and lastly, for Mr. Marks, the UFB sheet 9, I would love to hear from you how you changed the accumulated absence liability in Kearney, because I make a hobby of reading municipal budgets, and I noticed that Kearney had a very moderate amount of absence liability, and when you came in 2020, that went down to 0. And Montclair has an obscenely large absence liability. So I'd love to hear from you how you changed that in Kearney, because it was really, really impressive. I can't believe that every year after we went into Kearney, every year you have 0 absence liabilities reported in UFB 9 for Kearney, and in Montclair that's a huge challenge. So I'd like to hear how you're going to change that here. So for your consideration, I printed 2 pages of a data merge that I did that shows the average municipal use taxes for every municipality with a population between 30 and 50,000 people in New Jersey. And Montclair is second only to the city of Orange between municipalities with population between 30 and 50,000. A big difference between us and the city of Orange is that the city of Orange receives a lot of state aid and we do not. So we just can't charge as much in municipal use taxes as they do. We really need to come out of this 96th percentile that we're stuck in at the state level and maybe consider joining places like Princeton at like the 7th percentile. That's not cheap. And those are not, bad municipal services. That's pretty generous. Or maybe if we got really smart, maybe we could join Westfield, which is another town that has excellent municipal services, but it's much more efficient and would bring us down a little below the 70th percentile. That would be truly amazing. And because what I see right now is the municipality that's not serving its taxpayers, it's not serving its residents. It's a jobs program. And I'm a really big fan of John Keynes. However, when you're funding this jobs program with property taxes, you're not taking into consideration how regressive property taxes are. It really doesn't matter if your income goes up or goes down, if you lose your job, or if your income stays the same. Property taxes are there. It's not variable by income, but you still have to pay for it with your income. So we can't have a Keynesian municipality unless we're going to start getting income taxes from the federal government. I would love to hear some from you today, and I'm going, so I printed here also the budget page that I referenced, the 2 budget pages that I referenced, and the 2 data tables that I referenced. One is municipalities between 30 and 50,000, and the other is the what about municipalities? Because when I show someone this list of municipalities with 30 to 50,000, there are all those other local, nearby, neighboring municipalities that people ask me about. So I hope you find this helpful. And the green columns, I just standardized the data for each town by a population of 40,000, by dividing whatever the value was by the population, multiplying by 40,000, because that gives you comparable numbers. I'm a demographer, so I need to standardize things by population. I hope you appreciate it.
If you want to say something, you can say it right now. She addressed you. I don't want to do this first. Once you talk to me, she can come and see the person I want to hear. I'm not planning on doing that.
Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward?
You wanted to say something? No? I move on.
Mayor, there's no more speaker.
Thank you. Observing no further persons wishing to speak, I will entertain a motion to close the hearing after I find out what Councilor Williams wishes to say. Did you wish to say something, Councilor? Okay, so observing no further persons wishing to speak, I will entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Mayor, I move that the hearing be closed.
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy
please-
Mayor, sorry.
No, you're on it. Go ahead. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Anderson? Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, the hearing is now closed.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
may I request the township clerk be instructed to read Section 2 of the adopting resolution for the budget?
Madam Clerk, will you please read the resolution?
Be it resolved by the governing body of the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, that the budget hereinbefore set forth is hereby adopted and shall constitute an appropriation for the purposes stated in the sum therein, set forth as appropriations, and authorization of the amount of $62,590,915.35 for municipal purposes, $3,888,915 for library purposes, $7,744,101 for school debt service purposes in Type 1 school district to be raised by taxation.
I offer the foregoing resolution and move its adoption.
I second that motion.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
The municipal budget and tax resolution for 2025 is adopted.
All right. Okay. Resolution R25-156 was just adopted. We're going to move on to pending ordinances on second reading. We'll start with Councilor Toller, please.
Sure. Letter C, correct? That's where we are?
Yes.
Sure. Pending ordinance 0-25-17, Township of Montclair, an ordinance to amend Section 127, disorderly conduct on the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. I so move.
Second. Discussion. I'm going to open this up to public hearing without any objection. Is there anyone here who wishes to be heard on these pending ordinances? Pending ordinance 0-25-17. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard? No. Council members? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Councilor Williams, please. D. Pending ordinance 025. Yes, I'm sorry. 18.
Pending ordinance 0-25-18, an ordinance to amend Section 234 Park Regulations of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, consumption in township parks, sponsored by Mayor Baskerville and Councilor Toller. So moved.
Second. Discussion, comment? Councilor Lockman?
sorry.
Councilor Lockman and Councilor Birmingham?
I guess I just needed some clarification, as this is an ordinance, and we define so many things when we have ordinances. So it says in the second paragraph, within an enclosed area with a regulated entrance. I mean, what does that really mean?
That means that there's going to be an enclosed parameter.
What is a
that
regulated
designated.
entrance? Yeah.
So within that confined area, there will be an entrance and an exit that will be monitored by a security individual.
Okay.
And from what I understand, all people entering or when you enter, you will get a armband very similar to this type of thing to demonstrate that you passed the provisions for your age and whatever. And then at that time, you will be granted access to that confined area.
So,
Go ahead.
so I'm just wondering, should we expand on that in the ordinance so people understand? I don't know. We do a lot of explaining in many of our ordinances, and I'm wondering if we need to explain a little bit more about this, just like you have. I'm just throwing it out there for discussion.
I'm sure we can amend it later.
Okay.
Mayor? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
So just to clarify for anybody who hasn't seen this, it's just to clarify, this is only permitted if approved by the council and within parks only, and within, like, it's not the entire park where you're allowed to have this, it's just a little space. And for permitted events only. So there has to be a permit for the event itself where the alcohol will be sold. My question has more to do with process and whether there is any sense of what this process will look like, and who is going to be processing these requests.
So, from what I understand, it will be the same process that we now have through our Recreation Department, where the permits are given for people to use our parks facilities. There will be an area on there that you will check off whatever it is that you may be utilizing, and this will be included in there. The people that will be doing this have already received their state licensures that they need to have an alcoholic consumption, and they will go through then the next process that they will do very similarly to what they've done in our Recreation Department for many years. This is just something that is added, and it's not the first time that we've offered this. It's just that, as you recall, many times, like other people like Jazz House and people will have a very structured, confined area where they will offer an alcoholic beverage. And they're even doing this now. It's just not in physically the park space. So, for example, at Nishuane Park, if people are doing things, they can offer alcoholic beverage in a certain area, just not in the park. So this will just allow them to shift over slightly into the park area in a confined area that is monitored by security that has been vetted by our amazing recreation staff and by the state guidelines and by the clerk's office.
So I think, so thank you for explaining that. So I understand that there's coordination between the Parks Department and the clerk's office. And just for clarification, when will this, if we vote and this passes on second reading, when will this become effective?
20 days.
Is that to me?
If the
Madam Clerk, can you help me with the time period? Is it 20 days or I'm not?
Yes,
yeah.
so you're looking at the 23rd, 24th of June.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate that.
I just have one suggestion, just for to clarify for anybody who might be interested in this, like if they're reading the E-code, where it says the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair may prohibit vending, peddling, advertising, and signs. To include there may permit by resolution vending, peddling, and advertising, just so that they know that a resolution is needed. I think it's a very minor change.
I think that's an excellent change. Thank you, Councilor Birmingham.
I'm sorry. So, may I?
Yes, Councilor Lockman.
So, I'm looking at this and trying to understand your question and look at this at the same time. Are you suggesting that every time someone applies for a permit and has merch and, stuff, that they have to come and get a resolution by the council? That seems a little bit cumbersome.
Mayor, if I may.
Is this, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, please.
Councillor Lockman, the advertising that Councillor Birmingham was referencing is for the sale of alcohol.
Oh, just for the sale of alcohol.
Yes, ma'am. So they'll put up signage within their tent, advertising the sale of alcohol.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Councilor Birmingham, did you wish to offer an amendment to what's here, or how would you like to proceed?
Sure. I make a motion to amend pending Ordinance O-25-18 to say may permit by resolution vending, peddling, advertising. I don't believe this is a substantial change, right?
I would agree, Counselor.
Okay.
Great.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
I just also have that same question. Does that mean that we need to approve every permit by resolution?
For alcohol,
Only in a
if it's
park?
going to be in the parks.
Because how else would you permit it? The mayor and council.
But to get their license through this process.
The clerk, I mean, it would be an automatic, would be by right.
But then this has to change.
Well, maybe it should be the town manager.
Councilor D'Amato, do you want to share that so we can hear on this?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just don't, again, you know, both because of our own, the crush of business that we face and the do we need as a body of 7 people to decide every time somebody wants to have like a little tent and sell, you know, and sell some White Claw? I'm comfortable letting the manager sell the White Claw, like, or the clerk. I don't think it needs to come to us each time. That's all.
And that's a good point. I can share with you that the discussion was to try to make sure that we're just not opening the floodgates to everyone. In particular, this was discussed for nonprofits and, you know, Montclair folks. And then the discussions that were had, what about when so-and-so comes from out of town or someone else, you know, are we going to just let everybody come on in and have access to alcohol in the park? Or were we going to try to, you know, keep it primarily for Montclair activities and nonprofits and other things? This council has the ability to make a decision that we do not feel that it needs to come to us, that it can go through the process and not come to us if that's the desire of the majority of the people here. Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
Mr. Attorney, like, I mean, can we discriminate against people from out of town? Can we just say that this group of people get to peddle alcohol and a different group of people don't, depending on where they're from? I mean, especially...
You cannot be arbitrary and capricious in any capacity, so there's certain factors you can review, but you can't simply discriminate against out-of-towners.
So we would want to have a written policy of who we favor and who we disfavor.
Yeah, we can put that in writing.
But
I'm
could
just
we
telling
put
you
in
that was
writing-
the discussion that was there. If we need to put some other things in writing, certainly we can.
Could we put in writing such policy just as a resolution later on that would be allow the clerk to judge what was going on? Judge what our criteria were?
In your instance, it would be who is reviewing the permission or that they're approving the permit.
Well, in general, when a permit is issued for things like on the street to have that, it just goes to the clerk's office, and they handle
Then
it.
it goes to recreation, right? Yeah.
For street closures, they apply for a block party permit, that's how it's termed, and that goes through the police department traffic division and the manager's office.
So the park, it doesn't go through recreation, where the other permits go?
For the park mayor,
Yeah.
yes, it will
Yeah.
go through recreation, but I
Right.
thought the counselor's question was about closing the street.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. I thought we were talking about the park still. Sorry. Yes, Councilor Birmingham.
But doesn't almost everything involving alcohol come through the council?
The
Yes.
governing body serves as the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. So as you'll see tonight, you have resolutions before you to renew those licenses.
Yeah.
So yes.
That's a good point.
I mean, I don't anticipate there's going to be that many of these. I guess we'll see, but I mean, we have our meeting schedule and that's when we'd be voting on them. So I don't see this as...
Yeah, and if we, start this and we feel, there's other things that we have to amend or change, or we just say, no, this is not for us. It's not, like we can't change the laws after we've given it an opportunity to see what might be missing or what we might need to add or how we feel about it.
Sure, I'm sorry I left out. There was one concern that I had in particular, which is that if we need to be approving it, and until we decided last week to have a meeting on the 24th of June, we would have had a gap from June 3rd to July 22nd, and that's exactly the period of time when people should be partying in the park. So it's just, I'm just looking out for the party people. Basically, that's it.
Oh, if this is passed tonight, you all need to rush in and get your permits done, because after our next meeting in June, you will not catch us for a while towards the end of July. But yeah, that's a good point. But I would really appreciate it if we could move and vote on this, and then if we need to make some changes later, then if we could do that, then I'm open for whatever discussions may need to follow. And then, yes, and so, but he said that was not appreciated, it didn't change much, so we have to vote on the amendment. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. I have Councilor Birmingham moving for the non-substantive amendment may permit by resolution, but...
Second.
Second, okay, thank you. Would you like to call the roll on the amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Lockman?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Deputy Mayor, will you please do the next?
Mayor, we need to vote on the amended resolution.
Okay.
If you're ready to do that at this time.
I am. Thank
All
you,
right.
Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Lockman?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you
thank
very much. Now, Deputy Mayor, if you'd be so kind to do pending ordinance E, please.
Sure. Pending ordinance O-25-19, an ordinance to amend Chapter 341 Water, Article 1 Facilities, Use, Rates, and Charges. I so move.
Second, discussion? Okay.
I just have a question.
Oh, yes.
This will be in effect in 20 days, and I understand the need and the reason to increase, and how are we notifying residents? Did they get something already in writing, or I'm just curious.
Is there anyone from the Department of Utilities
And then there's,
who will come forward? And then after that, as people in our audience wish to be heard on this, please, you can start lining up on that side to come in if you have questions on this particular pending ordinance. Thank you for
I
coming.
have like 3 questions.
I'll give you an answer to your first question. It's easy. This is just rates for our tapping fees.
Okay.
So this is just for us to come out and do new connections to the water mains. This has not been changed since 1993.
Okay.
So essentially, every time we go out, we're losing money.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a question I have in your memo, the 3rd paragraph here, and I guess it's the 3rd line down. It says we also ease an extra 1 million. Just what does that mean, ease an extra?
That should be lease. There's missing an L.
Lease. Okay, very good. And do you know why or can you perhaps inform us rather, why did the electric bill, I guess the increase go up? Is it?
What memo is this for? Is this for the
Yeah.
tapping fee rates?
Yeah, yeah. This one here dated May 9th. It's attached to it. Well, it's saying that you spent X number of dollars on electricity.
Oh no, this is a different memo. I don't know why this got attached to this one. This was a memo discussing rates for water rates in general. This was I don't know why this was added to this one. There's a different memo that goes with this one. So this is essentially just tapping fees. This memo should not be with this. I can email you the memo that should be with this. I don't know. This is something we are looking to impose that we discussed, but this isn't the memo for the taps.
Okay, so you see what I'm.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, but this does not. So what the question you're asking, I can answer the question.
Okay, then we can do that offline. I'll email.
Yeah, that's fine. You can email it to me. That's fine.
Because I was trying to make it make sense for water and electricity, but.
Well, we have high electricity bills. Those pumps never shut off.
Well, we can talk about that.
That's fine.
The next go-round, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Counselor Lockman?
Hi, Mr. Primavera. I have a question for you. You said that these rates haven't gone up since 1993.
That is correct.
Would it make any sense to put in some place here, subject to also an annual increase of a certain percentage?
So we would have to do that. So we base these fees off our salaries, but also our material bid that you guys awarded at the previous meetings. So we would have to base that off the increase of the materials as they come in every 2 years for the bid.
Oh, I see. So it
So
doesn't
essentially
really-
what these numbers do is we break even on this. This
Yeah.
is just our cost down to the penny.
Right.
What it costs us to go do the work.
Right. So if things go up in 2 years, then
Yeah,
you'll
then
change
we'll
this.
have to
Yeah,
adjust it in
okay.
2 years. We'll have to come re-amend it. That's,
Why wasn't it changed since 1993?
I can't answer that question.
Okay.
Any members of the public wish to be heard on this ordinance? Anyone else from council? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
All right.
That concludes our pending ordinances on second reading, and we're moving on now to new business ordinances. For the public who is not aware, we don't offer the public an opportunity to come and raise questions on new business ordinances, but when they become pending ordinance on the second reading, that's when we invite you to come forward. However, if there are things here and between now and that time you have questions, please feel free to reach out to us. Counselor Lockman, please.
So I move ordinance 0-25-20, an ordinance to amend section 327, vehicles and traffic, of the code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. And it's basically to add multi-way stop signs at certain intersections.
Second?
I just, perhaps maybe we should read the intersection so the public's aware of what.
Okay, I'll read the intersections, which are, the following described locations are hereby designated as multi-way stop intersections, and stop signs shall be installed on both the major and minor street as follows. The major street, Upper Mountain Avenue; the minor street, Watchung Avenue; the major street, Gates Avenue; the minor street, Hawthorne Place.
Counselor Williams.
Yeah, my colleague, Councilor Toller, and I have been looking at this intersection along with Elm and Hawthorne as well, which I think a traffic study is done, so appreciate getting this done. I think a lady was hit at this intersection of Gates and Hawthorne a few weeks back. So, you know, neighbors have been asking about this, so appreciate it.
Council members, any further input, questions?
No, I would just say also similarly on Upper Mountain and Watchung, there's been a traffic study done, and I think people are interested in some traffic coming there, so thank you.
Thank you to all who have worked hard to get this to this point. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Thank you. Mayor Birmingham, please. New business G?
I got a promotion.
I heard that.
Ordinance O-25-21, an ordinance to amend Section 327, Vehicles and Traffic of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. Be it ordained by the Council of the Township of Montclair. This is in the County of Essex, that Montclair Code Section 327-7 prohibited turns at intersections hereby be amended to read as follows. Prohibited turns at intersections, no person shall make a turn of the kind designated below at any of the following locations. And these are 4 streets where there will be no left. So on St. Luke's Place, direction of travel north, prohibited turn left at all hours, the intersection of Bloomfield Avenue. On Bloomfield Avenue, direction of travel west, prohibited turn left all hours at the intersection of St. Luke's Place, Bloomfield Avenue East, prohibited turn left at all hours at the intersection of Francis Place and Francis Place South, prohibited turn left at all hours at the intersection of Bloomfield Avenue. And I so move.
A second.
Discussion?
Yeah.
Yes, Counsel Williams?
Just if folks at home can kind of picture this, this is the area by Whole Foods on Bloomfield Avenue. So.
Mayor, can I ask
Thank you. Yes, Counsel D'Amato and then Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Ashley? How do we, good evening, how do we indicate, like, going for the left onto St. Luke's Place? Where is the no left turn indicator there?
Well, we'll have to add one. So that would be through the county. We'll coordinate with them to restripe the intersection to disallow the left onto St. Luke's. Because currently it's allowed, so which is the...
I did it the other day, and
Yeah.
I felt like a criminal. It's terrible. It's a bad idea. But I'm just wondering, where do you put the no
Where else do you
left?
turn? You have to go all the way
Turn
up
It
the
would be
street?
the elimination of
Some of them
that
still do
turning
it.
lane. I believe this is their
There's no turning lane.
Well,
There's a dotted line on the far side of
So-
it, but there'll be no big sign. saying-
Right, yeah, there'd be, well, on St. Luke's itself would be a no left turn in.
Okay,
Yeah. There'd be no other way of signing it in the street.
right,
Yeah.
okay.
You've got...
Deputy Mayor?
Well, I have a question and a comment. So I'm just trying to, so how would people, how would people get to St. Luke's Place and Francis Place then, from Bloomfield?
Well, you could
They would
still-
have to drive up?
Yeah, you'd still have to turn right. You have the option to turn right if you're coming down Bloomfield Avenue, but you'd have to go around up to the next block, make the left at the controlled intersection, and then go around.
Okay. And my comment is, I know there are a lot of questions about like how these, result, and I just from the memo, I just want to make it clear that, and this is based on this decision, I guess this traffic study was based on a review of total available crash records. And it says a total of 20 accidents have been reported at that intersection in the last 5 years, including 4 that were specifically related to left-hand turns, right? So
Correct.
I think that makes sense.
Dangerous intersections, yes.
As a period of 5 years?
That's a 5-year period. We commonly look back 5 years to get an understanding of how the intersection operates. That's a good indicator for us.
Okay, so 4 accidents in that location in 5 years is a lot.
20 accidents.
No, but left-hand, Yes, that's elevated, yeah. We believe that the left hands are a significant contributor, not
And
just in that.
what type of enforcement do you foresee? And I know that that's not your department, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm asking you why, because even when you come out of Whole Foods, right, there's a sign that says no left-hand turn. And a lot of people pull up to that stop when you're coming out onto Bloomfield Avenue, look to the left, look to the right, and go ahead. And I am personally more frightened for the people that are trying to do that type of creeping out than if you know traffic is coming out. If there's no enforcement, people are going to continue to do it, and it's just bad. So are there things that we should be doing that we're not doing when we put signs up to try to encourage people in a different way? I know it should be enough. I'm not saying that anyone should do that. I'm just telling you, almost every single time that I come out of Whole Foods, and I'm tempted sometimes, but I rotate around and go out the side door because I don't want to be in that position. That's going to, Montclair Local will be sitting there and take that picture. But what are we not doing that we can do to try to, really come up with some things that people are going to adhere to?
Well, I think that's a discussion we could have with the county and to see what their ideas are specifically for that problem, because I understand that is a very pronounced problem. It happens often. But I think there's other things we could be looking at as far as delineators and things like that in the street I've seen that work in other areas.
Yeah.
That's an option I think that could work here.
Is that bollards and different things like
Yes.
that? Okay, all right, well, whatever, okay. I just want to make sure that we are not just, it gets frustrating, you know, when we sit here and we make all of these wonderful laws and things, and then, you know, if you can pretty much at that time tell what people are going to find, you know, what they're going to have, something that's going to really enforcement for, or if it's just something to say that we did that because we think it's going to make it more safe, and then we're not coming up with bollards, or we're not doing whatever it would really take to get a change of behavior at those locations. So, thank you.
Excuse me, may I?
Yes, Counselor Toller.
Yep, thank you. If you're going to have a conversation with the county about putting those bollards in that portion, or perhaps if it's a recommendation from them, would you also add the conversation to the Smashburger and Panera location? Because people coming down Bloomfield Avenue
Yep.
make that left and cross the yellow line every single day. The traffic actually sometimes backs up. Not that this has anything to do with this ordinance, but I know that you
No,
said
but
you
it
might
is,
be having
it's the
some
same
conversations.
thing.
Sure.
And I do agree that those bollards may work, because I've seen them, like you've seen them in other places, where it just keeps the traffic going, so they can't make a left or can't make a right to cross the double yellow. So hopefully you'll keep us abreast of those conversations, but
Yeah,
if you can
that'd be
add
good.
that location to your agenda topic item, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, Counselor Birmingham.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I just add, because St. Luke's Place, so if you're driving west on Bloomfield and you want to go to the museum, that's where you might choose to turn left. And I can understand both for preventing accidents and just preventing bottlenecks on Bloomfield Avenue, like where people are waiting to turn left and you have to go around them. And so, but just for people who live or who want to get to the museum, like, okay, so if you want to get to the museum, you'd have to go up to South Mountain, and there's a turn, there's a left there. So for people in the museum, that's pretty straightforward. But for people who live on St. Luke's, they can't make a left. They're going to have to go
In Newark.
all
You
the
have to
way.
go all the way up, yep. If you work
Up
in
to
Newark, you have to
Hillside.
go up and over and down and get stuck at the Hillside School traffic.
Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out the, okay. Thank you. Bloomfield, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam Clerk? Oh, I'm sorry,
Just one more
Counselor
question.
Lockman?
Did this arise from people in the neighborhood requesting this?
So this arose from, we went to do a study of St. Luke's in general, because there was this came up at a community meeting. A couple of residents asked for us to go out there. I myself went out with the township engineer. While we were there, we were speaking with the residents. They indicated that that was also a dangerous,
Okay.
a hazard, a known hazard that they observed.
Okay, thank you.
And they were in favor, pretty much, the neighbors that you spoke with thought this would be some help?
Correct.
Okay, that's good to know that the neighbors are in favor. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yep.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Counselor D'Amato, number H, please.
Ordinance O-25-22, an ordinance prohibiting the use of toxic synthetic pesticides on Montclair Township-owned land. And I so move.
Second. Discussion?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Toller?
Yep, I don't know if anybody's here to answer these questions. I'm just curious, this, on page 5 and again on page 7, where it's this temporary expectation procedures, is this needed? And then I'm just wondering if, I'm reading through this, and let me step back. So I have a subgroup that's working with me. They're Fourth Ward residents on the Pocket Park, a lot of environmental gurus. Some of them are PRCA members, some are just regular residents who have a NACT. And I'm just curious if this is going to hurt, if you will, air quotes, hurt resident homeowners' rights, because we're enforcing something that says they must do this, but is this going to be a problem down the road, number one? And do we, again, need this language here on page 5 and page 7? And was the Parks and Rec Committee even consulted on this? Because it feels like it's lawn and care gardening, but how does it work, you know, for public land?
So originally, to answer your question about the Park and Recreation, originally, Park and Recreation was not consulted on this. And then I saw an email, and we did send out the updated, edition, the last one that we got, the copy here, as it is presented. The one that we're voting on tonight was shared with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. I don't know if all of them had an opportunity to weigh in, because to the best of my knowledge, there was not a meeting after this was presented, but I know that the leadership of the PRCA committee felt that they were representing the group when they said, yes, they support this.
Thank you.
Mayor.
I'm just trying
Yes.
to understand.
I'm
Are there
sorry.
other
Did you?
questions?
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Okay, so just, first of all, I just want to clarify that this ordinance only, the main purpose is to codify a practice that is already in place, that the DCS practices. And it has to do with prohibition of these synthetic toxic pesticides only on township-owned and leased lands, not private property.
Okay.
And then, just to clarify, is there a question over there? Sorry, okay.
Yes,
So-
it's being pointed out on page 2 that it might be confusing based on what seems to be written here and based on what we are sharing at this point.
Yeah, if I may?
Yes,
Yeah, just
Councilor Lockman.
on page 2, the second whereas, Susan, it says, whereas the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair encourage all residents and private property owners to make every effort to participate. I would take out that whereas.
Well-
And I would stick to just let's keep it, this is a town ordinance, and at this point, I'm sure residents may want to also not use pesticides, but I think we should just narrow this to an ordinance that
Yeah, I
deals with
agree.
the
I agree.
town practices.
So, if I may, Mayor?
Yes.
I think the main purpose of that, first of all, the whereas is it's not law, so it's just to encourage, people to sort of practice these natural lawn
Think
care.
about it.
Yeah.
So it's really just it's not anything that can be enforced.
Yeah, but you know that, but somebody reading this was like, oh, we want, I don't know.
But it says encourages all residents.
Right, and so that's sort of consistent with our township's, position that we want to, not encourage use of pesticides, toxic substances, in our garden. So again, it's not an enforceable part of the law.
Right.
So it's just to encourage different behaviors. And then also, just in terms of process,
Yes.
Mayor, I just wanted to, for the record, say that the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee was actually provided with a version of the ordinance back in I believe it was January or February.
February.
And they were given the opportunity to review it, provide, their feedback. They did so in a memo. They said they supported it. They just had a few comments. Those comments were taken into consideration when we reviewed the ordinance. And then they were further, again, provided as a courtesy this version. We decided to take out the application. So again, in general, this ordinance provides that the use of these substances on township-owned properties and lands are prohibited, but there is an exception process. And the expectation is that the exceptions would be very far and few between. But in case there is, like let's say, in the Alonso Bonzo Preserve, they're, dealing with a very, bad Japanese knotweed problem. There's a pathway to be able to request an exception that all has to be vetted by the DCS, the Human Services. There's exceptions for, like, if there's an imminent health risk, but otherwise, these exceptions have to be vetted by the township departments, and ultimately the recommendation has to come to the mayor and council through a resolution for vote. So again, we want to be aware of what is being used, if there are toxic pesticides being used on our township property.
Absolutely, and I'm really glad that we had an opportunity to be very thoughtful about this. And again, the PRCA, yes, they did have an opportunity in February to have discussion, and then they were not further informed of whatever changes were made or whatever they believed should have taken place, such that they would have felt that they were being a part of the final information that we are presenting here, the final ordinance. But I'm happy that we all had an opportunity to review it, and hopefully questions have been answered. Are there any further questions? Councilor Lockman.
I know, another whereas point. I think the second whereas on the first page, it's kind of, I think I would get rid of that and just stick the third whereas states that, the potential for harm from these pesticides. And I don't think you need the second whereas, because it's covered by the third, and it's kind of hypothetical anyway. But since the whereases don't really matter, but I'm just trying to make it read a bit better.
Just, if I may, Counselor, just with regard to the whereas clauses, it just sets forth the pretext for the purpose of the ordinance going forward. So it doesn't show up in E-code if that.
I'm a
makes you feel
writer,
better.
I'm a stylist, some of this stuff.
I have a question, one more question. I just want to we're going to.
Councilor Toller.
Sure, thank you. On page 2, we're going to strike that second whereas at the top of the page.
So
Is that
did we
correct?
need to have any further discussion on
I mean, I'm just-
what Councilor Lockman is?
Yeah, I think we should
Are
talk
you
about.
are you addressing Councilor Lockman's concern?
Right.
Okay.
Well, I'm asking this council if we are going to talk about this and remove it, because to bring the residents into it, I think it's going to get tricky. We know the last time something major like this happened, when we made an ordinance, we had leaf blowers, we had landscapers here. Well, maybe not this administration, the last administration. I'm just concerned that this is putting kind of a, like you said, it could be confusing to residents to not understand. And I just want to know what it means by "and local park resident user groups located in the township and future township administrations" in that very first paragraph. Did you?
So, Councilor Lockman, did we address the questions that you had?
Well, I think, Susan, Councilor Shin Anderson, thought because the whereases didn't have any effect in law, that there was no really point in taking out the second whereas about encouraging residents to also follow this. I don't really care one way or the other, whatever you want to do. But I did think it reads better if you're just focusing on what the town is doing and not bringing residents in. And the second one, it's up to you. On the first page, the second whereas, however you want to do it, I don't know.
Councilor D'Amato.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I see the chair of our environmental commission, Ms. Atman, if you wanted to come up and if people had any questions about substance of it.
Sure.
Thank you for your work.
Of course. Yes.
What is she?
Do you have a question? In case you had a question that I could help answer.
Okay, well, the first paragraph in the top, on the back here, where it says, "Whereas the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair desire to codify this practice as a policy to create clear expectations for township employees, township hired lawn and land care services and contractors, and local park resident user groups in the township and future township administrations."
So user groups would be
Yeah.
like Bonsall Preserve. Yantakah has a conservancy that's its own 501c3. So unless there's a better way of explaining that, that's what that meant. Those are the folks who might come to the township and say, hey, we want to use pesticides. What's the process? That's what happened. And that's what started this whole process, was Bonsall came to the Environmental Commission and said, we're really confused. We want to use pesticides. This was a couple of years ago for spotted lanternfly. Are we allowed to? Are we not allowed to? The township manager at the time wasn't quite sure what our policy was because it was a very loose resolution. So that's what started this whole process. And we realized we needed a process in place, and we needed to formally state what our policy is. So anyway, that's what user groups means.
Okay,
Is that
it
your
wasn't
question?
clear.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Thank you. Okay.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes, sir.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Moving on to, okay, H, we're at Ordinance O-25-23. Is that Counselor D'Amato? Was that you? You did the last one? Okay, thank you. Counselor Toller, please.
Sure. Ordinance O-25-23, Township of Montclair, an ordinance amending Chapter 234 to create and include Article 6, Happy to Chat Bench Initiative. Is that number 6? My Roman number's off. Whereas the Township of Montclair is a community that values creating spaces that foster connection, mental well-being, and promote social engagement. I so move, I guess.
Second. Discussion?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Counsel Williams?
sounds like a great idea. My only concern would be about the benches being installed. You know, will they be flat benches or will they be sectioned so that people can sit on it and not lay on it? And where will these be placed? Those would be my only concerns here.
Very, very good questions.
Yeah, I'd like to know
They
where they would be
demonstrate
placed
a
to.
picture here that looks like it has a back to it, but I'm really not sure. I think that that picture was put in here so that it might demonstrate that, but I really am not 100% sure. Counselor Toller, you had a question?
Well, the same question Councilor Williams had is, you know, where are these benches going to be placed? Is, you know, do we have a idea of which locations or streets these are going to be? And I see that there's funding sources. I'm just wondering what these benches may cost down the road if there's no,
And so I was very interested in trying to make sure that there will be a process if we're going to do this, and I sent email to the manager and I think the director of DCS, and I was suggesting what may be a process when anyone wished to have one, because we do have a process about how you put anything in the parks, whether it's a bench, whether it's trees, whether it's artwork. And so within that ordinance, I was trying to come up with an amendment so that it would keep that same process, but I was suggesting that it would go to the manager. The manager would forward that to the director of DCS, and then it would go to our PRCA committee for review, and then the council. And that doesn't do too much more than what is already in place, but it's really important that we have a process, because if people don't know there's a process and they give permission because people, it might be a good thing. You know, we heard somebody tonight talk about how, you know, some of the seniors might be lonely or whatever. Anybody might want somebody to talk, especially, you know, now there's a lot of people that have been, you know, isolated for a really long time, and now we're having new medical things come up that may keep people away from one another. So the idea of having benches seems like it would be something welcoming, but we have to make sure that we're not putting benches or trees or artwork where any people participate in activities, or where people just want to have it left open, the township, or if they know something that we don't know about, why they don't already have a bench there. So other than the process, which I think it's really imperative that we uphold that, and people don't just tell somebody without going through a process, they can put a bench here, they can plant trees here, then I thought that this was, you know, something that could really bring vitality to some areas, and I thought it would be something like a feel-good type of thing, and we don't have to pay for the benches. If there comes a time when they don't have money to pay for benches, Councilor Williams, then we just don't have those benches until DCS decides that they want to, or until our budget says that we can afford to purchase some benches.
Okay, and this is something that, and I apologize, does somebody else have a question?
I'll go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand. This is something that we, the township, would be doing, not residents coming to us saying, hey, we'd like a bench.
Well, no, but in that same
Just asking.
part, in that same ordinance, there are residents that come, and they say it's all under the same area, where it talks about if you want to put something in memoriams for somebody that passed, a family or something like that, it's all in that same ordinance, and it talks to you about what that process is. So yes, while these particular benches, they would be probably us, but it doesn't mean that residents, if they know of a place where, like in Canterbury Park, where the bench is falling to pieces, you can email us or reach out to your council member and say, hey, if you have any of those benches, we would like, it's just a feel-good moment. It's not like to stop people. If people wish to try to find out if there's a process, if they want to, put something down to remember one of their family members, then we have a process, and I certainly will be happy to discuss that with anyone that wishes to review that and find out if that's something we'll be able to accommodate. Yes, Councilor D'Amato? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Lockman?
No, I just, for someone who's an introvert, I just want to make sure that all our benches are not going to be inviting people to come and talk to me. There's going to be some
We're going to
limit.
send them over to Councilor Lockman's front yard, the little triangle in front of your
Yeah,
house.
there'll be it'll be limiting, it'll be limited. It's not going to be every bench under the sun is going to have this little sign on it, right?
No,
Okay,
not
thank
at
you.
all. And we have to agree that that's what, so that way, if it's a certain, right, so if there's a certain council person or whatever who may know the area better than some others, then you would just say that at the time, hey, look, that's not a good idea, people hang out there, and we trying to keep it without hang out there, right? Councilor D'Amato?
Yeah, I like the idea, even though I think every bench should be a chat bench, but that's just me. Yeah, I know.
You.
But why is this an ordinance? Are we really putting this into the code? I mean, Clary, it's not the end of the world. It's all online now, so you're not, wasting pages. But they're just like, do we have an ordinance now?
Yes,
that has
we
a
do.
process for placing a park bench?
Not forgetting these park benches
No, but
in
for a
there,
regular
yeah.
park bench.
Yes.
I think
Yep.
the schools have a process in place when people want to put a bench out. So I don't know if we have one on the records here at the township, but I can speak for school districts. If you wanted to put a bench, there's a whole process and board approval that's needed to put a bench on
So,
school property.
Mr. Attorney, 234 has a similar process somewhere?
That was selected for a reason. It is-
But I mean, in other words, there should be something that mirrors it, that just says, a bench, here's the process to ask for a bench, and here's a process, and it would be the same thing.
But we're asking, this company has free benches, and they were asking us if they can come and give us their free benches and put it in there. There's no discussion about free benches being given to the township and what we have.
But
It just seems like small beer to put into code. I like the idea, but can't we just try it first as an administrative procedure? Does anybody have any beef with it being a policy?
Mayor.
We can instruct the
Well, it
manager.
may need to be in policy in order for us to receive these benches. So I didn't see that there was any reason why not to. In order to get them, in order for them to qualify for, giving us the free benches, they may need to have that in writing from us.
Mayor.
Just so
Yes,
council's
attorney.
aware, Chapter 234 deals with parks and playgrounds.
Right.
And sets forth hours of use and things of that nature. So this had to be codified in order to get the procedure down for the approval of the benches. That's why it comes before you as an ordinance.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you.
You go first. Oh, okay. No.
Yes.
Okay, I'll go first then. Yes, of course, it's good to encourage people to talk to each other and socialize. I am kind of wondering, though, why we need an ordinance just for this initiative, and would it make more sense to then consider having an ordinance that just speaks more generally to installation and protection of park benches?
We have an ordinance that speaks to where you can put the park bench. What this is doing, we do not have in there gift giving of free benches. And so they are giving us free benches. So this is adding, we have something in ordinance that talks about, not putting benches here in the process, but I guess everybody doesn't know that because recently it's come to our attention that, there have been park benches and other things in the parks that have not gone through a process, but we do have an ordinance. But what this is doing is it is allowing them to give us these free chat benches, and by this we will be allowed to accept their free chat benches for as long as they are free, and we will be able to have a process that we can install them in our municipality for as long as they have this offer to us.
There.
Yes.
Is it possible to do that by resolution to accept a gift? And my second question here, where it says, the mayor and council shall approve by resolution the installation of the Happy to Chat bench. In some of the, in the description, it seems like sometimes they want to put a sign on an existing bench. Does that need approval by the council? Like, I guess I'm just trying to figure out if there's 20 benches identified, what would need to be approved by the council if it's just a sign that they're gonna, if they decide to put a sign?
I'm really not familiar. When I spoke to them on 3 different occasions, there was nothing about putting just a sign. They were very specific that they had these benches and they wished to put them in. On their benches, they would have them, but I am not aware. We didn't have that discussion about putting, and nor does this, what I'm suggesting here, it doesn't have a process for putting Happy to Chat on our park and recreation benches or any other benches that residents wish to put in that might be in remembrance of one of their family members or something like that. Councilor Lockman?
Do you have any idea how many benches are on offer? I mean, are we talking about, a lot of benches? Are we going through all this for maybe they're going to give us 5 benches? You know what I mean?
Lots of benches.
Lots and lots of benches. Oh, God.
They seemed as though they have quite a few benches, and they were, happy to move forward with this. I could not see the downside of it, and I'm a little bit, surprised at how long it's taking for us to accept a gift. But, yeah, that's us. So.
Can we just write a letter to them saying that it's a really great idea? I mean, why do we have to put it in our code?
Yeah, I don't understand.
It seems.
Don't you have to accept a donation? You can't just write a letter.
That's
You have to
resolution.
We
accept
can
it.
do something with it, or we can do nothing with it.
If it was a plane, I think we would accept that. Right.
Or a scooter. Or if we could just throw trees up anywhere we want to, or benches up anywhere we want to, we'll all be happy about it.
I mean, Mayor,
It's their turn.
I guess my suggestion is to put a resolution together for this, rather than have it be a law.
We
Like,
have we have an ordinance that already existed. And so this is amending something that's already there. We're not just creating an ordinance for this purpose.
The ordinance
Attorney.
drafted, Mayor, is for the creation of this Happy to Bench program. If the issue is just a matter of accepting the benches, and if it's a single bench, 2 benches, and certainly I think an ordinance and a resolution rather would be more appropriate if that's the goal of the governing body. If it's to set up the program whereby someone can come with a written request, whether that be someone on the council, a resident, and request a bench, then that's a different scenario, and that's what this program is.
Say that
codified.
second part again.
Sure. Under this ordinance, it establishes the program where someone can come make a written request. I want a Happy to Chat bench to be installed in a certain location, and then it sets up the procedure for it to be reviewed and approved. According to Section 174-2, there has to be approval by the town to install any bench in in the town. So that's what I believe you were referring to earlier
Correct.
as well. So
Yeah.
it depends on what the governing body wants to do. I can certainly go back, craft an ordinance based on that and accept it, or we can move forward with establishing a program as was presented. So.
Well, whatever. I appreciate and I thank you so much for drafting this ordinance and the amendment. And again, my only hesitance is that we've had this for a while and nobody reached out to me to say any of this, and here we are, and we keep talking about how long it takes us to go through an agenda, right? So if I would have known that we wanted to do something different here, we could have even pulled it, because I'm sure it's not something like, it either happens now. Huh? Thursday? Or actually before Thursday. Yeah, I know there's other stuff to do. That's just my thought. But we can do whatever the majority of the council wants to do. And then we have 6 other things, resolutions that we need to have a very long and in-depth conversation on as well. So where are we with this? Whatever you all, the majority, are recommending, then that's what we'll hold for this evening.
Well, I think the attorney said it best, that it's setting up a program for a process, and that's what we need. If that's what you said?
That is correct.
So if it's a program for a process, we don't know what the future holds. Who wants to come in and say they want to put a bench or a chair or a night table someplace? At least we'll have a process. I don't know. I think we should just go ahead and vote on this and let it be an ordinance. How many people are y'all coming to ask for benches? Nobody? No.
I am.
Okay,
I
we're
like a
good.
bench.
It's
Madam
just a
Clerk, please call the question.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
No.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
No.
Counselor Lockman?
No.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next. Oh, I'm sorry. We do. We have Ordinance J. Ordinance J, please. Who's next?
Ordinance O-25-24, ordinance amending Chapter 3, Administration of Government, and to create and include Article, I don't know my Roman numerals. What is that?
XIVC.
Yeah. XIVC, creating the Township of Montclair, Clary Anderson Arena utility. So moved.
Second. Discussion?
So, Mayor, if I could explain.
Yes.
So,
Thank you, Manager.
the township attorney had taken had drafted the original ordinance. We had it reviewed by bond counsel, who had some changes. What's being passed around right now is both a red line version on top and then an amended version on the bottom. The amended version was in your yellow, on the bottom of your yellow packet, so you already had a copy of it. But in case there were any questions about, what changes the bond counsel recommended, you have a copy of it. So it came to our attention that there were some significant repairs and improvements that were necessary for Clary Anderson. The township commissioned a architectural and engineering study to address code violations that existed and life health safety hazards. We received last week a copy of the report, a draft of the report from RSC Architects that pegged the the scope of the proposed repairs at about $5.7 million, which is significant. We had the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee today, this afternoon, had a conference call, a Zoom meeting, Microsoft Teams meeting with RSC, where we went through all the line items in their repair report. The items that are absolutely necessary to reopen the facility to make it safe and eliminate all the code violations for the upcoming season come in around $766,000. They recommended a contingency. There's also soft costs. All in, it's probably about $1 million to make necessary repairs to make Clary Anderson safe and efficient. It's a significant sum. Many municipalities throughout New Jersey and nationally create utilities around recreational facilities like golf courses or swimming pools, which is a way of protecting local taxpayers from subsidizing recreational facilities or other self-liquidating mechanisms. The township already has 3 other utilities, one for the drinking water system, one for our wastewater sewer system, and one for our parking system. So the idea, the recommendation is to create a utility around this arena whereby the money generated from the fees, the ice skating fees and the other revenues generated from the arena would go back into both the operations and management of the arena as well as making the necessary repairs and improvements. So what's next? So if the mayor and council are in favor of creating this utility, we would have to send it down to the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs, local finance board for their consideration and approval. If introduced today, this evening, we could get on the agenda for the next local finance board meeting. The agenda is set in later in June. Their actual meeting is in early July. In consultation with bond counsel and our financial advisors, we have no reason to believe that the local finance board would not approve this since it's an eligible purpose for a utility. And if they approve it, it could be up for second reading at the July 22nd meeting. So what would we do between now and July 22nd besides getting the approval of the local finance board? We had our meeting this afternoon with the architects. If this ordinance is introduced, we could give the architects a green light to prepare bid specifications to make those necessary repairs. We could go out to bid to get prices to make those necessary repairs, again in the ballpark of about $1 million. If approved, if favorably considered at the July 22nd meeting, the second reading creating the utility, then the township can essentially lend the utility money to make the necessary repairs. And if all goes well, there's a lot of stars that need to be aligned and a lot of contingencies and potential snags. But if all goes well, we could have we could award a contract for the repairs that are necessary and have everything. We heard today, I mean, from the architects, there's a few long lead items that may take some additional time to get in. Some electrical sub-panels and for the larger electrical facilities, but they don't think there's any reason to believe it would be more than what I heard was 3 to 4 weeks to actually make the necessary repairs.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of contingencies. This is not a slam dunk. It's not an easy proposition. This is one way of making the necessary repairs at Clary Anderson, making Clary Anderson as an ice skating recreational arena self-liquidating, where all of the fees coming in actually pay for the operations and repairs and improvements that are necessary there. And it's a way of insulating and protecting local taxpayers from subsidizing the arena and its operations.
Thank you. And Manager, is this the recommendation of the Facilities Committee after they had their meeting today?
I would defer to the Facilities Committee on that matter.
I'm not sure who all is on it. I think Eric and Carmel.
I just do have one question for you. This is the.
Are you on the Facilities
this is the
Committee
first-
too, Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Toller, Councilor D'Amato,
Yeah, I'm on the
and
facilities. I
Councilor
didn't know there was a
Lockman are
meeting
on the
today, but
Facilities
it's
Committee.
okay.
Okay.
question. So this is, the first I've heard about having a bond having to be issued. Is that I haven't read the change that you made, but you said you ran it by the bond council. So are
Well,
we looking to have a bond issued to immediately fund the utility and the repairs?
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
there are, in consultation with the chief financial officer and certainly don't want to speak for the comptroller, but in consultation with the chief financial officer, I believe there are sufficient funds in reserve to actually cash, liquidity,
Okay,
to actually lend the
yeah.
utility the money and then have the utility pay back the town over time.
Yeah, so we're not talking about issuing a bond
We are not
to
talking.
fund the
that's-
utility at this point.
That's not, bond council is there to assist and guide the township through capital improvement,
Okay.
you know.
Oh,
and
okay, you say
financial-
bond council, it's kind of basically our
Outside
financial
counsel,
counsel.
yes.
Yeah, gotcha,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Counsel?
I just
Counselor
have one-
Toller?
Sure, thank you. In the beginning of your statement, I didn't hear what you said about the million. Did you say 1 million, or, because it wasn't clear, and I don't know if the people at home were able to.
So there were about a dozen to 15 items that the architects, code violations, life, health, safety hazards that absolutely need to be repaired. So the total is about 766,000.
Okay.
You want to give yourself an ample, in case things come, prices come in over what you expect. I would imagine that they would recommend rounding up to about $1 million.
Okay.
If it comes in less than $1 million, then we're fine. If I told you 766,000 and it came up in at 800,000,
No, I understand.
we'd get a lot
I
of.
just wanted to make sure that I heard you correctly, since I didn't know about the meeting, and that perhaps people at home didn't hear the number accurately. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
And every step of the way, I did reach out to you and I did send
I
you.
didn't see an email.
Okay.
I did not, so, but it's okay. But the
Okay.
chair of the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee could have texted or called me, like he does any other time, but it's all right. It's all right.
Okay, so
My
moving
apologies.
right along, other council members have discussion. It seems to me as though things are time sensitive, and it seems as though you've laid out a plan that may be something worth looking into from what you've explained. And I did have an opportunity to read the memo that you prepared and shared with us over the weekend. So I thank you very much. I thank the Facilities Committee, all of you, for all of your hard work on this. At this point in time, unless someone else here has another suggestion or wishes to share, why not? Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
So later on, we will be looking at a resolution about the management of the arena, and a change in that, and a change in the model of the management. And I would just say this is about the structure, organizational structure and ownership structure of this thing. And it's not a silver bullet, but it's an important thing that happens throughout the world, where you are trying to add some discipline to an operation, right? And let's put it this way, the teams that play in that arena are models of discipline, a lot of them, right? It's all about, focus and knowing that there are consequences for what you do, and trying to be good at it. And the arena has, they've worked at it, but it has not been a disciplined operation overall, certainly from the township's point of view of we kind of give it electricity and we're not even really sure where it's not, this would provide a disciplined structure to the management, to provide the space for a disciplined manager to run it in a way that will be good for everybody, I think.
So I was not quite finished, but I wanted to, because I know you were getting ready to speak. I was going to say that the information that Manager Marks has shared certainly seems to me as something that I would be very interested in trying, and I've had an opportunity to read through the information. Thank you. And so here we are, and it does seem as though we need to make some decisions, and it needs to be done, like now, in order to get things up and running for the season. And when I first heard the $7 million number or whatever, I'm like, okay, that looked like the end of the line for me. now you are representing that they've suggested the $766,000 version of what needs to be done, and I would tend to be ready to take a vote. I'd like to hear from the full council on where you are on this. Councilor Toller.
You know, I've always advocated in our facility and infrastructure meetings when we've met with various groups and organizations that were, you know, responding to our RFP. You know, I would like to see more inclusiveness with Clary Arena. This ice skating rink, we know it's a part of town, but I'd like to see some more outreach to reaching other people to perhaps learn how to skate. We need to think about how we're going to program down the road, and ensuring that we're including everyone, making this an inclusive skating rink, because right now it's serving a very unique and, you know, certain group of folks, if you will, and I'd like to see that broaden, and I think I've shared that with my colleagues in facilities and infrastructure. If we're going to pour this kind of money into it, we need to make sure it's a one-size-fits-most, okay, and that other people have opportunities to participate, learn how to skate, things of that nature is definitely going to be important down the road.
Now, I agree. Now, from what I understand, the vote that we may have this evening, if enough people feel as though they have enough information, has to do with the money to fix the facility up. I think Councilor D'Amato was sharing a little bit more about possibly a group that may be, you know, has a potential to be coming in to help us with services. And certainly, you know, I agree with what you say, and I think that I was really excited because when I heard from other members of the Facilities Committee, it seemed as though, you know, people understood how important those Friday night skates were, as well as trying to, you know, bring in the diversity of our township. So when people go out there, they will, you know, see the diversity of the community. So I was excited about hearing that too, but I think tonight this would be more about fixing it up. Councilor Williams.
I'm ready to vote, Madam Mayor.
Got to love this guy. Deputy Mayor.
I mean, I've reviewed all the information, and I'm in favor of this. If anything, for the reason that the idea that it would shield the taxpayers from subsidizing. I think, and I just looked at the changes to the ordinance, and the changes addressed the questions that I had raised about who's going to oversee it, the utility and everything. I think my main concern would be that just, you know, if the idea is for the money from fees and revenue to go towards operations and management, I think I would just want to make sure that whoever is contracted to do the management, just be really creative and just try to find as many different revenue streams as possible, because right now I can't really picture how, you know, the revenues, that the user fees and everything would actually pay for the operations, because I'm not really sure how much the operations would cost, but I mean, for the purpose of addressing the immediate problems and being able to have a skate season, a hockey season, I would be in favor of this.
Thank you. Councilor Lockman?
Well, you know, I've been intimately involved in the process of and the study of what we should be doing here. And I just do want to point out a couple of things. The actual quote, as the manager said, for repairing Clary Anderson Arena up to a certain standard, not, you know, just a kind of an operable standard, is about $5.7 million. We're saying it's taking $1 million just to make it workable for one season. And of course, those, you know, those, we still will have to pay, you know, a couple of more $1 million if we really want to build this up to a you know, premier arena. So we've had people who've come here and said that they are willing to donate, and that's what we would be looking for. I don't think that the town should be spending $6 million on an arena. I'm happy to, I like the idea, I mean, it's a good idea of this utility being able to be self-funding, but we still have capital improvements that need to be made. And I really in my view, I was an advocate for closing this down because it's in such poor shape. But we have a different idea. My idea was have a ground lease and lease the facility to a third party, and then we'd be done with it. But this came up. It sounds like a good idea. It seems very workable. It's done for, utilities are used for other types of, self-liquidating groups. So I'm fine with that. I just really worry that the town will be on the hook for more millions. And what wasn't addressed in this engineering report is the actual, physical way that we make the ice work. This is just the mechanicals, the electric, and the plumbing of the building. So that's my honest point of view. I will vote for this, but these are my concerns that I thought I should share.
Good. Thank you, and again, thank you. I know how tirelessly you have been working with this in due diligence. Appreciated. Councilor Birmingham.
Yes, I second that. Thank you to everyone who's been working on this. Can I ask, Mr. Marks, just for the public who, this is something new for a, building that's existed for many years. What do you see as any risks to doing this, to making it a utility, in terms of just any risks that we would need to be aware of?
If the revenues generated don't pay for the operations and the repairs that are necessary, that's potentially a downside. Once a utility is created, if and when it's created, it doesn't go on forever. I mean, if the town if you all, the township, the governing body, change your mind and it doesn't pencil out financially, you could dissolve the utility.
Okay.
So if this is a way of it's certainly not a slam dunk. This is a way of trying things differently. They're trying things new. Hopefully they will work. We've heard plenty of residents who swear that there's latent demand or enough demand to sustain the arena. Well, let's take people at their word and give them an opportunity to prove it.
Okay. So in addition to, ice being a valuable commodity in terms of just people want to be skating, setting up the utility doesn't preclude or we can still encourage a public-private partnership in terms of donations to build up the rink.
In fact, I would recommend that the town establish an advisory committee made up of users to guide and assist and promote the program and do fundraising and solicit donations from sponsors.
Okay, thank you.
Would that be a nonprofit type of thing, so they can go after certain monies that we couldn't, or how did you envision that?
People could make donations to the municipality, so if there's I'm not aware of anything where you have to be a 501c3 nonprofit, but if that's absolutely necessary, I mean, we could consider creating the 501c3 nonprofit. Just one of the residents who had reached out was asking about an oversight board for this. A utility is not an authority, right. So an authority would be. That's not what I'm recommending. That's right. An authority would be independent, like an arm of the municipality, but outside of the governance of the mayor and council. So I'm not recommending creating an authority. The utility is just a financial mechanism to, invest fees and revenues back into the operations and the management. There was also one of the residents. Had during the budget hearing this evening had asked about what the town is doing to save money. I mean, this potentially, we invest about $120,000 to $150,000 per year in electricity costs that haven't been accounted for. So the financial projections, which is later in the agenda for the award of the contract, but it's also related to the utility. So this is a way of putting those utility costs into the utility. When I say utility, the gas and electric costs into the utility, so then the fees can pay for that rather than, that'll be and PSC&G and other utilities in New Jersey are increasing the rates by about 20%. effective June 1st, so
Yep.
starting a couple days
Yep.
ago. So,
Good start.
you know, it's a significant cost to the town, and the utility, the arena utility should be paying for that.
Excellent. Thank you
Just-
very much. Yes, Counselor Lockman?
I mean, another step, we need to change our ordinance to increase the fees.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
Okay.
because we've been charging below market rates, and we'll work on a fee structure that will be beneficial, I guess, to the residents, and, but capture the real market cost for the teams that use it.
Excellent.
We did have one change to the.
Yes, Counselor Lockman?
Yeah, to the, maybe I missed it, Mr. Marks, but I thought on page 3, we'd add a B that would say the utility may contract for the services of a management company to perform the actions described in A. Do we need that?
That was, I believe that was in there, that was
Was
part
it?
of what bond council had recommended.
If you just,
Shall
is it in there?
have authority to change and...
No, it's not employees, it's a third-party management company. Is that there?
At the bottom here?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the question.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Now we're going to move on to new business resolution. I'm sorry? Oh. You sure? Okay. Now we're going to move on to new business resolutions. And we're going to take, what number is that on here? Number 22. I got it. We're going to go, Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson, will you please read Resolution R 25-178? If you're reading on your agendas, you will see that as number 22.
Number 22. Yes, Resolution R-25-178 is a resolution accepting the professional service contract with Gabel Associates and authorizing issuance of a request for proposals from community solar developers and related actions. I so move.
Second. Discussion?
Because we have a guest here.
To clarify, Mayor, if I may, the reason why we wanted to, I requested that this be first is because we have somebody from Gabel Associates who is here to answer any questions, and she's traveled from Philadelphia, so I had asked that this be first, so.
Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
So I'm going to just say a couple of things and introduce Belle Gabel. We're so happy to have her. Just really high level, we are so glad to work with the town and with you all on this program. Just high level, it allows us to help residents, low to moderate income residents, save money on their electricity bills for 15 years. It's a permanent savings as part of the program. Belle will explain more. And that could be 1/3 of our households, which is really important. It also helps Montclair contribute to the state's clean energy goals and advance our climate action plan, another step in that direction. It's no cost to the town, so you'll be glad to hear that after the last discussion. No cost whatsoever. In fact, we may be able to power our municipal buildings using this community solar program, so that'll be part of the discussion after this. We get to work with pros like Gabel Associates, who have worked with Montclair in the past on the energy aggregation program. They also have a really great reputation with the BPU, the Board of Public Utilities, and solar developers. So what that means for us is that we're more likely to attract more solar developers to be part of the bidding process. So it'll be more competitive for us, which has lots of benefits. Gabel does the heavy lifting of like rolling out the program. We just kind of, be part of the process. And if you saw the documents that were sent to you, the Environmental Commission, we poked a lot of holes. Like that was our intention because it seemed too good to be true. So we poked so many holes. We asked so many questions. We talked to a bunch of different towns. You can see what those questions are because we really wanted to make sure it isn't too good to be true. I can say confidently it's good and true. So I'll let Belle take over from here, and I'm going to hand this out for you.
Great, thanks so much, Suzanne. So, like Suzanne said, I'm Belle Gabel. Thanks for giving me some time to talk with you. Resolution R-25-178 would contract Gabel Associates. We're an energy consulting firm. We would serve as the town's energy agent, acting basically as the liaison between the town, solar developers, and the government agencies. So what we would do is we would help the town to develop what is called a municipal community solar program. So a traditional community solar program means that an individual can sign up, maybe they're a renter, or maybe they're in an apartment, and someone who can't have solar panels on their roof can sign up and virtually own part of a solar plant located anywhere else, because it's just a virtual connection, and then they get a discount off their electricity bill. Those are pretty good discounts. They're 15 to 20%. What we have proposed for Montclair is a municipal community solar program from which we've seen savings between 20 and 40% for the towns who we've worked with. And some of those are Manchester, Highland Park, Princeton, Collingswood, and Hoboken.
Princeton.
So the benefits of municipal community solar are largely for low to moderate income residents. These are residents who are already disadvantaged. They have a high energy burden, which means that their proportion of energy bills to income is very high. So the solution to that.
Is this a presentation or are you making a comment? Because
this is a presentation. I'm just
Okay.
going through these slides with
is
you.
this on the agenda for tonight? A presentation? It is.
The presentation is, except for I mistakenly thought that it was in the executive session of this. Please accept my apologies, because when it came to me, for some reason, I processed it as executive, and then I realized at a later date that it was not. And since the presentation was already set up, I just agreed to have it move on. I know this is not customary. I know I made a mistake, and please accept my apologies.
Okay, I was just curious.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'd appreciate it again, and I'm really grateful that you're here. I'm sorry that you had to stay this late and then
all
go
right.
back to Philadelphia. Thank you.
All right.
Can I just ask her one question?
Yes.
How is this funded? I mean, the
Okay.
money doesn't come from nowhere.
All right, great
Yeah.
question. So it's a government program. It's part of what is called the Societal Benefits Charge, which everyone pays no matter what your income is. Then that's socialized and put out to the market so that the solar developers can sell premium energy. PSE&G needs to buy their energy at extra cost, but only if they will provide these savings that I referred to these low and moderate income residents.
Is this something that's, politically connected with, so that if the administration changes, that this is not going to be funded? And
This is in law through the Clean Energy Act of 2018. Even if there is a change in administration and they want to strip the program, any capacity that's already assigned or any contracts that are already signed would hold.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilor Toller.
Sure. How many households do you think that you would be able to work with in our municipality, based on what you're saying, low and moderate income? What number are you looking at, and what plan do you have to reach these families?
Sure.
Especially if they're renters, because sometimes renters, the landlords are not interested. And so I'm just curious, that's why.
I understand. So the way that it works is there are a few different ways that you can verify someone as LMI. That information I will have more access to after a contract, but just through public information, I've identified about 400 households who can be automatically enrolled, and I hope to boost that up. That's just by their neighborhood. They're in a certain census block where most people are LMI, so the entire census block can be included and see 20 to 40% savings on their electricity bills.
Councilor Toller, and we made it very clear through this process that that we would not move forward with the RFP until we have identified and found a way to identify all of the people that we would want to be subscribers to this. So, we're not going to move forward unless we're clear, we're able to identify those folks and have them be part of the program. So we're going to need to figure that out as a next step, how to identify all those folks, besides census black. So talking to the
You
township.
can't rely on the census a lot.
Exactly.
It's not
But
good
we're
data.
hoping that through all the programs that the township offers to residents, or some of the programs, through, I don't know, home core we were just talking about, that we'll be able to, and if at the end of the day we can't, then we make a decision. Do we want to move forward with it anyway and find a project that can meet, those people, or do we?
Wasn't there another program like this that David Corp, what's his
Yeah,
name, that
so,
he presented? Was it
sorry,
something different?
community solar, there's a difference between, this is an aggregated, municipally driven, see, I'm learning from her, community solar program. What he's talking about is called open enrollment, where a community solar developer, you subscribe to community solar on your own as an individual. But those vendors are not vetted. So with this program, they're vetted through the municipality, and we're able to, am I getting it right? We're able to aggregate, so we're able to offer even deeper of a discount or of a savings because of the aggregation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand.
okay. Did I get that right?
Council Birmingham.
And just to make very clear, because we had the third-party energy aggregation a few years ago, and people would see their bills and they would say, this isn't cheaper than PSE&G, I don't want to be part of this. I have solar panels on my house, which are great. And when I get my monthly bill, I get, here was, energy you used, basically, here's the rebate that you get. And essentially, that's what people will be getting. They will say, you used $150 in energy, you get a 25% discount, so you're now paying, sorry, I blanked on that. I should have used an easier number. But you're now paying $125. It is just flat out, you get a discount. There is you're getting a cheaper rate, or maybe you're not getting a cheaper rate. It is just you're getting a discount on your electricity. I think we just need to be very clear about that.
Okay.
And it's guaranteed
That's
for 15
important.
years, where with
For
energy
15 years.
aggregation, the program would end, and then we'd have to go back to contract, right? And then it would end, and we'd have to contract again and again. And then the energy markets kicked in, right, with the Ukraine war, and that became so volatile that we had to stop that program.
Yeah, yes.
But that won't happen here.
Yeah, and so when PSE&G goes up 20% or whatever, these people who are subscribers will just get a flat-out discount, just like I get, but they're the aggregate solar. Okay, thanks.
Deputy Mayor?
Okay, so, yeah, I mean, the Human Services Committee vetted this also, and I think there are some lessons learned from the last time around, and so just to make it clear, the bills will actually come from PSE&G, which is different from the last one. As you said, the discount is applied differently. This is an opt-out program, right? And then I believe the contract actually says that, it actually does say, and thank you to the attorney, Mr. Tedeschi, for reviewing it, that if you are not able to identify the requisite number of subscribers, then we can cancel the contract. We don't have to go through with it.
Correct.
Yes, at no cost. And this is an opportunity for households that can't afford to put solar panels on and apartment buildings to be able to get this solar energy and a discount. I mean, we just heard that, that we all know that the energy bills are going to, they're increasing. So maybe this is a good way to, offer something to our residents that are lower middle income.
Yep. Suzanne, was this offered before or presented to the last administration? And
I'm sorry, this is a new program. This is a new
Okay.
program.
Gable actually developed it because, I'm touting you, because Gable saw the issues with the other programs, so they developed this with the BPU, right?
Yes,
Sorry.
correct. Correct. So those other issues have been addressed here. It's guaranteed. It's long-term. It's very reliable and secure.
No, the reason, I'm just asking because it says this resolution was passed in April of 2024, and it's joined in with the New Jersey School Boards Association.
Yeah, sure, I can explain that.
Sure.
So the way that works is that Gabel Associates is the energy agent for a cooperative pricing agreement. That's ACES. the way that the council can contract Gabel is through the fact that you're already members of ACES, so we don't need to be procured. You can just say, we want to utilize the agent for ACES from Montclair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just have one more question.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. So I believe this is also addressed in the contract, but I just want to make it clear, in terms of, marketing and reaching out, doing outreach to helping the township, can you just explain what Gabel might be able to do?
Sure, absolutely. So Gabel Associates would take care of all of the marketing, especially about opting out, making sure that everyone knows you'll be enrolled in this program. Unless you say no, that's fine. We opt you out with no questions asked. I've gone to senior citizen buildings. I've gone to community events. If customizing it per the town, it sounds like this town, it would be great for me to go to some of those senior buildings, perhaps. They could get enrolled. We'll see how big the more the merrier. And we're prepared to go out with digital, email, mail, phone marketing.
And just also, Princeton Township is ahead of us on this, and they, oh, sorry, I know. Of course they are. And they offered to be like the guinea pigs for their marketing material, so they said we can just leverage whatever they've, already utilized.
So just one more question. Oh, sorry. So you're paid by the utility?
No,
Who
we
are
are
you paid?
actually paid by the developer. So this is such a lucrative deal from the solar developer side that they're willing to pay for Gable services just to be procured, just to participate in municipal community solar, because these solar developers cannot participate unless they are chosen by a town through an RFP, and that's where Gable Associates comes in.
So, and the more people you sign up, the better for you personally? Just curious. I mean, you don't have to.
No, we do a flat fee.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
When it says the guidelines for what your household income limit would be, it says, renters at so-and-so, such and such. Are the guidelines on this side the same for if you're a renter or a homeowner with a certain type of a roof on page 4?
That list doesn't exclude anyone. I was more pointing out just who it does include, who was previously excluded from having solar panels on their roof, and who now can be included. So even if they have a new house with a nice roof, if they're low income, they're,
I'm just trying
disabled
to
in any
find
way.
out
Yes.
what guidelines you're using for low income. So if you're a household of one person.
Oh, yeah, this is the Housing and Urban Development
So you're using
list
the
of-
same guidelines?
Exactly.
Okay.
This is the
All
HUD
right.
guidelines for
Okay.
incomes.
Thank you.
How do you deal with tenants that may want it, but their landlord says no? I mean, that's down the road. I'm just asking the question.
So this is an offering to the person who owns the energy account. So the person who owns the energy account,
Right.
who
But
pays
if
the
they
bill.
want it and their landlord says no, because.
You're out of
as
luck.
lo-
No, no, no. If
And
they're in a
that's
house,
it.
if
And
they're in a
landlord
house
has to
owned
say
by
so.
someone and you're a tenant,
Mhm.
and they
No
still
go.
want it, the landlord has to adhere to this?
No, because it's sorry.
No, I'm asking a question
It's-
because some landlords.
It's whoever pays the bill, Counselor Toller. Whoever pays the bill. So if the renter pays the bill, they make the decision.
Really?
Because the solar is far away.
Yeah.
There's nothing happening
Right.
to the house.
It's
Okay.
basically
There's
these
nothing on the
developers are, and you explained this to me, these developers, the Board of Public Utilities, as part of the Clean Energy Act of 2018, and now with Governor Murphy's new 2035 clean electricity goals, the Board of Utilities needs to meet these goals. They have goals assigned to them. So this is one of the programs the Board of Public Utilities is demanding of the utilities like PSE&G. And this is one way to get more solar renewable energy into the grid. So that's what happens. They build this, the solar developer builds a solar farm somewhere on top of a warehouse, let's say. That electricity goes to the grid. It doesn't come directly to the renter in Montclair.
No, no, I'm asking because would something need to be put on that person's home?
Oh, no. It literally goes right, it's just like, all they'll think is they're paying their PSE&G bill. That's all they'll think. It's a
Okay.
billing mechanism.
No hardware on the home.
Right. Our residents just benefit from the savings, but they're not really getting solar power.
Thank you.
Counselor Birmingham?
No, I probably confused it when I was talking about.
No, I had to ask because, there could be tenants that wanted it. I don't know if there's hardware going to be put on the homes and, the whole situation to ask.
It's confusing.
It's not, yeah.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, will you call the question, please?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Mayor?
And thank you again. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes, can we extend the same courtesy to people who came in from out of town?
Yes,
For the
please.
Clary management? So
Yes,
it's number
please. Would you
16.
ask them, invite them? Yes, thank you.
Well, they don't have to come up, but we should run
What
the-
number? What number,
It's
please?
16.
Okay.
So it's R25.
At this time, if you're following us on your agenda, we're going to go to number 16, Resolution R-25-172. Counselor D'Amato, please.
Resolution authorizing the award of a fair and open professional services agreement to Sports Facilities Management, LLC, for operations and management of Clary Anderson Ice Arena, and I so move.
Second. Discussion.
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Counselor D'Amato, you said this management firm is here today?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are they a New Jersey entity or are they out of state? Because I just have some questions. If they're out of state, how would this work for this resolution?
The firm is based, the firm is a national firm, and they have contracts with facilities that are municipal and private, and they run the gamut. But there are two representatives here, one of whom lives here and is managing the MSU facility, as well as, and I'm sorry, Kelly, I'm blanking on your name, who is coming from Clearwater?
Florida, right?
From Virginia, I'm sorry.
Okay.
From Virginia. So they can answer questions, but it is not a faraway firm because they have a very deep and active engagement in our town, or at least right over the border in Little Falls. So maybe the manager wants to
Manager Marks,
explain?
please.
Mayor, on background, would you like me to describe the process
Thank
that
you
was
very
used?
much.
Okay.
Yes.
So the township issued a RFP, request for proposal, from qualified consultants. It was RFP-25-P01, which was issued earlier in the year. The township received 3 proposals from vendors through the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee in consultation with the administration, Michelle Camerata, Austin Ashley, myself, along with Councilors Toller and Lockman, I'm sorry, I'll get it right, and D'Amato. We interviewed the 3 respondents separately, of course. After careful consideration, looking at the capacity and the qualifications of the 3 firms, I think it was agreed to that Sports Facilities Companies was the best qualified firm and is recommended for a contract to manage and operate the Clary Anderson Arena.
Awesome. Thank you. Madam Clerk, call the question, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
I'm just, on number 4,
Yeah.
there should be, was that changed in,
That has to be changed.
So there's a typo on the resolution. I'd requested that the typo be corrected, but the version of the resolution that went out was the first version. So my sincere apologies. So the fee proposal that the sports facilities companies had proposed comes out to, and it's on page 48 of their proposal. There's a monthly management fee of approximately $12,000 per month, plus a performance incentives of 7% of adjusted gross revenue plus 30% of sponsorship sales.
No, but
So
that's-
I'm sorry,
No,
It's 3% between 800,000 and
and
a
a
million.
million.
can you
Yeah.
read that for the record?
Shall
We
I
had-
say it? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So the performance incentive is if gross revenues are over 800,000 and up to 1 million, it would be a 3% incentive. Over 1 million, it's 7%. And there is no sponsorship
That's true.
sharing. Okay, and then 12,000 per month.
So, which is under the former contract or the contract with the former operator, it was a flat concession where the operator was paying the township $50,000 per year, collecting all of the gross revenues himself. This, we're basically flipping the script, as we heard earlier in this evening under different context, whereby since the township owns the arena, we will be collecting all of the proceeds. This company will actually be running the arena for us, collecting all the proceeds for us, and we will be paying them the aforementioned management fees.
Attorney, is this substantive and we need to do it again, or?
It's a resolution
Okay, so we can just change it here?
here.
Okay, okay.
And just to be clear, when you're saying "we," you mean the utility is going to be
Yes.
like
Yes,
self-liquidating.
yeah. Assuming the utility is created,
Yes.
um,
Okay.
Like it's $12,000 a month is coming out of the utility.
the
which will be
fees
self-
generated
yes.
from the arena and
pay for
the
that.
utility,
Yeah.
the arena utility.
Did somebody
Do we need a
make a motion to
timeframe for the
amend it?
contract, or no? Just
It's a professional service contract,
Okay,
which
so
is a
1 year,
year-to-year
1 year?
contract.
I don't see the 1 year.
The RFP as advertised was for a one-year contract.
Okay.
How do you want to do this change?
Counselor Lockman?
So can
Should
I
we make a
move,
motion?
move this resolution with this amendment? And the amendment is, number 4 should read, schedule of fees must remain the same for the duration of the contract. Sports Management Facilities LLC agreed to pay the township 12,000, what? No,
No,
that's
no,
wrong.
that's the
Yeah, that was
reverse.
wrong. Yeah.
Sorry.
It's in the, it's in the.
So schedule of fees must remain the same for the duration of the contract. Sports Management Facilities LLC will be paid by the township $12,000 per month, a 3%,
Deferred, yeah.
a 3%, what are we going to call it, performance fee
Mm-hmm, that's what you said.
between, if the gross revenue is between 800,000 and a million,
Right.
and the 7% performance fee for any amount of gross revenue over $1 million.
1 million. Good.
I think that's it.
Well, is that a motion? And I have to
That
second it?
was a motion.
Second? Madam Clerk?
That's the motion to amend.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
This is on the amendment.
Motion to amend?
Yes.
To amend, yeah.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay. Returning to the main motion?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Any other out-of-town guests that anybody need? No, I mean,
She's not out of.
Thanks, folks, you did the right thing.
thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to go back to Resolution R 25-157. We're going to start with Counselor Toller, please.
Sure. Resolution R 25-157, Township of Montclair. Resolution authorizing place-to-place transfer, expansion of premises of alcohol beverage plenary, retail consumption license, hotel, motel, exception number 0713-36-026-001. Licensee is AHG Montclair Beverage LLC. I so moved.
Second, discussion?
Yeah, I
Madam
know-
Clerk?
We got the sketch late. I just had a question.
Oh.
If maybe would the clerk, would you be able to? So they're just moving this license from one part of the floor to the other part?
They're expanding.
So they're
So they currently
expanding
have it in the hotel, and now the adjacent building, they're going to expand the licensed premises, so they also can consume alcohol in that building. A corridor connects the two buildings.
Excellent. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
I'm sorry, this is the Thai chef,
No, this is the MC Hotel.
no, but the property that they're moving it to, or,
Attorney Barata represents the
I'm
client.
sorry.
Maybe she'll be able to give you more detail.
Good evening.
Is this going to be a short response to the question
Absolutely.
that Deputy Mayor asked?
Absolutely.
Thank
My
you.
name's Lisa Barata. I represent the licensee. The MC Hotel is the licensed premises. They're expanding it to include the connected premises, which is the former Thai chef.
Great, thank you very much, I appreciate it.
Deputy
Madam
Mayor
Clerk.
Anderson?
yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, Resolution R 25-158, Counselor Williams, please.
Resolution R-25-158, resolution authorizing renewal of alcoholic beverage plenary retail consumption licenses for a term beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending July 30th, 2026. So moved.
Second, discussion? Madam Clerk?
Yeah, wait, just
Oh, I'm
very
sorry.
quickly, so MHG and Montclair Mezzanine, they have the same license number. Is that because we previously approved moving the license from Mezzanine to MHG?
Yes, Counselor, they don't have the same exact license number. If you look at the three last numbers, that sequence there represents how many moves the license has made. So every time you sell it to someone else, it goes up in a number. But all the other numbers remain the same.
Okay.
I just have a question, too.
Yes, Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Thank you. On the second page of this resolution, the one that we just approved prior, is this a renewal or an expansion? Because on this one, it's an expansion, but they're renewing it.
Yes, yes, Counselor. So
Okay.
the answer to your question is that this is a renewal. So the item that you just voted on was an expansion, which is something separate, a separate application. But every year, you're going to get 2 resolutions to renew every license within the township.
Right.
Okay. And
Okay.
this-
Madam
Okay, I
Clerk?
got it.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, please, number 3.
Resolution R 25-159, resolution authorizing renewal of alcoholic beverage plenary retail distribution licenses for a term beginning July 1st, 2025, and ending June 30th, 2026. I so move.
Second, discussion? Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham? Counselor
Yes.
D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams? Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you, Counselor Lockman. Number 4, please.
I make a motion to approve R-25-160, which is a resolution awarding contract for the renovation of the 911 dispatch center at police headquarters, bid 25-08.
Second, discussion?
Yeah, just
Counselor
very-
Williams?
Just very quickly, when we receive only one bid, why don't we send it back out again to see if we get better bidders? I mean,
Lieutenant?
Good away now, didn't
We
you?
got you.
So we hired an architect to handle all the bid specs and everything. This has been going on since.
I'm sorry, is it on?
I apologize.
Thank you.
Do you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
This project was approved back in 2023, and funding was approved already back then in the capital budget. And first step was to hire an architect, Land Associates, to help with the bid specs and researching everything, much like Mr. Marks was talking about the Clary Anderson Center, except we're a lot further down the road now with this. The bid proposal, we sent it out and only one came back. However, the architect, part of their responsibility was to recommend the bid as the bids came in, and they actually did a bid award recommendation saying we should accept this. They recommended that we do accept their bid. So we defer to them as the experts in that.
And
Thank you, Counselor Lockman.
And this is at the police headquarters on Moorfield Avenue?
Yes, ma'am. It's going to be at police headquarters. Originally, our dispatch center many years ago was in police headquarters. It got moved over to this a long time ago. Got moved over to the fire department, and there's a lot of issues with that as far as supervision goes. You can't really hear a call as it's happening. A supervisor is not stationed down there right now, and this is just safer for everybody, better for morale, staffing. You know, we've had issues and discussions about staffing with the dispatchers. We're a little low on staffing for them. We think this will help all around and make it a better environment for them as well.
Yes, Counselor Williams, and then Counselor Lockman, and then Counselor D'Amato.
I'm sorry to be so curious at 11:18
It's okay.
in the evening. So I noticed, so the police, when they have like these construction projects, you don't go through DCS, who's responsible for all the other buildings, because it seems like one bidder, and DCS probably goes out and does construction for all the buildings. Why wouldn't, we consult with DCS and get multiple bidders? And the only reason I'm asking is because one bidder, maybe somebody's going to do it for less. That was it.
Oh, well, we do consult with DCS and have them come and look at the building for a lot of our projects. Years ago, we had them come and do, the engineering department, do a structural engineer report for the entire building. And there's all kinds of issues going on. But we do consult with them, but I don't think that they would be the ones doing the construction on the building. It's just, they would still go out to bid as well, kind of like we did. This architect, L.A.N. Associates, has done work in the past for Montclair as well. They're well respected as far as I know. They do a good job.
I just have one comment, and, being on the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, it's no secret that we're looking at where should the police department be, right? And because of the nature of the building, and yet here we are having to spend $1 million on this. And it makes me crazy. At some point, we have to decide where is that building going? What are we going to do? And so we can't keep doing this kind of spending money on this stuff that is not a long-term. I mean, in my view, it's not long-term, but.
The only thing I would say to that is it's gone a long time where we haven't had a problem. And we could have a problem the way it's set up right now. The supervision is almost impossible.
Yeah.
We're at police headquarters, they're at fire headquarters. We can't listen on the calls the way we'd like.
Yeah.
It's not fair to the dispatchers and the conditions they have, so this has been going on 20 years.
Yeah, but you get my point.
I know, I understand your point, but
yeah.
there is a risk that we could have a problem, and it's not fair to the dispatchers
Right,
either.
I have no problem
They can't get a
voting for
break.
this. I just want to make the point that at some point, we have to decide as a council.
Right.
What are we doing about the police department? Because we can't keep throwing money at that building.
But even if we decided, Counselor Lockman, today, that we were going to do something, it's going to take, 2, 3, 4 years,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I feel
But
really
I'm
good
never going to
about-
miss an opportunity to say that we
I
need
know,
to
no, I'm
do
with
something
you.
about the police
Look at this. Thank you, Chief, for being here, Deputy Chief.
We
got
just
all
walked
you
out, we
guys.
missed, thank God Lieutenant was
Thank you,
here.
that's right, Lieutenant.
Mayor.
Counselor Toller has another.
I don't have a question.
Oh.
I just want to say there's a typo on here on the numbers that we need to make sure that gets fixed, because the third whereas paragraph ends in a 2, and then the fourth be it resolved paragraph ends in a 0. It's just a small typo, but it probably should be fixed.
Good. Thank you. Yes, Counselor D'Amato,
Oh,
please.
thank you for your service, gentlemen.
Yep.
Thank
Yeah, thank you for your service. Thank you for working in that building for so long, and not only doing that, but making it a place that is actually okay, given what we've stuck you with. Like, it's amazing. You know, the basement is, in parts, nice. That
Madam
said-
Clerk?
Wait
Oh.
a minute. We are working on the weekend to look for a better location, a new location. And even if you were going to stay in that building, you would be moving out of that building, and that area would be demolished. We have just contracted for a historic architectural survey of what's beneath the walls of that building, which would not take place until after this was executed. And I apologize, because it's sort of on us. I mean, we're learning to fix the plane as we're flying it, but like, you are talking about putting $1 million into a space that very well could be demolished in 3 years.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
I'm going to abstain because I haven't been in all the infrastructure to know when the impending demolition is, so I'm just going to abstain.
Counselor D'Amato,
I'm voting no.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Thank you. Resolution R25-161, please. I think that's Counselor Birmingham, please.
Resolution endorsing the fourth round housing element and fair share plan for Montclair Township.
And you so move or no?
Okay, do you want me to move this, or are we going to, okay.
Well, I think
I'll move for discussion, No,
Yeah.
Move it.
Counselor Toller?
Sure. Oh. I just had a question on, well, Ms. Avery brought up a lot of things. I don't know if everybody took notes or not, but.
Yes.
I guess I'll start on page 17. The chart at the bottom. Are any of these units currently under construction? And if so, how is that included in the plan? You know, if the construction is stopped, are any of these included in construction? Page 17, the bottom.
Do you have it, Janice?
Yes, yes. You
Oh,
can
you
clearly
don't have the whole
see
thing?
with the symbol UC, those are under construction.
Okay, so it's fair and I'm gonna say in air quotes, legal. that we
Absolutely.
can- Okay. Page 18, I think we're off by 5 units. Perhaps you can verify the Allister. The numbers that, when they go across, you have 17, but it actually totals 12.
I might be missing the description in terms of bedrooms. It is 17 units.
5, 6,
Where-
7,
where-
8, 9, 10, 11,
Yeah, so
12.
what do you don't know which one it would be, though?
I don't know if it's a two-bedroom, you know, that maybe in the table with the 2 bedrooms and the 1 bedrooms, we did not include some of them.
So
but it
that
is
number
sev-
needs to be 12 then, or you're saying it is
I'm
17?
telling you it's
though?
17.
Okay. Oh, man. Again, page 18 at the bottom, 59 Church Street.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what was the outcome of the Allister?
She has 17 in the total. but when
Right,
you
so
go
Janice,
across
you
the
were telling
town,
us
the
that
thing, it
perhaps
totals
it's what?
12.
Where do you want us to put the other number to make it add up to 17?
It is 17. I neglected to include a description in terms of the bedrooms. So there must be units that are missing from the bedroom counts. I can correct that, but this, I can address that. This is an adopted document. I cannot amend it. It's already adopted by the planning board.
So essentially, I can answer your questions and come back with that information, but this is an adopted document. It's a policy document of the township.
The planning board would have to amend this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not-
that's what's
so-
going to have to happen.
Okay.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
And one more question on
Yes,
page
Counselor
18, and if
Toler?
someone else has a question, they can go. I'm just trying to see, again, number 8. Total number of units is 8 on page 18 for 59 Church Street.
That's correct.
It's abandoned, though.
It's not abandoned.
No?
It's under construction. They
Did
paused.
someone else pick it up? Because I'm just going by what the Montclair local shared about that project being stopped, so I have a question if that should
The
even be.
property has approval.
Okay.
Their approval requires construction of 8 units.
Okay.
So they cannot get a CO until those 8 affordable units are in place. And there's a deed restriction for those 8 units.
And we have deed restrictions in place on page 21, like the Montclair Muse?
Yes, we do.
Okay, because all of them have a deed restriction?
Yes, they do.
May I make a suggestion? If Ms.
Counselor Lockman?
Oh, sorry.
No,
No,
you're good.
if Ms. Avery wanted to just go and talk with you, it might be, we'd get this
I
done
am
better.
always available.
And she could go over and you could answer her questions.
provide the
Yeah, I
information,
think that might
yes.
be better use of our time.
And so then, if that turns out to be the plan, Planner Tally, will you come back to the planning board if we need to amend anything here?
Yes.
And so then the objective this evening will be for us to either vote this up or vote this down. Thank you very much. I'd like to have the, Madam Clerk, call the question, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor
I'm sorry.
Birmingham.
Somebody else have a question?
Can I, do you
Oh.
mind? I just asked a
Yes,
question.
Councilor Birmingham.
Can I
Do
just
you have
ask
more questions? Okay.
a question? Because we had someone here, and I believe it's Martin's funeral home that,
Yes.
where she
Yeah.
wants
Ms.
that out.
Rochelle Williams.
The page 36 of this document seems to have caused some, I know on, I saw online some, but the non-conforming properties in residential zones, you have some examples where it's 1 and 2 family residential zones, and there are buildings there that are not 1 and 2 family houses. So you have Applegate Farm, and you have Sawtell Learning Center, and you have Martin's Funeral Home, and these are just statements of fact that
That's correct.
these are non-conforming, and this is not at all that you're suggesting that any of these buildings are going to be sold for affordable housing.
One of the requirements under the state statute is that we identify areas where affordable housing can be accommodated. Clearly, in Montclair, we're built out. So that's why we ended up looking at properties owned by faith-based organizations and properties that are non-conforming uses in residential zones, just to identify if those properties, if those non-conformities ever go away and it becomes a different use, that's an opportunity to provide housing, which is a permitted use, of which we would get some affordable units. That's simply what that is. And I identified a list of properties over half an acre in size. The St. Martin's Funeral Home fell into that category. It's over half an acre in size. It's a non-conforming use in a residential zone. So if at some point it changes use, there's an opportunity to provide housing, including affordable housing at that location.
Okay, so thank you, because this is a little different than I understood it. But, so now I can understand why she might be upset that this.
She's a non-conforming use,
So-
I treated all of them equally.
Okay.
She just happened to be identified in a little bit more detail because I tried to take them of different sizes, just to give an example, scattered throughout the town.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Councilor Birmingham,
Excuse me, what are we voting on?
what am I
we're in the
Because-
middle of a vote. There was a motion on the floor to adopt Resolution R-25-161, endorsing the 4th round housing element and fair share plan for the Montclair
Then there was a
Township.
recommendation that perhaps Ms. Talley and Ms. Avery should sit together, and some
Can I-
others if they wish to to work this out to be presented back to the planning board for an amendment.
If I may make a comment, just a very quick comment, what I really need from the council.
Planner Tally?
What I really need
Yes,
from-
you may interrupt the vote, and you may be acknowledged.
I just want to emphasize, it's important that the council adopt the spending plan. You will not be able to collect the money or spend
Right.
the money in your Affordable Housing Trust Fund until you adopt the spending plan. Because that's within your bailiwick, and that's what we're submitting to the state, the dispute resolution program, and the DCA is the spending plan, so that will enable you to continue to collect the money and to spend the money. So I emphasize that that's an important part of what we're here tonight.
Yep.
And you do have the ability to amend the spending plan at any time.
At any time, yes.
It just, you need a resolution, and I need to get approval
Correct.
from the state for any amendments.
Correct.
I have a question.
I'm going to ask, please, that we're in the middle of the vote, and so I'd like to finish the vote, and then if people have further questions.
To vote for this?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a motion on the floor to adopt this resolution. Does someone want to withdraw that motion? Okay, so we'll continue with the vote. Counselor Birmingham?
Wait. Okay. It is seemingly very small, but to the and I don't know what her name is. But
Williams.
Rochelle Williams.
to Ms. Williams, it seems to be rather large. So what do we need to, like, you said this is an adopted document, so I can't just take this out?
Nope.
The planning board can do that. The planning board can
I
amend.
know.
Yeah, the planning board could amend that. And take it out.
Can the planning board amend it and take it out?
The planning board would have to hold another public hearing to amend the plan, so they can do that.
Yeah.
And then do I vote on it? And
You don't
before
vote on
that,
it.
Or I wait?
You don't.
No, I know I don't wait, but right now, do I vote on?
All we're asking
But
from
we
you is
need to pass the spending plan,
Right.
right?
Okay.
And
So
in
that's all
order to
I'm
do
doing
that,
now?
I just want to make sure that we're
I make-
clear. I think I am. So
Can I make
we
one
need to pass this to have the spending plan passed, but we can do an amendment at any time. So if you meet with other people and there's other things that we need to go back and amend, you can bring that to the planning board and we can do that.
Yeah.
And if there's several of them, because I know there were other questions, then we can do those as a group if we need
Right.
to with the planning board.
If
Is that
there's-
correct?
That's correct, and I'd like
Thank you.
to offer.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the question.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
No.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
No.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Deputy
You
Mayor.
voted yes, and then we were
Oh,
interrupted.
that's right, and
Mayor
Baskerville, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Where are we now? Number 6, resolution number 6, R-25-162, and this is, who is this? Councilor Birmingham? Huh? Okay, thank you. Councilor D'Amato?
R-25-162, resolution awarding a contract to Calgon Carbon Corporation for the purchase, delivery, and exchange of a granular activated carbon filter absorb 400 ARAT at Lorraine Well for the Department of Utilities, bid number 2511, and I so move.
Second, discussion? I did. Yeah, but you can. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Number 7. Councilor Toller, please.
Sure. Resolution R-25-163, Township of Montclair, resolution authorizing emergency purchase pursuant to N.J.S.A 40A, semicolon 11-6, repair of water main break on Undercliff Road. I so move.
Second, discussion? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato. Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Counselor Williams, number 8, please.
Resolution R-25-164, resolution authorizing grant application, submission and execution of a grant contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation for Church Street streetscape improvement projects. So moved.
Second, discussion?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
I'm just trying to understand if there's supposed to be any amounts listed on this first page. It says we're executing a grant contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation, but I don't see any amount. And then I thought, in the past, a developer was supposed to fix this roundabout. That never happened.
The developer gave $30,000
Oh.
Yeah.
and that went towards the
plumbing.
plumbing and everything
Yeah.
underneath it, but
I mean,
that's all done.
okay. Well, I mean, I see there's an amount in Neglia's report, but there's no amount on our actual resolution. And it's the same thing for items 9 and 10, and I think the amounts should be included, not necessarily Neglia's report, because that's not what we're voting on. We're voting on this resolution, and it needs to have a number on it.
Okay, Counselor Toller, where should we put this number?
Well, if Neglia is saying, how much is it? How are we supposed to know how much it is, what we're voting on?
So,
It's in the.
I know, but how much is the grant for?
Mayor,
I see
Deputy
it in
Mayor.
Neglia's report.
Okay,
Is that what
okay.
they're saying, Mr.?
so I believe the memorandum that's attached to R 25-164 says, in Section A, it says the approximate cost is $350,000 to $400,000.
Right.
I think this is just our approval to submit the application.
That's correct.
So.
And we
I-
don't need an amount on here at all, Mr. Attorney? Is there any consequences to not having an amount? I'm just asking, okay. But residents.
Any
wouldn't
other
know how much
question,
it's
Counselor
costing.
Toller?
No.
Okay, Counselor Lockman?
So
Still
will
need to know
this
how much it
be
is.
reviewed by the HPC? We had the problem with the Watchung Plaza not being reviewed. This seems, I don't know if this is an historic area.
I'm not familiar with it. It is or it isn't, but we
Yeah.
will check with them.
Can you
either
check
way.
with that? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Number 9, Deputy Mayor, please.
R 25-165, resolution authorizing a grant application submission and execution of a grant contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation for the Harrison Avenue roadway improvements project. I so move.
Ken, there's no amount.
Second.
I'm sorry. Do we know how much the grant is that we're applying for? Just curious, so it's on the record.
It's the same memo.
Okay, but still, again, I'm putting this on the record because it'll be on the record for this resolution number.
For Harrison Avenue, it's roughly $1 million.
Oh,
Mayor,
thank you.
Mayor.
Deputy Mayor?
I just have a question in the first whereas clause. Should it be the 2026 local transportation project fund rather than 2025? Or am I missing something?
And are we able to see the
No, I
grant
believe this is
application?
2025.
Nobody wants to
Sorry?
see the
I believe
grant
this is
application?
2025
Okay.
for the local transport project.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Toller, did you have a question
Yeah,
about?
for me personally, I'd like to see the grant application that we are applying for to get this money. If you can just email me a copy. I'd like to read it for myself is all. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Counselor Lockman?
I just, if there were any participation percentage or amount that the town would have to contribute, that would be in this letter, right? So we're just applying for these grants, there's no There's no
Yeah,
You know,
the-
some of these grants that we apply for, the town has to contribute 20% or so that's not true with these grants.
Right, these are DOT grants, they're not
Okay,
matching grants.
Thank you.
And Mayor,
Deputy Mayor?
I mean, this one, it seems like it's very well, I mean, not that none of them are, all of them are needed, but, I mean, this particular grant application is trying to address an area that really has been problematic in terms of traffic and safety-related issues. Harrison Avenue between Llewellyn and Union. So, yeah, but it also says that it's project would address these issues, replacing aged concrete curbing, reconstructing driveway aprons, repaving the roadway, installing various traffic calming measures, et cetera, et cetera.
Was there community discussion with the residents and the neighbors?
This is the initial application for this, so that we'll have many opportunities to discuss this project. This is just an attempt to secure the funding to move forward with this project.
Anyone? No? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Number 10, please.
Okay,
Counselor
that's it?
Lockman.
Okay. I make a motion to approve resolution amending Resolution R-25-103, reestablishing the Arts Advisory Committee to increase the number of members from 5 to 9.
We're doing number 10,
We're doing
please.
number
missed
10.
That is the
Oh, I thought
Harrison
that was-
Avenue,
oh, I
Cedar
thought-
Ave, and Orange Road
Sorry,
bike
sorry,
lanes.
sorry. I thought they were all one package. I'm sorry.
like that, though, no.
Oh, it was all one memo, right? Okay, excuse me, very sorry. I make a motion to approve R-25-166, a resolution authorizing a grant application submission and execution of a grant contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation for the Cedar Avenue, Harrison Avenue, and Orange Road Bike Lane Improvement Project.
Is there a second?
Second.
And I have a question, please. So if when you have the community meetings to involve the neighbors, residents, and the people that will be in close proximity, and everyone says, oh, they think it's ludicrous to have bike lanes here, and you've already received the grant money, then what happens?
Well, the grant money would be returned unless there's an alternate location.
Okay, so the grant money could be returned.
Sure.
Great, thank you.
How much
and
is this
it's-
one for?
$550,000.
I'm sorry.
This would be for the amount of $550,000.
Okay, then I saw Counselor Williams.
This isn't a protected bike lane, right?
No, so this would be just the 5.5-foot bike lane. That's all that this grant would cover. It wouldn't cover any other repaving of the roadway itself. This would just be for the construction of the bike lane itself, with the striping and all that.
Counselor D'Amato.
What is the construction?
It would pay for the paving of a bike lane. So it could pay for the physical width of a bike lane, or any modifications that need to happen to the curbing and to the striping plans.
What was the motivation for this in the bike lane in this particular area?
This area was designated in the 2018 SAFE
I
Plan.
remember.
Yeah, so this was one of
remember.
the recommended areas. And we also believe that this would be one of the easier places to accomplish a bike lane. It's not as heavy of a lift. There's many complications, but it is the one area we think if it can work here.
Counselor Lockman?
So I think it's my understanding that the Vision Zero Task Force also is interested in bike lanes. Did they look at this as a potential location?
I spoke with the chairperson of the Vision Zero. We have a
Okay.
meeting on Friday, which we'll
Okay.
talk about this more.
Okay, and you just said that this grant is not site-specific, like the Glen Ridge Avenue grant was site-specific. This is not site-specific,
Well,
that if the neighbors complain and they don't want it, then you have the money, you could put it somewhere else?
Potentially, if it's within the same scope. It's been done in the past where you can move, depending on what and how, where you're moving it to.
Right.
But that's a conversation we'd have to have with DOT. So this will be specific to this area.
Oh, so you're contradicting what you said before.
Well,
It is site-specific.
It can be. I mean,
Yeah.
it it can be a conversation that you have with DOT if need be. I wouldn't recommend it. I recommend keeping it in this location.
Well, if the neighbors, say this is crazy.
Very true.
Counselor, go ahead, did you have a question? I just wanted a copy of each application for these 3 grants, so I can take a look and read for myself. Thank you.
She wanted a copy. Anyone else? Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Resolution R 25-167. Counselor Birmingham.
Resolution amending Resolution R 25-103, reestablishing the Arts Advisory Committee to increase the number of members from 5 to 9. And I so move.
Second. Counselor Lockman.
So I think I'm reading this right, but the second whereas, it says, one of the 5 shall be appointed by the council to serve as a liaison. But aren't the council people the liaisons to a committee, not the committee person a liaison to the council? So we would not want the council, we would not want a committee person to have to come up here and give us information, because that would be a council liaison's role. Is that correct?
It could be, yes. This may have just been, should this say cultural arts? Or should it just say?
You've been saying arts, not you, but it's been said arts advisory and a lot of things.
No,
yeah.
because there was a very strong arts advisory committee here within the township many moons ago. Because even Bob Russo said that he would like to be a part of this new committee, so that's how far back we're going. And back then, it may have been that setup that you're referring to. I'm comfortable either way. I'm just trying to increase the seats so that we can have a nice, diverse group of people around the table.
Yeah. So I propose that we amend the second whereas to delete one of the 5 shall be
Sure.
appointed, and that this position can be held, those 2 sentences.
Yeah, because the committee can
So
decide.
you don't
who their
want one
chair's
of them
gonna
to be
et
a
cetera.
liaison?
No,
Yeah, that's
it should be
fine.
council persons,
That's
on to a
fine.
committee.
Was that my error, Madam Clerk?
Got it.
It wasn't an error, Counselor, but I'm glad that it's been clarified.
Okay, thank
So if
you.
the amendment is to strike that, do we have a second?
It's to strike the 2
Second.
sentences.
I'll second.
Okay. Would you like to call the question, Mayor? On the
Yes.
amendment
Oh,
to strike that?
I'm sorry. Counselor Birmingham.
Can I just ask one question about the not being subject to open public meetings? And
Where does that say?
it says that they're,
Oh, no, yeah.
in terms of,
Yeah.
they're not spending funds or whatever, or they're not voting on that. But I was reading something that if a group is sort of making exclusions or any sort of decisions that then would be presented to the public body that for us to vote on, then it should be open to the public. So I just want to clarify. So for example, this is like a very basic, silly example, but if the Arts Advisory Committee is choosing between 3 movies to offer to the council that we would then be voting on, does that make it subject to OPMA, is my question.
Presentation to the council?
Does the Arts Advisory Committee, when they're making that decision of to decide between 3 movies, that they're gonna choose one to recommend that the council buy, let's say, and then we would be voting, the public body, like the governing body, would be voting on those movies, but it came out of the question from, a decision from
Right,
the
the committee
committee.
should be subject to Oprah.
It should be.
Right.
I believe so, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I think
If
you
that's
should-
your question.
You should just delete this.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
Delete that
Just
whereas.
delete the. not
I'm sorry,
whereas
Mayor, if I
altogether.
may, I have a point of clarification.
Yes.
Attorney Tuntevsky, can you clarify that? Because none of the advisory committees are subject to the Open Public Meetings Act as it stands. So if we make this group subject to the Open Public Meetings Act, are you suggesting, or does the governing body want to amend all of the groups? Subjecting them to the Open Public Meetings Act, Attorney, as you know, they're going to have to do meeting notices.
Correct.
They're going to have to publish they're going to need a budget to do
No,
that.
thank you.
And those are, the committee, as far as I understand, all of the authority establishing these committees, they don't have a decision-making power. It holds no authority.
Right.
Then I
They-
apologize, I misunderstood the question. then I
Yeah,
apologize, I think
the
we're-
committee, not a public body committee. This is an advisory committee
I
for this
apologize.
governing body.
I stand
Thank you,
corrected.
thank you
The
very much,
clerk is correct.
Madam Clerk,
Over-
and thank you, Attorney.
Okay, we're ready to run this.
Should I do an amendment? No, I just was going to read.
Okay.
Okay, so I make a motion to amend Resolution R-25-167 by deleting the sentences in the second whereas that start one of the five, and the next sentence, this position can be held. Delete those two sentences, and also delete the fourth whereas clause.
But we need
No, you have
that
to
now.
keep
We
that
need
in.
that in there
Yeah,
because
but
she
you know,
just
why do
got-
you need it?
Because she just
Because
got finished
currently-
explaining to
I
us
know,
that
no,
they're
but
all.
do you have to have, do you have
Yes,
to address that
This
at all?
was actually-
Okay.
Yes, let me please,
Other-
Resolution
Got
R-25-103.
it.
In that resolution, when this body reestablished this advisory committee,
Yes.
you made them subjected to
Okay.
OPMA.
So,
So I understand your amendment is to strike the last two
Yep.
lines of the second whereas
go.
paragraph. I have a second. Are we ready to
Second.
call the question?
Yes, Madam
Deputy
Clerk.
Mayor Anderson. Counselor Birmingham.
yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, resolution
Okay.
number 12, please.
No, we're returning to the main motion.
Oh, we're going to the main.
Yes, ma'am. Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Resolution number 12, please. Is that Counselor D'Amato or Counselor Birmingham? I forgot. Where did we leave off? Okay.
Oh, it's my turn.
Counselor D'Amato, please,
Resol-
resolution.
Resolution 25-168, a resolution authorizing refund of escrow account balances. So moved.
Second, discussion. Madam Clerk, please call the question.
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, number 13, Counselor Toller. Oh, man, I didn't know we had a whole nother page.
You want to create a consent agenda?
I wish we could. Counselor Toller, please.
Sure. Number 13, Resolution R-25-169, resolution awarding contract to CME Associates for licensed site remediation professional services associated with Montclair Police Department. I so move.
Second. Discussion. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, number 15, Counselor Williams, please.
14?
Skip
14, I'm sorry, number 14, Counselor Williams, please.
Moving Resolution R-25-170, resolution authorizing award and fair and open contract to N.J.S.A Lawn Care, Inc. for 2025 spring tree planting, bid 25-07. I said it at the beginning.
Second. Discussion.
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Sure, go ahead, Counselor.
Counselor Williams.
So I know I'm in the minority here on the sidewalk issue, but here we have trees being planted. I think that we shouldn't be planting any more trees until we wrap our hands around, you know, who's responsible and everything like that. So that's all I'll say.
I'm with that. Counselor Lockman.
Is there anything that would prohibit us from asking a private contractor whom we're paying to plant a municipal tree, let's call it that, on private property? I mean, I would love, to add a tree to my property, or those big houses on whatever, on Upper Mountain Avenue. Instead of putting it on the
Yeah.
sidewalk curb, put it on the other side of the sidewalk in a place where it's not going to tear up and uplift the sidewalk. It's just a suggestion.
Attorney, do you have an opinion there?
Sorry, what was the question? I didn't.
So is there anything that would prohibit us from paying a private contractor to plant a tree, with permission, of course, on a private residence property, so that we would there's nothing that, we can do that or we can't?
you want the town to plant on private property?
Yes,
That's what
with
you're
permission,
offering.
to offer it,
offer.
with the
You can-
permission of the resident, if they so chose.
Manager Marks, please.
A lot of the grant opportunity, if the grants are coming from state or federal government, they actually prohibit, the funding is reserved for public rights-of-way or public municipal, county, state property.
Okay.
So it actually prohibits you from using grant-funded funds from planting on private property.
But this isn't grant-funded, this particular one that we're looking at.
Is it? It's grant-funded?
No, it is
No,
not
or no?
grant-funded.
This will be part of the federal
Oh, it is
tree
grant?
program.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Yeah.
It didn't say anything about grants on the
I
first
have
page.
a question.
Yes, Counselor Toller?
And Dr. Johnson is the one that put this one up, is that correct? This resolution?
Was put forth by Mr. Ashley.
Yeah, we put this up, but this is her, part of our project.
Okay, because then I have a question. I guess the first question is, if we approve this or go through with this, how are we going to ensure these trees survive? Who's going to be responsible for watering these trees so that they do survive? And then on page 2, which is really it says 25 at the bottom. One of these is not native. So is this grant money, does it all have to be native plants or trees that we're using? Because if so, number 4 is not native. It's native in Iran, but not here in the United States.
We try to use native plants as much as we can, but for
Okay.
shade trees, it's not usually possible.
And number 3 is a shrub. It can grow about as high as like 15 to 30, but that's not a tree. Is there another tree that you can supplement for that? I'm just asking because I'm trying to remember. If you're saying this is Dr. Johnson's grant money, when she said that we were planting trees, we're supposed to plant, I guess, 100 trees. How many have we planted so far?
For this year,
Yeah.
this will be the first.
Okay. Well, then, if it is that, and does the language say that it has to be native plants and trees? Because if it does, then these have to be changed.
Yeah, this list was generated through Dr. Johnson's office and the arborist, so that would be the better area
The
to.
arborist did this?
Yes.
And her? Okay. Well, one of them's definitely not native, and it's, like I said, number 4. So we need to find out if the grant says that it has to be native for everything, or can it kind of be native? I don't know, but
Counselor Williams and then Counselor D'Amato?
Looks like we have a fun.
So with this, and I don't know, if one, the homeowners, the property owners, I don't think are being asked if they want a tree planted in
Right.
front
Good point.
of their house first, and I don't think they even get to select a tree, because I know I had a tree planted in front of my house a couple of years ago, and the arborist said, "Oh yeah, tell me what tree you want," and then before I knew it, they planted a tree without any input, but whatever. Maybe going forward with all this talk about, this town tree ripped up my sidewalk, maybe, we reach out to the property owner, 1, see if they want a tree, and 2, have them sign a waiver that they assume full responsibility for, whatever happens with the tree, rather than just going around planting all these trees and then somebody comes back 5 years later and said, look what you did to my sidewalk. So, anyway.
I think that's a good idea.
I think Counselor D'Amato and then Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I have been interested in that idea for a long time, and people have brought it to me more than a year ago. Ms. Grossman was very, hot on this idea, and we have there are a lot of public lands, there's BOE lands that are blank, and none of these trees I checked go over 40 feet tall. They're not real shade trees, and if we move to split the costs or to offer trees to homeowners, and I've been walking around looking at this issue in the last week, they're just big wide open front lawns that could take a white oak, and a lot of our specimen shade trees that were planted when a lot of these houses were planted are reaching the end of their life right now. And so it would be a really terrific thing that I'd also point out that if we're going to ding the Persian parodia as being foreign, the Canadian serviceberry sounds suspiciously foreign to me. I know that the president hasn't fulfilled
Well, it's a
his
shrub.
desire
I
to
didn't say it
annex
is
Canada.
native. I'm just saying it's more of a shrub than a tree. And that was my concern. And maybe if we're gonna do something like this, because I know I've asked for a report from the arborist before, and apparently there's no such report on where he has planted trees. It was something about, I think you said 1% he might have. Is there a way to make sure that he starts keeping track of where we're planting trees so we can start building that we planted a tree database? Because without it,
Well, the issue is not that he has a list. We have a list about 950 trees that he planted. It's the trees that were planted that weren't under him. So that's
fine.
Yeah.
I
So
would like to
going
see
forward,
that
he
too,
is
because
tracking the
this
trees.
would tie into Councilor D'Amato's sidewalk ordinance.
Right.
But, okay, so should I talk with Dr. Johnson about number 3 and number 4 in here, or will you relay the
I can relay that. That's
information?
fine.
Okay.
Counselor Lockman?
Since we're talking about trees, can you tell me how the proposal for the tree on the corner of Walnut and Grove is doing?
I don't have an update on that. I'm not sure where they met at the site. I'm not sure what happened after that.
As I had indicated, I would really want to see the plan before it's implemented.
Yeah, we haven't moved forward with anything.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
just reiterating. Thank you.
Counselor Williams, were you making an amendment that we should wait until there's further understanding about who's going to take responsibility? Or are you just making an observation, or?
Making an observation, I'm going to abstain from this
Okay.
because I like trees, but I think that we need some
I agree. I agree.
some protocol here.
agree.
right?
And if you could, maybe if you do speak with Dr. Johnson, can you loop me into the email? Because I want to know where these trees are going to go. Is this the grant where she said it would go into the low and moderate income neighborhoods? So if this is supposed to start, then I would like to talk to the residents before we start putting any trees out.
Sure.
We have a new sidewalk ordinance. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Mayor?
I have a few questions. Austin. So, if I'm not mistaken, is this money, is this part of the grant, the federal grant that provides us funds to plant trees in areas of town that don't have a lot of trees?
Well, no, for under-serviced areas.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
So the underserviced areas, like, yeah. So that's what I thought. And then, how are decisions made? Because I remember when one of my neighbors asked if trees could be planted on my block, that location was put on a list. And so I'm just wondering how locations are, do you know what the process is for that?
The arborist selects the locations based on what he feels is the best location for those trees.
Okay.
And on recommendations. Requests for trees.
Okay.
Requests
So
for
the
trees.
requests are coming from the residents?
Correct.
I see, okay. And then again, I think, I was also wondering if we could have like a database or something that's publicly available that says where the town planted trees are. If that can be done, like, on the website or wherever it could be made available, like a
Right.
map or something?
Yeah,
like-
also part of the grant that Dr. Johnson's working on is a tree inventory. So
Okay.
that is one of the things that the Montclair State is helping us out with.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I just wanted to just make clear that this is money that specifically is supposed to plant trees where in underserved areas of town.
Yes.
So,
Madam Clerk? Oh, I'm sorry, Counselor Birmingham?
No, so here it says, work begins approximately May 1st to be completed within 30 days. And I know the next week at least is going to, we're starting to get into the real heat of
Yeah.
summer. Is this the right time to be planting?
It's not ideal, no.
No, good question.
So then,
Yeah.
Should
We could push it to fall.
Fall plantings.
should we wait till fall? Because then that'll give us time to work out.
Yes.
I have no objection to that.
Okay.
Well, this is grant money that she got in for this, is that correct? Do we know
Right.
what her timeline is for that?
It's a grant over 5 years.
Okay, so does she miss any money if we don't
I think you want
submit
to,
something now
I
to
think
get something in?
with any federal money, in
Yeah, I
this
think we should
environment, you
go
want to
ahead
spend
and
it
get
as
this done,
quickly as
get these
possible.
in now. If it's a specific grant,
I was going to just
But not if the trees aren't gonna.
No, but I'm just saying the funding.
Can you please speak into the mic?
Sure.
Thank you.
So I've had conversations with Lisa, and so since this is the USDA money, there's always a chance, right, that it could be clawed back. We've had the money for a while, when we've been executing the plan, but I think if waiting, we could potentially lose, there's been no direct indication, right, but we don't know what could happen. So I just think sooner rather than later might be.
But it's just nature. Like if it's 95 degrees, it's not a good time to plant a tree. Like, you know what I mean? I understand what you're saying, but I know that they were just tearing trees out of Woodman Field because they were
of the
planted in the summer.
And the bad,
So to me, I don't, because it's
You don't
going to
think it's
start getting
worth the-
really hot.
Yeah.
It is going to get really hot this week, and so I just don't know if it's the right time. I have no objection, and
Why
I
waste
do.
the money? Yeah.
Counselor Toller, I'm just not sure if,
right.
because we're just going to be.
Yeah, I'm not an arbor, so I can't speak to that.
Manager Marks?
But-
Sorry?
I said we go for it. I don't wanna
Manager
lose a
Marks?
tree. We have a heat island down here.
Now is the absolute worst time to plant a tree, so I would recommend waiting.
Taking
The
the
worst
chance.
thing that could happen is
Yeah.
you plant trees and 2/3 are going to die in the heat of the
Correct,
summer,
and we're
especially
just
if we're not
wasting
using
money,
gator
throwing money
bags
away.
and having them
Yeah.
watered. So even if there's a chance of the money being clawed back by the
Especially since
USDA,
nobody's gonna be
I would
watering.
highly recommend waiting until the fall planting season.
Okay, we can do that. I just want to make certain that if the money is pulled back, there's not going to be a kick up later if we have to use township money to put some trees in the 4th ward and parts of the 3rd ward. That's my concern.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
I'm doing something I hate doing. This is my 3rd time, but I'm going to keep it short, okay? We need to have a waiver program, and
Yes.
the property owner needs to be notified in advance that a tree is going to be planted within a certain period of time, so that, they take full responsibility. And if they don't want it, then fine, no problem. But we just can't have this situation for whatever future council's coming down the line saying, hey, this was planted and my sidewalks are messed up, it's your problem, so.
Sorry.
Yes,
Final one on that. We could, with only 50 trees, there's a lot of right-of-way that is adjacent to public land. So like where I am, Sunset Park and these places, we could plan on those, we could favor those strips in this next, iteration of this
for
thing.
that area.
What?
I think this is a very specific grant for a
Right,
very
okay, so like
specific
on
area.
Maple by Glenfield School. What? Yeah, well, we haven't.
But just so we can maximize timing here, when is the right time? Is it September or October? So October, can we be absolutely ready to go?
Right.
I would vote for this, but I just feel like they're gonna, I just
Right,
know, I'm
done.
looking at, it's gonna be 95 degrees
Yeah.
tomorrow, and so, okay, but I wanna be as ready,
Good
I
point.
don't wanna be sitting, I wanna make sure that the first day that it's right for planting trees, that we're planting them.
Yeah.
Okay, so, all right, and we can have this idea of a waiver or whatever by then, I guess. Anyway.
You want to withdraw? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
I'm going to vote no on this if,
Counselor
Because I-
D'Amato?
No.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Abstain.
Mayor Baskerville?
No.
Motion's defeated.
Moving right along. Where are we? Number 16? No. 15. Who is that? I forgot the rhythm. Is that Deputy Mayor? Deputy Mayor. No, because we're going that way.
Resolution R-25-171, a resolution of the Township of Montclair authorizing an emergency expenditure for repairs to a collapsed storm drain at 10 Erwin Park Road. I so move.
Second, discussion. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato? Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
16 we
Number
passed.
16, Counselor
No,
Lockman,
we
please.
passed that one
Okay,
already.
we did that one. Okay, 17, please.
17. Okay. I move Resolution R-25-173, which is a resolution for authorization to enter into a contract with Tilcon for the resurfacing of township surface lots in 2025.
Second. Discussion?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Sure. I'm just curious, it looks like maybe pages 2 and 4 are missing. I see the notification of award on page 1. Then the next page says 3. I'm just trying to see where the Telecom price is. Because all this says is Cefeli. I'm not sure where the pricing is that matches what the resolution says.
It's two-sided copies.
No, it's not.
No,
You're
it's
right.
not.
I don't have a page 2 or 3 either. I mean, I have page
We have
1
page
and then it
1.
jumps to 3.
Right. So, again, I mean, the resolution reads that this is going to Tilcon in this amount, but the backup documentation is showing Cefeli as the vendor and all their pricing. I don't see Tilcon anywhere, but, and it says page 1, then maybe
Counselor?
somebody forgot to run it
The,
two-sided.
when it was submitted, it's on the back, it's on the back of the page. That's why I don't think you have this.
No,
in the
not
back.
we
We
don't
don't have a
have.
Yeah, I
two-sided.
don't know how you didn't get it, but that's the way we submitted it, so.
Would you like for us to pull this until we have all the pages?
I can give you a copy.
Enough to go around?
You have enough for everyone?
It's part of the co-op contract. It's the same pricing as the previous,
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yeah, I'm going to abstain because I haven't had a chance to read through this. I don't know how we can vote on it if you want to look at it.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, resolution number 18, please. Counselor Birmingham?
Resolution awarding a contract to She International Corp. For providing and, it might be SHI, I'm not sure, for providing and installing 2 license plate recognition systems in accordance with N.J.A Cooperative Purchasing Alliance of Bergen County Contract CK04 Subcontract 19-34. And I so move.
Discussion?
Yep, I just have one question. Oh, I'm sorry, does someone else have a question?
Go ahead, and then Counselor Lockman?
I guess, Manny, really quick, it says that we own on your memo to Mr. Marks dated June 3rd. It says the LPR systems that we currently own.
No, the systems are going to be installed on vehicles that we currently own. We're not purchasing any new vehicles for the LPR system. We're just adding 2 additional LPR systems, license plate recognition systems, for the parking enforcement.
Yeah.
Okay, because what I'm saying is the way it reads is as if we are already in possession of them, but, so then my next question was going to be what was the cost, but if you're saying we don't own any at all, then it's fine.
We currently have 2 vehicles that have license plate recognition. The object of this resolution is to add 2 more systems into our fleet.
Do you know what we paid the last time?
I think it was around the same price. It was actually, I think it was a little bit more. Actually, it was 87,000 something, if I recall correctly.
30 what?
87 something.
Oh, 87.
87,000, 87,000 and some change, but I don't remember the exact number.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Counselor Lockman?
So do you have an estimate, will any staff need to be reduced as a result of using these readers?
No, what's happening currently right now is with our parking enforcement officers, 2 of them, we can only put 2 of them out on the road right now with parking enforcement vehicles with LPR. The other, if we have a 3rd or a 4th parking enforcement officer at the time, they're actually using their cell phones, an app on their cell phones to mimic the LPR, which actually is slowing them down. It's, making work more cumbersome.
So this will add 2 more to the...
Correct.
So you'll have a fully loaded
Correct.
enforcement staff.
Correct.
But the use of these doesn't reduce the need for real people?
Actually, no, it's not. In fact, we could actually use more people.
Okay.
Counselor Williams?
Unrelated, we're putting those notices out about overnight parking? All right, cool.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Counselor Toller, I know you had a question on number 19?
Sorry, thank you. I don't know, were we just gonna wait and discuss all appointments? Did we have a chance to discuss? I know Ms. Counselor Loftman sent an email, but did we have a discussion? Do we want to discuss? Do we want to table this and bring it up with all the other appointments, whether they're volunteer or committee commissions?
I think this is kind of different because
No,
it's
I
a council
understand that, but I'm
appointment.
just saying, the last email that I saw
Yeah.
from you was like, you were saying your term is up, correct? And, you know, if we wanted to reappoint you, you would be willing, but if there was somebody else.
Oh, yeah, so
That's what I'm
everybody else.
saying, we didn't
Yeah,
have a
yeah.
discussion.
Okay, let's have a
Unless
discussion.
somebody else had a discussion and I just didn't
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
discussion,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Huh? Whatever
Do we,
you want
is
to.
there anyone else who would like to be considered for that position?
But I'm a little bit, concerned because it seems like, we're really gotten to a point where we wanted to have very specific strategic processes to doing all these appointments. And so I'd be in favor of having the discussion that, we're supposed to have as a council, not sitting here and then whatever the structure is, because we had other appointments that were in alignment with what is presently written, and then this body decided for whatever reason they wanted to go in a different direction and make some things, and we haven't even discussed, moving forward how we want to address this process. So why are we just now picking this one, and we decided not to count any of them until, certain people, I guess, do whatever you want to do when you decide not to vote on a bunch of other people that have been waiting for appointments. I don't understand it. I don't think it's fair to the other people who are expected to, or thought that they had a good chance of being voted on, for us now just to jump in without going through any process and put it on here. It seems
Mayor.
like it's a further slap to the other people that were being appointed.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I think I think what you're talking about is appointment of other individuals, like residents who are applying through this VIF process. This is a resolution to reappoint a council member who's currently serving on the planning board, whose term is up at the end of this month. I'm not hearing from anybody else up here that they're interested in putting their name forward
Well, it
to
wouldn't be
serve.
yours to hear from anybody yet, because I didn't ask for that discussion yet. And this is the first that I'm seeing. I'm coming here and I'm seeing this today. So if we want to now create yet another process for how people will be able to stay on committees and commissions, then, since that seems to be the will of the body, then we will have that discussion and create now yet another process for how we're going to get people appointed to committees and commissions. Councilor Toller, we'll start at your end.
No, I just wanted to know if we were going to have a discussion, and I think you're right. We were supposed to follow a process, we followed a process. I think it should matter. It's not about what committee or commission, it's about the process. And I think that's where things are getting a little twisted. And, I think some people are saying, oh, well, it's because it's the planning board that this matters more. No, the process is what we should be following.
Yeah,
not
but the question,
type
even
of
with the
commission.
planning board, people should be sitting down and doing what I did not do, and I'm not sure everybody else did because nobody else picked up on it, and reading line by line what is expected of those people, because we have several people on the planning board that may or may not qualify according to what is written there. So the fact now that we're doing another planning board, appointment, that should mean that we all read everything under the planning board appointments and could tell what each, whether it's class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4, or whatever, what each one is for, because that's how, I guess, if there is a mistake made, that it possibly was, and councils have come and gone and did nothing with it. And our planner didn't bring it to my attention, and other people that have been on the planning board didn't. And then when I saw something that looked like there might have been a question there, then people began to talk about it. So have we all read and we're completely familiar with what each category of planning, individual, what their responsibilities are and what their qualifications are?
I know on the
If I may.
No, I just want to say on the volunteer applications, there were two, I believe, people that applied for the planning board. I did not look at their resumes. Maybe
five.
somebody
No,
else
it's like
did.
she would be a class 3.
Only the people
Right.
No,
here
no.
can be on the planning board. It's-
Right.
And if you don't want to be on it, I don't particularly
No,
want to
I'm
be on
not,
it either, but
again,
I'm
it's a
happy to
process.
renew
It's
it.
a process. We want
But
to
then
talk.
what could the process possibly be?
The process could be
Only.
that people would read it and know what a class 3
maybe I need
member,
to
what
learn
their
something.
responsibilities are,
I
right?
think in the beginning, when we were first elected, we went through and we said someone has to be a deputy mayor, someone has to be on the planning board, somebody has to be on XYZ, and that's how it happened. And there's nobody else but these people, the 7 of us
I
that can
get
be
it,
on the
Carmel,
planning board.
and
So I don't
let me just
understand
say-
what
I'm gonna
process
tell
there
you
is.
what the
If you're
process
talking
is.
about
I'm
the
talking
two,
about-
you're talking
right.
about the other 2 folk who
No, I'm
could
not.
have
I'm
been
talking
on the-
about, does everybody sitting up
We
here
just
know
asked.
what a class 3, what is expected of that person?
They're just a regular,
Planning
look,
board
a class 3 is a member of the planning board that's delegated from the governing body.
Correct.
So, and they have the same powers
As
and
anybody else.
obligations as everybody else.
Okay, and
And
the
as she
class
said, this is
4
a-
is what?
That's a normal member of
Yeah,
the
been
public.
No, I'm not asking you, I'm just saying that everybody should have read it, because nobody, and you're sitting here telling me that now, right? But you didn't say anything about those people that are sitting on the planning board now that may or may not be eligible to be on it, and that is a concern.
But
If
the-
we have a
I'm glad you picked it up.
quasi-judicial board where members that are sitting there voting may or not be eligible, that is a serious concern, and I just don't want anybody to ever be rushed again to make decisions that may have consequences. So if everyone has had an opportunity to discuss this and review it and they feel ready, then there's no problem. Just for the record, I think you're doing a magnificent job.
nothing to do with
and
that.
It does.
No,
but,
it
But
doesn't.
the reason I feel like, it seems like, now we're going to vote on this, when we had people that we went through a process for, the whole body said, no, we're not going to vote on them. So it's just really hard to figure out when we're going to vote and when we're not.
I think we didn't have a process, which is the point.
We
We're
did.
developing, no, the process was that you put some people up and.
That was
and
not the
then-
process. The process was the same as it always was. We had VIFs that were sent there, and then
Then
those
I
of
put
us that
somebody
wanted
up.
to
It's a
take
big
the
problem.
time, interviewed them, called them in, talked to them, and made decisions. People had opportunities for 6 weeks to interview them, pick up the phone call, whatever, and decided not to, and then came in here and made the decision that now we're not going to vote, because I had 6 weeks knowing that these people were thinking that might be disgusting. It wasn't important enough for this body to do that. That is a problem for me.
Mayor?
Anyway, let's move on. Madam, please call
Yeah,
the roll.
I don't have a motion on the floor, Mayor.
Okay.
Motion to reappoint Counselor Lockman as council member, class 3 member to the planning board. I so move.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham, absent. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Abstain.
Counselor Toller?
Abstaining.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Next resolution, please. Resolution number 20-R-25-176, awarding an open-ended contract for vegetative waste removal and disposal services, base BID, A, to environmental removal. Austin Ashley, this is Austin's resolution. Any discussion?
Yes, I have a discussion.
Counselor Toller.
And it's really not a discussion about this particular one, but I did send an email. So if people are in our yards taking our leaves and trees, we would lose money based on, is this for like when you collect and you drop them off? And we get paid back?
This is what we pay to dispose of those vegetative waste.
Right, so there's a charge to
Yeah.
us.
So this is what we're charged,
Right.
not what we're paying?
Right.
Okay. All right, just wanted to get clarification.
Did I make a resolution? Yes. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
So, vegetative waste.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Resolution 21, who's that? Counselor Birmingham, or is it Counselor D'Amato? Huh? Counselor Toller, will you do Resolution 21, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, but I have two of them. and
Okay.
Not really sure which one we should be using tonight, 'cause they have the same.
I had that one, I have one.
Okay, well, no, there's two, Madam Clerk.
Yes, the manager's office provided the one that was at your dais,
Yes.
which is a corrected version of what was given to you previously in your packets. The only correction is that in the first be it resolved paragraph, the project name is corrected to read as remediation of 399 Orange Road, whereas what you received previously said Watchung Plaza improvements, if my memory serves me right. So that was the only correction on item 21.
No, and the amounts as well.
Oh, the amounts are different?
And the
That I
account
didn't know.
codes. So may I bring this to you? Okay. So I don't know which one to read.
I have no knowledge about the amounts being different.
Yeah, because the 399 Orange Road is a Green Acres grant funds, and
Well, the amount is going to be, Counselor, 506,000 and 310, because I'm reading from the certification of funds, so that's going to be the real amount.
all right.
Not
so
this
I will
200.
dispose of this other Fonty one. One
Yeah,
has two
I didn't
pages,
even
one
receive
has-
that, I'm sorry.
One has 2 pages, one has 3 pages. Would that make it better to help?
Yes, no, I understand what you're saying because
Okay.
they've shared with me what you were referencing, but I'm telling you I didn't have that.
Okay, no problem, no problem. So I'm gonna,
The number, 506 is the number.
so then we really should all have 3 pages, because this memo from Ms. Talley dated on May 29th has the actual firm's name that matches
Yeah.
the certification of funds form. All right, so now that we've got the correct number 21, Resolution 25-177, resolution awarding contract for remediation of 399 Orange Road, formerly the South End Pyramid Service Station, bid number 25-12. I so move.
Second? Discussion?
I have not a discussion, I'd just like to make a statement regarding this, since this is in the 4th Ward. I wanted to take the time and thank the residents that came to the meeting that I held regarding this particular project. I also wanted to thank the subgroup of residents and PRC folks. Ms. Talley was involved in the meeting, and I don't remember who else was with us from 205, but coming together as a united front for residents to decide what they would like to see at this pocket park is very important. So I just wanted to thank those people that have been involved in these discussions going forward. So we're excited about it.
I'd also just like to take this opportunity to thank the people who were with me about 2010 when we first began to take this brownfield, the gas station, and stayed with us throughout the years, step by step, making sure that all of the prior remediations and designs and the community was actively involved and came out with some very creative and wonderful landscaping designs. I'd like to thank all of you who are still here today and realize the importance. And that talks to that talks to steadfastness and not giving up and having faith and believing that if you stick together as a community, you can accomplish amazing things. And I'd like to thank you and assure you that we will continue to move forward in a very positive way. And for those people who are just coming on board, we welcome you, and it's very nice that you are joining us in this years-long quest. And Janice, thank you very much for all that you've done to help us make this come to fruition. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Next one, next resolution, please. Councilor Williams. 23. Bill list.
Okay.
Oh,
Resolution.
did we, oh, we did 22 already. Okay, I'm sorry. Bill list.
Resolution R-25-179, the bills list. So move.
Second, discussion? Roll call?
No, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So-
Counselor.
It may be the same thing.
Counselor D'Amato and then Counselor Toller.
No, there just seems to be a duplicate of, in the main body under the Let's Go Wireless, there's a bill for $22,000. I can't read the pages. Just if you look here. Let's Think Wireless, Fire Department Emergency Door Repair, $22,000. And then if you go under the capital, sorry.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
So, Councilor, that is for a different accounting. Is that, but one of them is under thing is a fire prevention funding. The other one is under the operating budget.
Madam Clerk, are you prepared to call the roll?
No, I have a question.
Okay, Counselor Toller?
Did anyone else, were you done, Counselor D'Amato?
Yeah.
Oh, did he have a question?
I don't know, did he?
Counselor
did-
D'Amato?
Yeah, there just seems to be the same. I'm sorry, Mr. Fan. I didn't understand what you said.
It's a different accounting. I think the total amount is like $43,000 for the
Oh.
total
Okay.
repair.
Oh,
Counselor Toller?
sure. Vendor number 100972. Again, I can't read these page numbers. It's for Montclair State. It says USDA tree canopy grant. I guess if someone can check with Dr. Johnson tomorrow, is that her grant or is that through another department and where it would be, those trees? And then vendor number 100325, Nielsen Ford of Morristown. Provision of automotive trucks, $77,000 and some change there. What is that for? Oh, were you here for the first one? I'm sorry, I didn't see
I
you there.
can answer the first one.
Yay, okay.
First of all, I'll introduce myself. I'm not Akmal, I'm the comptroller.
Hey, comptroller.
So the Montclair State University, yes, that is under that grant. I believe it was the last meeting or the meeting before you authorized a sub-grant to Montclair State of $300,000. So this is a payment under that, and it is under Dr. Johnson.
Do you know what they're doing? Like, I mean, I know you're saying we approved it, but I'm just wondering what work have we done thus far? Is it to get trees? Is it to talk about trees? Is it to look at trees?
I don't have the paperwork on me. We can certainly pull the invoices and
thank
see
you.
what the invoices were for, or have Dr. Johnson get back to you.
I appreciate
Mayor?
that. Yes.
If I'm not
Deputy Mayor?
I mean, yes, we should get clarification. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's for related to the Green Team's work. Is that not true?
It is under the USDA grant. And I believe that they're partnering on different levels. There is a sub-grant agreement, I believe, with the university detailing what that partnership entails.
Yeah, I need to know. That's all. I'm just curious. And then the Nielsen Ford, are you able to explain that too or no? Which department is that for?
Want to look that up?
Sure. I'm sorry I can't see the page number because it's stapled on that side. Well, we don't have it paginated anymore. Here.
That is under, that is more than like, that is under our general capital fund. Page 477, if you'd like an itemization of what that is for, I will be happy to pull that from our system tomorrow.
Okay, thanks. It just says provision of automotive trucks. Like, are we buying a new truck? Is it equipment? Is it repairs?
I will be happy to pull the documentation tomorrow.
Thank you, comptroller.
Counselor Toller, any more questions?
No, ma'am.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, and number 24, resolution number 24. Deputy Mayor?
Resolution R-25-181, resolution authorizing the execution of a shared services agreement with the County of Essex for an on-demand community transportation pilot program in coordination with Essex County Community Transportation Services and the Township of Montclair Senior Services. I so move.
Second discussion?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Sure. Just give me 1 minute, Madam Mayor. Is Judy still here? She's gone. This is a grant, this is the county paying us or we're paying them? Oh, there's Amy's here, sorry.
We're paying the county.
We're paying the county for,
$175,000 contract for senior transportation services. This is what the Director of Senior Services talked about at the budget hearing.
and they
So-
can't get no water on the van?
I have to, find out about that. That's the first I've heard, that you cannot put water on the van. That seems
Okay,
a little hard to believe, but.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman. Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting, please.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us.